Chapter 1 Baby, don't cry. Why are you here? Baby. Don't cry anymore, I'm gentle, good. Under the bright moonlight, the man's cold eyebrows seemed to be attached to a layer of tulle, handsome like an oil painting. The effect of alcohol made Kololo look like she was floating on the sea, but she still recognized the man in front of her, the man who would make her body and mind tremble just by shouting his name. Don't. She tried her best to push him away, but every time she resisted, she only got a deeper embrace. Just as he was about to stop breathing, the rapid bell pulled Kololo out of the dream. She opened her eyes and looked at the familiar bedroom, only to realize that after taking a nap, she dreamed of the absurd night a month ago. After so long, the man didn't come to her, which means that he didn't want to take responsibility. He is such a high-ranking person that she naturally has no reason to ask him for an excuse. The alarm rang again, interrupting Kololo's thoughts. She picked up her mobile phone and took a look. It was already 7:30 p.m, and she had to rush to Yunumao's bar to celebrate her birthday. Half an hour later, she appeared at the door of the bar on time, and the noisy music was deafening. She carried the cake through the dim corridor, being careful not to bump into others, but the oncoming woman still bumped into her shoulder. She lowered her head and subconsciously said sorry. The person in front of her did not walk away, but shouted her name. Kololo, why are you here? Cho Lolo looked up and saw her classmate, Zhuang Mengfei, wearing a fiery red suspender skirt standing in front of her. Before she opened her mouth, Zhuang Mengfei came forward and approached her ear. Tonight, Qi Yuqiu was here to celebrate her birthday and only called a few of our good friends. Why did you follow her to join in the fun? Do you really want me to tear your face so that you dare not come back to him to find a sense of existence? Her threat made Xiao Luoluo's cheeks faintly painful, and what made Xiao Luoluo feel even more uncomfortable was the name Qi Yuqiu. Qi Yuqiu, she once had a crush on someone for 10 years. She remembered his birthday, but she didn't know that he was also here to celebrate his birthday tonight. Zhuang Mengfei's eyes were full of threats, and Kololo's voice was extremely small. You misunderstood. I'm not here to find Qi Yuqiu. Zhuang Mengfei sneered loudly. Do you think I will believe it? Who doesn't know that you are the follower around Qi Yuqiu? Wherever he goes, you don't want any face. Kololo's fingers curled up while carrying the cake, and there was no way to refute. Because what she said is right. 10 years ago, Qiao's family went bankrupt. Her father couldn't stand the pressure and wanted to take the whole family to die together. The car drove into the sea, and her mother lifted her out of the sea with force. She was the only one who survived the accident. Everything in the Qiao family was auctioned to pay off the debt, and she had to live at her uncle's house. But my uncle disliked my sister-in-law and didn't leave a penny, and didn't look good on her. Later, his mother's good friend, Mrs. Qi, came to her uncle's house to visit her. When she saw her squatting in the bathroom in the middle of winter, she washed her underwear stained by the early tide with cold water. He brought her back from her uncle's house back to Qi's house for foster care in anger. It snowed lightly that evening, and the whole Qi family was covered with a layer of dark clouds because of her arrival. Only the teenager in a white shirt stood in the crowd and smiled at her. 10,000 years at a glance. She became Qi Yuqiu's little follower for 10 years. But 10 years of dreams are broken, which is an overnight thing. A month ago, at the instrument of Yunumaang, she wanted to confess to him before graduation by drinking. As soon as she walked to the door of his room, she heard him express her feelings on the phone. Are you crazy? How can I like Kololo? It's just an orphan girl under the fence. Our Qi family doesn't like the prince to fall in love with Cinderella. At that moment, Kololo woke up from the dream of this rich family. She is just a little orphan who was fostered in the Qi family. She shouldn't be delusional. I really didn't come to see him. Kololo repeated it again. Zhuang Mengfei stared at her, as if confirming the truth of her words. The sound of music was getting louder and louder, and Zhuang Mengfei also lost her patience and warned, don't sway around in front of him in the future, otherwise, I don't mind letting you have a long memory. She turned around and left, and Kololo's tight spine also slumped slightly. She quickly found the front of the box where Yunumaang was. Just as she was about to put down the cake, she heard a burst of cheers from the next table. She followed the reputation and found a group of men and women punching. When she was about to withdraw her gaze, an angular side face absorbed her eyes again. The man worried that she had read it wrong. She even slowed down her breathing rhythm, and looked at the face carefully with the help of the bright and dark light. At this glance, she stopped breathing for half a beat. I'm right, it's him. After all, this face is unique in the world. The man's side face is as delicate as a sculpture, and his eyebrows are cold and proud. His temperament is reserved and restrained after living on the top all year round. The cold light occasionally reflected in his narrow eyes, with a force that penetrates his spine, makes people shiver. The voices around were noisy, but Kololo was like falling into an ice cellar, and her whole body trembled. It's him, the man who pressed her on the bed a month ago. Qi Yang. The second young master of the Qi family, Qi Yuqiu's uncle, and the current president of Qishu Group. He is a business tycoon with trillions of dollars at the age of 28, and is the presence of the rich and noble women in the whole capital. And she, the little orphan girl under the fence, accidentally entered his room with the help of alcohol in order to avoid Chiyuchu that night. That kind of thing happened to the two of them. Before he noticed this side, Cho Lolo wanted to withdraw his eyes in a panic. But Chi-yeon, who was smoking over there, suddenly turned around and looked this way as if he sensed something. Chapter 2. Why did she suddenly vomit? In an instant, the deep line of sight was like a huge net, which caught the panicking Kololo. What happened that night poured into her mind like a tide. Kololo almost suffocated. The cake in her hand fell to the ground with a snap, and she turned around and left without thinking about it. As soon as I walked to the side of the road to stop the car and leave, there was a calm sound of footsteps behind me, followed by Chi-yeon's cold voice. Kololo, stop. She was stunned and looked back. Chi-yeon is walking towards her. He only wore a black shirt today, his waist was as thin as a full bowstring, and his cold eyebrows were clearly exposed to the light. Kololo's spine was stiff and his whole body could not move. In the blink of an eye, he had come to her, and the tall figure almost blocked all of her sight. The huge sense of oppression invaded her nerves without blind spots. He looked down at her condescendingly, going back so soon. He didn't open his mouth and asked about what happened that night. His tone was still very calm, as if nothing had happened. Kololo's face is pale, huh? Chi-yeon stared at her face with focused eyes. I'm going back, too. You take my car. When the words landed, a black Maybach slowly stopped behind Kololo. Kololo is stupid. What does he mean? Do you want to ask for the blame? Just as she was about to refuse, a spasm-like pain in her stomach swept through her whole body. She covered her mouth and vomited directly. The nausea swept through her whole body, and a layer of cold sweat quickly climbed up her spine. Chi-yeon looked at her reaction in a deep voice. How much did she drink? Cho Lolo saw that he misunderstood her, and her pale little face wrinkled into a ball. I didn't drink. I didn't drink. He frowned and suddenly wanted to vomit. Cho Lolo just wanted to deny it, but he realized something, and his eyes widened. She hasn't been feeling well these days. Not only did she vomit occasionally, but she didn't come to her aunt on time. Chi-yeon looked at her sudden horror and seemed to notice something, and frowned. Kololo, speak. Chi-yeon leaned too close, and his pupils were too deep. Xiao Luoluo felt breathless. She covered her mouth and her voice trembled a little. I have a stomachache. Please take me to the hospital. She must have a checkup. If she is really pregnant, she has to have an abortion as soon as possible. Get in the car. Chi-yeon didn't force her to open her mouth again, but pulled the door to let her get in the car. Xiao Luoluo pressed himself tightly to the car door and covered his mouth tightly, never letting himself spit out in Chi-yeon's car. She was terrified to the extreme, because she was really afraid of getting pregnant. Along the way, Chi-yeon didn't say anything. He just kept looking back at her and saw that her forehead was covered with sweat, so he handed her a tissue. If you want to vomit, you can spit it out. Don't hold back. He was wondering why she suddenly vomited. And why did she look so scared just now? The car soon arrived at the door of the hospital. Chi-yeon got out of the car and came to open the door for her. He saw her floating steps and stretched out her hand to help her, but she avoided her like a snake and a scorpion. Thank you. I can go. Chi-yeon didn't say anything and followed her silently. After entering the hospital, the examination was completed soon, because Chi-yeon called the dean, and the examination results came out very quickly. The doctor entered the door with the report, stood in front of Kololo's bed, and opened his mouth. Chapter 3. It's better to give birth to this child. You are 5 weeks pregnant. The blood on Kololo's face quickly faded, and a small face turned pale. Chi-yeon stood aside, and his face suddenly sank. 5 weeks ago, it was the night when the Chi family held a birthday party. That night, he was drunk as mud, but she and others did not shy away from him and asked him to bring her to the hospital in person. He looked back at her with deep eyes. Xiao Luoluo couldn't care about Chi-ye's expression at this time, with tears in her eyes, hoping that all this was wrong by the doctor. But after that, I took birth control pills. Seeing that her face turned pale, the doctor was also very experienced and explained, the blood test results will not be wrong, and the contraceptive pill is not 100% contraceptive. You are not in good health. It's better to give birth to this child. After saying that, the doctor turned around and left. The whole ward fell into dead silence. Although the doctor advised her to give birth, Kololo knew it was impossible. Not to mention that she was fostered in the Chi family. She was still a student and was supported by the Chi family. On Chi-ye's side alone, it is impossible for her to give birth to a drunken child. He will marry and have children with a woman who is in the right family, not with someone like her. After a long silence, Xiao Luoluo couldn't help looking up at Chi-ye. What do you think? He has to make this cruel decision. Chi-ye's heart was shaken for a moment. She was pregnant with someone else's child, but let him make the decision. He stood in place in silence, looking at her silently, looking at her thin body and pale little face. His inner anger was gradually replaced by a soft emotion. Cho Lolo lowered her head and thought that a small life had come and left immediately, a little crystal tears condensed in her eyes, a little reluctant and a little guilty. Just as she was waiting for the cruel instructions, she heard Chi Yan say something. Then give birth. She suddenly looked up at him. I can't believe it. Chi Yan looked at her, and she looked like she was about to cry. He couldn't bear to see her cry. For so many years, this is the closest he has been to her. Even if she was pregnant with someone else's child, he couldn't bear to send her little girl to the operating table. He has the ability to take good care of her and raise the child. Well, give birth. After he said that, Kololo couldn't believe it for a long time. She opened her eyes wide and didn't know what to say for a moment. But Chi Yan suddenly made a decision. Of course, this decision is not improvish, but just to follow the trend. If you marry me, you can give birth to a child logically. Kololo thought she had hallucinations. Maybe it was all because she was dreaming. She pinched her finger hard, and the severe pain told her that it was true. Chi Yan in front of him is real, and the marriage he said is also true. Her lips are shaking. Get married? All her reactions were within Chi Yan's expectations. Even though the two have known each other since childhood, they rarely intersect. When she entered the Chi family, he happened to go abroad. In the first 8 years, he could only learn about her from the phone. When he returned to China, he found that she was already full of Chi Yu Chu. All he can do is to change the family banquet once every 3 months into once a month, just to have a meal with her every month. He was waiting for her to grow up, but he was still a step late. He guessed that the child might be from Chi Yu Chu, but it didn't matter. He wants her and wants her. Seeing that Xiao Luoluo had lost his mind, Chi Yan spoke again. Chapter 4 Born, I raise. If you don't marry me, how can you raise this child? Kololo didn't want to give birth to this child at all, let alone raise the child. Before she opened her mouth, Chi Yan told her solutely. Born, I will raise it. After a moment of silence, I gave a reasonable explanation that I need a marriage. Kololo also bit the bait smoothly. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. Chi Yan was not in a hurry and waited for her to convince herself. Kololo's hand gently pressed his lower abdomen and began to find the reason along his way of thinking. Chi Yan is 28 years old this year, but he has never been in love. Mr. Chi and Mrs. Chi urged him to marry him several times at the dinner table, and every time they break up unhappily. He probably just wants to fool the Chi family with a marriage and a child. As for who the marriage is, it doesn't matter. She just got pregnant with his child at this time, and she is the most suitable person. Just as her biting gums began to hurt, Chi Yu stood up, walked to her side, and slowly bent down to approach her. His pupils were very dark in color, like a vortex hiding everything. He said, Xiao Luoluo, marry me and give birth to this child. I won't treat you unfairly, let alone this child unfairly. As long as he follows my surname Chi, I guarantee that it will not be a problem for him to walk horizontally in Beijing for the rest of his life. His voice has a cold texture, full of deception. Xiao Luoluo's pupils tightened, and he actually imagined the picture of Xi Yin holding a child in his mind. Her stunned appearance is very cute, like a doll waiting to be brought home in the window. Chi Yan restrained the impulse to pinch her cheek and spoke again. You don't have to reply to me in a hurry. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Tell me your answer in 3 days. He can be sure that she will agree. No one will choose to kill a life if they have a choice. The bait he threw was so tempting that she had no reason to refuse. As for the child's biological father, it is no longer important. Anyway, when the two get married, Xi Ya's name can only be written in the biological father column of the child's birth certificate. Are you hungry? When Xiao Luoluo was tormenting, Qi Yan stood up straight and looked down at her. She just got some glucose after arriving at the hospital. She must be very hungry. Kololo's brain was a little blank. He wanted to answer that he was not hungry, but he looked down strongly and blocked all her words. Qi Yin took her out of the hospital and asked the driver to drive to a Chinese restaurant. The dishes he ordered were all her favorite dishes. But Kololo was still shocked by his proposal just now and didn't pay attention to these details at all. Qi Yin didn't put any more pressure on her at the dinner table, but just ate in silence. Cho Lolo was eating absent-mindedly, and he couldn't taste it. After dinner, Qi Yin sent her back to the villa of the Qi family. He didn't mean to go in, but rolled down the window and looked at her. Go back and have a good rest. Call me if you need anything. Kololo stood still with a stiff spine. She watched him sit in the back seat, and her deep eyes projected straight at her. His face is in the car window, as handsome as a work of art. She answered in a low voice, okay. She didn't dare to say anything about his mobile phone number. She waited for the taillights of Maybach to disappear in front of her eyes before she turned around and walked into the gate. Just as she returned to the room, a strange text message was sent. I'm Xi Yan. Her spine stiffened again. She saved her number in an orderly manner and replied with 2 words for a long time. Received. Xi Yao, who received her reply, was expressionless. If you want to enter her world, you can't be in a hurry. You have to be patient enough. He didn't reply and put his mobile phone in his pocket. Cho Lola called Yi Ningmeng and explained that she didn't go because she had something to do at night. She apologized and went to bed. But what happened still made her unable to sleep for a long time and didn't fall asleep until 4 a.m. When she slept until almost noon, she was woken up by a knock on the door. A maid stood outside the door and asked her to go to the restaurant in the main building for dinner. Kololo subconsciously wanted to refuse. The servant rushed in front of her and said, "Miss Chow, it was the wife who asked me to invite you to dinner. The second young master is back." The hazy sleepiness in Cho Luoluo's eyes dissipated in an instant. Why did he come back today? Didn't we agree to consider it for 3 days? With trepidation, Kololo came to the restaurant in the main building. Standing at the entrance, her heart began to pound again. Chi Yun sat beside Su Won. The blue-striped shirt made him clear and noble, and the inadvertently revealed temperament was also unattainable. He looked up at Kololo and looked at her blatantly. Kololo immediately lowered his head, and his steps seemed to take root in place, and he couldn't move. She is not pretentious, but she doesn't know where to sit. There are Mr. Shi, Su Won and Chi Yun at the dinner table, and Chi Ling and Chi Yuchu are opposite. She usually chooses to sit next to Chi Yuchu at the family banquet. Now, the seats of the Chi family are the same, but her position has changed. Just as she was standing still and hesitating, Su Won looked up at her and greeted her with a smile. "Luoluo, don't be stunned. Come and sit down for dinner." In an instant, all the people on the table looked up at her. Chi Yuchu looked at her with particularly eager eyes, as if waiting for her to come to him. With a brush and a pull, it is the sound of the chair being pulled away. Xiao Luoluo looked up and found that Chi Yen had pulled away the chair beside her and looked at her. His eyes are calm, but they seem to carry weight. The meaning is obvious. "Come here and sit next to me." Chapter 5. It's close to her thighs. Under everyone's gaze, Korolo stepped towards him and finally sat next to him. Chi Yuchu's eyes were straight when he saw it. Usually, Chi Yu only came back from the banquet at home. Today, he suddenly came back and caught everyone off guard. I don't know what others think, but Su Won is very happy. She asked someone to cook a large table of Chi Yu's favorite dishes and asked him a lot of questions. In the face of Su Wen's nagging, Chi Yan replied one by one to save face. The atmosphere at the dinner table gradually became harmonious, until the servant specially brought Chi Ye a bowl of ginseng chicken soup, and Chi Ye naturally pushed the bowl of chicken soup in front of Xiao Luoluo. He didn't even look back at Korolo, but his movements were so natural that he was like a husband socializing outside, quietly taking care of his little wife who was afraid of society on the table. Everyone noticed his behavior and looked surprised. If others do this, everyone will only think that the elders care about the juniors, and the elder cares about the younger sister. But Chi Yong is none other than him. He is recognized as a cold-faced Yanluo. Except for Su Won, he showed almost no intention of being close to anyone, and even to Mr. Chi, he was on business. And he didn't say much between him and Kololo. What he pushes is not chicken soup, but everyone's heart. In this suffocating atmosphere, Kololo was too stiff to move. Chi Young turned around again, and his eyelids were slightly pressed. "Why don't you drink?" The dining table was completely quiet. Kololo seemed to hear his huge heartbeat and was about to jump out of his throat. Before she promised him, he did this in front of the whole family. Didn't he roast her on the fire? I really don't know whether he intended it or not. Chi Young waited for a long time and didn't see her say anything. He reached out and took the bowl in front of her. "What kind of soup do you want?" "I asked the kitchen to do it." Cho Lolo felt a spotlight on herself. She changed from a little transparent to the protagonist of the stage. Everyone was waiting for her lines and her reaction. She reached out to grab the bowl under Tiye's hand, and her fingers were shaking. "That's it, thank you." She took the bowl and couldn't wait to bury her face in the chicken soup. She didn't dare to look up at other people's faces, let alone imagine what kind of expressions Suwon and Mr. Chi would have. Just when Xiao Luoluo felt like he was going to die, Chi Ying looked back at Mr. Chi. "The annual plan for the new year of the group is out. I'll show it to you later." Mr. Chi replied calmly, "Well, let's eat first, and then talk about it after dinner." The topic was brought up like this. Suwon asked Ti Yu about the graduation of Ti Yuchu and Xiao Luoluo again, and the atmosphere at the dinner table became lively again. Even if everyone has some doubts in their hearts, they keep their mouths tacitly silent. Kololo sat in his seat, and the broken hair on his forehead was almost wet with sweat. She has seen Chi Ye's ability to plan. He easily put her on the high platform and rescued her in a few words. He wants to pinch her to death, which is really as simple as pinching an ant to death. At the end of the meal, Xiao Luoluo heard the sound of chopsticks falling to the ground. He looked up and saw that Yi Yuchu had bent down to pick up the chopsticks. Then, Korolo felt something warm on his thighs. She looked down and saw that Chi Yen sat so close to her at some point, so close that her thighs were on her legs. But she didn't dare to dodge so rashly. Maybe he didn't want to make a big deal. She lowered her head and took another sip of chicken soup. The chicken soup cooked slowly over low heat is rich in flavor, and the chicken is also very soft and glutinous, which is more suitable for her appetite. When she was eating chicken, she didn't notice that Qi Yin beside her glanced at Qi Yuqiu and mocked. Qi Yuqiu, who picked up the chopsticks from the ground, looked extremely gloomy. The two legs next to each other under the table just now stuck into his eyes like a needle. He lowered his head, put the dirty chopsticks directly into the bowl, and took a few mouthfuls in a hurry. At this time, he heard Qi Youling's extreme voice falling on the dining table. "Do you have class in the afternoon? I'll send you." He can guess who he asked with his knees. Qi Yuqiu's hand was so hard that he almost broke his chopsticks. "Damn, what's the situation?" After the dinner, Su Wan called Cho Lolo alone and asked about her recent life and study. When she heard that she was preparing for the graduation project, a gratified smile appeared on her face. "You have always been a worryman child, and now you are about to graduate. If your parents see what you look like now, they will be very happy." When Cho Lolo heard her mention of her deceased parents, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. If her parents were here, her life would never be like this. Seeing that Su Wan had tears in her eyes, she did not add fuel to the fire, but said sensibly, "Aunt Su, thank you for taking care of me for so many years. I will work hard after graduation to repay your kindness." Su Wan wiped her tears and said with a smile, "What do you want me to repay? If it hadn't been for your mother, I might not have survived that time. Even Qi Yang couldn't give birth to him. Don't feel indebted to me. I'm repaying your mother's help." After the death of Mr. Qi's original match, she entered the Qi family and thought it was only there would be no problem if you had to sit upright, but you didn't expect that rumors from the outside world came like a flood of beasts, saying that she hooked up with Mr. Qi before her original match died. At that time, she was already pregnant with Qi Yung, but because of these rumors, Qi Ling never gave her a good face at home. She was so tense that she even had the idea of aborting Qi Yu and not having children from now on. As a result, he met Qiao Luoluo's mother Liu Qian in the hospital. Liu Qian is gentle and kind, and she has also heard about the rumors about her, but she persuaded Su Wan to go home like a spring breeze. Later, she often took her to attend the party of rich wives and silently helped her crack the rumors. Su Wan took Qiao Luoluo from her uncle's house because of this love, and she has been raising her as her own daughter until today. Su Wan sighed, took Zhou Lolo's hand and put a new bracelet on her, and patted the back of her soft hand. "This is what Auntie saw when she went shopping a few days ago, which is very suitable for you." Looking at the beautiful pearl necklace on his wrist, Cho Lolo felt very guilty. Su Wan was so kind to her, but she secretly became pregnant with Qi Yao's child. If she were Su Wan, she would be angry. Just as she was thinking nonsense, Su Wan suddenly stared at her and said, "Chapter 6, whose child is this? Our Luoluo is so beautiful, like a doll. If Qi Yong hadn't been 7 years older than you, I would really want you to be my daughter-in-law." She didn't look down on Qiao Luoluo's identity. Instead, she was worried that Qi Ying would be old and delay her. Kololo was stunned. She was anxious for so long that she thought that Su Wan would be very angry when she knew the truth. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Su Wan thought that her words offended her, so she quickly said, "Auntie is just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. You have the right to choose the person you like." Qiao Luoluo looked up at her and hesitated for a while and asked, "Auntie, do you really think so?" Su Wan sighed with a smile, "Of course I think so, but Qi Yong, you know that he has always had his own ideas, and I can't influence his ideas, and I dare not delay you." Out of Su Wan's room, Kololo seemed to have the answer in her heart. The child is Qi Yao's. Whether Qi Yong believes it or not, she can't kill this child. Since he wants it, she will give birth to him to repay Su Wan for raising her for 10 years. When the child is born, she will not continue to dominate his wife's position and will leave naturally. When Cho Lolo walked out of the gate, he saw Qi Yu's black Maybach parked at the door, and he was standing by the door smoking, with a delicate side face that could not be mistaken. She stepped forward and stood in front of him. Qi Yan bent down to extinguish the cigarette butt in the ashtray in the car, and reached out to help her open the door in person. Cho Lolo stood motionless. "Does what you said yesterday still count?" Qi Yan stopped opening the door and looked down at the little person in front of him. Cho Lolo swallowed his saliva. "I've thought about it. I promise you." Qi Yan looked down at the brand new bracelet on her wrist, and it was difficult to notice the slightly raised curve of the corners of her mouth. He said, "Get in the car." Cho Lolo himself suddenly felt embarrassed and hurriedly bent down to sit in the car, sitting down in an orderly manner. Qi Yun did not close the car door directly, but bent down. He leaned on the roof of the car with one hand and pressed the frame with the other hand. When he bent down, the strong pectoral muscles in the open neckline were magnified in front of Kololo. What made Kololo feel most oppressed was that he was so close that he could kiss her forehead with his head down. His voice is very low. "Kololo, can I ask you a question? You can answer or refuse to answer." The prefix he gave to this question was too long, which gave Kololo a very bad premonition in his heart. She thinks that this question must be difficult to answer. But when Qi Yong asked, she found that things were much more complicated than she thought. Because Chi Yu asked. Is this child from Chi Yuchul? For a moment, Carolo's mind seemed to experience a nuclear explosion. How could he suspect that this child is not his? During the lightning and thunder, she suddenly remembered something. That night, Chi Yu entered the door with alcohol and carried her to bed as soon as he entered the door. And she left very early the next morning and covered the evidence on the sheets with red wine. Maybe Chi Yu doesn't remember what happened that night at all. In this way, it makes sense that he didn't come to confront her this month. Only he proposed to get married later, which may also be because she happened to be pregnant and knew the bottom line, so he wanted to marry her to deal with her family. As for who the child belongs to, it doesn't matter at all. Thinking of it like this, she felt relieved inexplicably. He doesn't know that the child is his, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, this marriage is just what they need. When she files for divorce, just tell him the truth and let him treat the child kindly. She looked back at Chi Yen and replied in a low voice, it's not his, but since I promised to marry you, I hope to keep this secret. You said that you can protect him from walking in Beijing for the rest of his life, right? Chi Yen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the little guy would also bargain. He asked this question, thinking that the child might be Shi Yuchul's, and he felt a little unhappy. Since it's not, forget it. She has promised to marry him, and that's enough. He didn't say anything anymore until the car stopped at the gate of the school. When Kololo got out of the car, he lowered the window and asked, "What time do you finish class?" He behaved very calmly, as if the conversation just now had not happened. Kololo stood a little far away and answered in a low voice, 5 o'clock. Call me after class. After saying that, he went up to the window of the car, and the car was gone. When the car drove far away, Qiao Luoluo walked into the school. When I think of what has just happened, my mind is still in a mess. After finding the right classroom, she sat down in the last row. When the end class bell rang, her mobile phone also lit up, and the name displayed on it was Qiyao. Her heart beat half a beat, and she immediately stood up and walked out. She only looked at her mobile phone and didn't notice that someone was walking towards her. Her shoulder was hit hard, her figure shook, and the mobile phone in her hand also flew out weakly and fell to the ground fiercely. She bent down to pick up her mobile phone regardless of the pain, but an impatient question came from above her head. Are you blind? Don't you look at the road when you walk? Cho Lolo looked up and saw Zhuang Mengfei. She knew that Zhuang Mengfei bumped into it on purpose. After all, this is not the first time. Cho Lolo took a look at her, bent down to pick up the mobile phone on the ground, and put it in his pocket without looking at it. She lifted her feet and left. Zhuang Mengfei, who was ignored, was a little unhappy and grabbed her shoulder. Carolo, won't you apologize for bumping into someone? Kololo gritted his teeth and paused for a moment. I'm sorry. She doesn't want to cause trouble. The dealer has invested a lot of money in the school. Usually, the tutor has to smile when he sees Zhuang Mengfei. If Zhuang Mengfei is offended at this time, it will be a question whether she can graduate smoothly. Hearing her apologize so cheerfully, Zhuang Mengfei became more and more unhappy. After she apologized, she had no reason to trouble her. I know that I'm sorry all day long. What's the use of anything? Zhuang Mengfei frowned and was very upset. Seeing her innocent and harmless appearance, I was even more angry. Kololo whispered again, I didn't mean it. When she gets used to many things, she begins to become numb. Apologizing will not make her less meat. Many students around look here and are used to the behavior between the two. Zhuang Mengfei frowned and couldn't figure out why Ti Yuchuo had been so good to Qiao Luoluo over the years. Obviously, she had no self-esteem, backbone and background, but was it just because she could pretend to be pitiful? Zhuang Mengfei suppressed his anger. Cho Lolo, you'd better not let me catch the handle. There were more and more people passing by the door. After saying this, Zhuang Mengfei left surrounded by other classmates. Kololo stood where he was and breathed a long sigh of relief. When she was about to take out her mobile phone, she felt someone staring at her. She looked up and saw Chi Yuchuo standing at the front door of the classroom at some point, staring at this side. He should have seen everything just now. But he didn't come. Cho Lolo looked at him and remembered a lot of things before. From the day Zhuang Mengfei fell in love with Si Yuchuo, her nightmare began. Chapter 7. Are you close to my uncle recently? Zhuang Mengfei often finds excuses to target her because of her money and power. At first, she thought that Shi Yuchu would be on her side and had a hard time with Zhuang Mengfei once or twice, but the end was not very good. She was sad for a long time and helped Qi Yuchuo find a reason. Qi Yuchuo's situation in the Qi family was not much better than hers. Although he is also a young master born with a golden spoon, the person in power of the Qi family is now Qi Yang. Because Qi Lin doesn't get along with Qi Yuan on the day Qi Yin came to power, he was assigned to the branch as a manager without real power. Qi Yuchuo, as Qi Lin's son, wanted to enter the power center after graduation. Now, he could only be careful step by step to create an excellent and non-cause personality, so as to avoid being caught by Qi Yang. Kololo withdrew her gaze silently and looked down at her mobile phone. The screen has gone black. Chi Yun may be angry if she can't get through to her. She has to call back quickly. When she walked out, Chi Yuchul called her. Kololo. She paused for a moment and continued to walk out. Chi Yuchul strode up and grabbed her arm. Lolo. Kololo shook off his hand and took a step back, with dark pupils. What's the matter? Chi Yuchul stared at her and suddenly felt that she was very strange in front of her. She has never looked at him with such indifferent eyes. But he still looked down at her and pretended to care about her naturally. Did I hurt you just now? Cho Lolo endured a nausea and frowned. No, she was really blinded by lard before, and she couldn't see through this poor acting skills. Chi Yuchul confirmed that she was not injured and withdrew her gaze. The situation just now, it's not easy for me to come forward. You know her character will make a big deal out of it. He is still looking for reasons. In the past, Carolo would have believed it. But now she has nothing to do in her heart. She lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, I still have something to do. I have to go first. She was thinking about what Chi Ye would do when she was angry. Should we take out her unmarried pregnancy, or go directly to the school to scold her? Naturally, Chi Yuchu didn't want to let her go and stood in front of her. Lolo, I have something to ask you. Cho Lolo looked up with calm eyes. You can ask. Don't bother her again after asking. Chi Yuchu ignored the indifference in her eyes and lowered her voice. Have you been walking very close to my uncle recently? Without waiting for Cho Lolo to answer, he added another sentence. I'm not saying what's wrong with you. I just think that uncle has come back too diligently in the past 2 days, and there's something wrong with his way of looking at you. He is a man. He knows the way men look at their prey, just like Chi Yen did at the dinner table today. Xiao Luoluo didn't want to listen to him analyze Chi Ye's eyes here. She lowered her eyes and was distracted. Chi Yuchul looked down at her again, thinking that he suddenly said this and scared her. Luoluo, I know that your mother used to have a good relationship with his mother, and you also knew each other when you were young, but now it's different from the past. Chi Yuchul, I really want to leave. Kololo lost her patience and was about to leave. Chi Yu didn't finish his words at the beginning. He was angered by her behavior. He remembered the strange interaction between the two at the dinner table today, and the anger in his heart also exploded. Cho Lolo, can you listen to me? Xiao Luoluo looked up. You want to say that Chi Ye doesn't like my identity. I shouldn't be delusional about it, because Chi Ye is not a prince, and I'm not Cinderella. Kololo, would you like to hear what you are saying? Chi Yuchul looked angry in surprise, as if he had been misunderstood. He completely forgot who said that day that there was no prince in the Chi family who fell in love with Cinderella. Cho Lolo didn't want to expose it, but he kept pretending to be stupid like this, which bored her. I heard what you said on the phone on the night of your father's birthday a month ago. Her straight eyes, like a slap in the face, hit Chi Yuchul's face. Chi Yuchul was stunned for a moment. A month ago? Some pictures gradually came to mind. That night, Zhuang Mengfei drank too much and went crazy. He called him and asked him what his relationship was with Kololo. His father kept asking him to coax Zhuang Mengfei. In the future, the two families may marry. He said those words in order to calm Zhuang Mengfei's suspicion. But even so, he didn't feel how guilty he was. He didn't regard her as his girlfriend, but he really regarded her as his sister. It's not fake to take care of her for so many years. So what? From now on, you will draw a clear line with me, right? We have been together for so many years, and it's worthless in your eyes, isn't it? His upright appearance shocked Kololo. After a moment of silence, Xiao Luoluo said, Chi Yuchul, you know why I want to draw a clear line with you. It was not those words that made her heart dead, but his pretending not to know for so many years. Obviously, he saw her struggle and her love, but he still chose to ignore it. Under the banner of a friend, he did not take the initiative or refuse. And played with her like a fool. She looked at Chi Yuchul's face and felt as if she had never really known him. Chi Yuchul frowned and looked down at her condescendingly. Even so, you shouldn't use my uncle to disgust me. He was sure that Xiao Luoluo and Shi Ying were so close to make him angry. Xiao Luoluo didn't want to explain the matter between herself and Qi Ying to him. What I do has nothing to do with you. Her attitude of rejecting people thousands of miles away completely annoyed Qi Yuchul. Okay, very good. You said this yourself. It's my self-indulgence. It has nothing to do with me in the future. Saying this sentence, Qi Yuchul strode away. After Jololo waited for him to walk for a while, he raised his feet and walked out of the school gate. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, Qi Ye called again. Kololo took his mobile phone in his hand and didn't dare to answer his phone for fear that he would lose his temper. But when she raised her head, a look fell on her, and she looked at the tall figure standing in the sun not far away. Sudden stop breathing. Looking at each other, Qi Ye hung up his mobile phone and stood still. His heavy eyes swallowed her like a tide. Kololo's brain went blank for a moment, knowing that she had been caught in the act and could not run away. She walked to him with difficulty, and her eyelashes were trembling. Chi Yun didn't say anything, and the strong aura pressured her more and more afraid to look up. The driver opened the door, and Chi Yun only said, "Get in the car." Carolo sat in the car under his gaze, so nervous that her chest didn't dare to rise and fall. The air pressure in the carriage was very low, and Xiao Luoluo's heart was pounding, and he said with difficulty, "You don't have to pick me up." Chi Yun looked back at her and opened his thin lips. Chapter 8 Tire Protection. There was nothing wrong with the class in the afternoon, right? His gloomy eyes seemed to be able to see through her soul, which made her feel a sense of panic. No, she curled up her hands on her knees and was pinched by herself with countless red marks. Chi Ye's eyes fell on her hand, and her eyes sank again. "Really not?" he asked like this, which gave Kololo the illusion that he knew everything she had just experienced. But it's impossible for him to know. There really is no. Kololo gritted his teeth and denied it. He didn't think he should tell him everything, and tell him that nothing would change. Chi Yun didn't ask any more questions, but let the driver drive. The driver drove straight to the private hospital under Chi's name. Xiao Luoluo got out of the car and understood why Chi Yan came to pick her up. She followed Chi Yan into the hospital all the way to the VIP ward. Chi Yan found the most authoritative obstetrician to give her a detailed obstetric examination. While waiting for the results of the examination, Chi Yan said, "Xiao Luoluo, there are some things that I don't do for you any good for you." He felt that she didn't know how ugly her face was when she came out just now, and it must be a lie to say that she didn't encounter anything. Kololo's heart was pounding when he heard it, and he just wanted to find a crack in his eyes. Once you miss the best time to confess, some things will turn into a lie that jumps over the wall again. If she tells him now that the child is really his, he may not believe it. She pursed her lips and planned to keep her mouth shut until the day she left the Chi family. "I know." She lowered her head. Chi Yun looked at her calf exposed outside the half-skirt, which were so thin and pitiful, not as thick as his wrist. One hand is just right to pinch. While waiting for the examination results, Chi Yun received a call from Wenyi asking him to have a drink in the evening. Chi Yun said he was very busy. Wenyi said, "Is Chi so busy these 2 days? I'm so busy that it's more difficult to make an appointment with you than to go to heaven. Is there any big project again?" Chi Yun whispered, "Well, it's a big project, I can't take it off." "What project do you want me to touch?" "You should not be able to get involved in this project." Wenyi was shocked. "What project can't I get involved in?" Chi Yun looked back at Xiaoluo, who was sitting on the sofa, and whispered, "I'm going to be a father." He hung up the phone mercilessly and called again after a few seconds. Wenyi said calmly, "Over there, Chi Yun, someone just answered the phone pretending to be you. Do you want me to check it for you?" The sound is exactly the same. Chi Ye's voice is low. "Remember to wrap 2 big red envelopes, one for the wedding, and one for the full moon wine." Wenyi hung up again and didn't call again. The corners of Chi Ye's mouth were curved, and he was in a happy mood. At this time, the examination results came out, and the doctor entered the ward with the report form. "Miss Qiao, the inspection results are out." His expression with deep meaning suddenly made Xiao Luoluo nervous, and his foggy eyes subconsciously looked at Chi Yun. After all, this was his cub. Chi Yun was pleased with her help-like look and asked calmly, "Is there any problem?" The doctor paused for a moment. There was no big problem, but the progesterone level was low. Kololo's eyes widened. The doctor smiled and said, "This situation is very common. You don't have to be nervous. I'll prescribe some prenatal medicine for you. You should pay attention to rest and supplement nutrition recently. Just come back for examination after a while." Kololo gasped and whispered, "Thank you, doctor." After the doctor left, the nurse brought the prescribed medicine, carefully instructed Kololo how to use the drug, and then pointed to the needle inside and said, "This is an injection to protect the fetus. You just need to get an injection after dinner every day." Kololo was a little uneasy when he heard that he was going to get an injection. "Do I play by myself?" The nurse felt the pressure from Chi Yun and said patiently, "You need to inject it into the lower abdomen. If you can't do it yourself, you can also ask your husband for help. It won't hurt." The word "your husband" makes Kololo's scalp tingle. The corners of Chi Ya's mouth rose slightly, feeling that the hospital had come to the right place today. Because of the unhappiness, she didn't answer the phone just now. She had completely forgotten. When he left the hospital, it was pouring rain outside. Xiao Luoluo thought that Chi Yi would send him back to Chi's house, but unexpectedly, the car drove into the underground garage of a high-end community along a strange street. Chi Yi got out of the car first. Xiao Luoluo watched the driver open the door for him, but he didn't want to get off. Until Chi Yi looked down at her from the open car door. "Get out of the car." Kololo's eyelashes trembled. "Where is this?" "My home." Chi Yi paused for a moment. Or went around the rear of the car to her side, and her eyes fell on her. It was raining too much now, and the Pangshan road must be congested. "I will send you back when the rain stops." His family? Cho Lolo didn't dare to go, at least before marriage. Shi Yeon saw that she was sitting still, his eyebrows were slightly pressed down, put one hand on the roof of the car, and leaned slightly. "It seems that you still want me to hold you down. Kololo is a spirit. The two are not close couples." Why does he always say such ambiguous words to her, as if he is testing her bottom line? She hurriedly stretched out a leg, and I went down by myself. Seeing that he didn't move in front of her, she bit her lower lip again. Please give way. Chi Yun stared at one of her legs that fell to the ground, which was so white that there was a faint pink smell in her joints. He took a small step back, leaving very little space. When Kololo stood up, the tip of his nose almost pressed against his chest. He narrowed his eyes. The two entered the elevator, one after another. The elevator stopped on the first floor. When they opened the door, it was a large living room. The decoration style is light, luxurious and simple, which is the same as Chi Yun's cold personality. He took the lead in going out, unbuttoning the cufflinks of his shirt as he walked. What would you like to drink? Kololo was so reserved that he always felt that the house was full of his breath, and he felt like he had mistakenly entered the territory of a beast. I don't need it. Anyway, she will leave when the rain stops. Chi Yun didn't ask any more. He unbuttoned the cufflinks and went to the bedroom. You can sit down, and I'll change my clothes. Cho Lolo walked to the huge grey sofa and chose a side seat to sit down. He sat so upright that he didn't dare to lean back. Within a few minutes, Chi Yun changed his clothes and came out. He went to the sofa next to Jololo and sat down. A light-colored home clothes made his whole body more noble and unattainable. He handed over a bottle of mineral water. What do you want to eat? Kololo took the bottle of mineral water and held it tightly in his hand, noticing that his eyes fell on him without scruples. She had an inexplicable feeling that he would never send her back tonight. Chapter 9. Lift up the clothes. Chi Yun didn't know what Xiao Luoluo was thinking. He leaned on the sofa and asked casually, what do you want to eat? Xiao Luoluo wanted to say that he would not eat, but he remembered that he was sent to the hospital by Tia last time because he didn't eat on time, so he had to change his words and say, I can do it. I don't pick it. She speaks in a small and soft voice, which always gives people the feeling of bullying. Chi Yun took out his mobile phone and called his assistant Liang Xiao, asking him to pack some food and send it to him. He didn't hire a servant at home because he didn't like outsiders to sway in front of him. He rarely eats at home, and the knives in the kitchen were not open. The house is very beautiful and deserted. Jo Lolo sat on the sofa and didn't know whether the living room was too big or the air conditioner was too low. She got goosebumps in the cold. Chi Yun seemed to see her embarrassment and went to take a small blanket and hand it to her. As soon as she took the blanket, Chi Yun's mobile phone rang. When he answered the phone, he walked a little far, giving Kololo some breathing room. The phone call came from Wang Ye. Chi Yun, I still haven't gone what your previous phone call meant. Did you drink behind my back? Chi Yun said patiently, I didn't drink too much, and you heard it right. I'm getting married. With whom? Kololo. Wen Yela felt like a dream. He picked up his mobile phone and looked at it again and again to confirm that he had not dialed the wrong number. It's Wenyi, the hot one who fought with your nephew. Chi Ye's eyebrows jumped when he heard it, and his tone changed. If you don't want your tongue, I'll cut it for you. Wenyi suddenly felt a little pain in his tongue and touched his lips. Damn it. Chi Yun had an impulse to pull out his tongue, tit a knot and then stuff it into his stomach. It was inconvenient to talk, so he hung up. Wenyi rushed to ask, why is it inconvenient? What are you doing? She is at my house now. When Chi Yun hung up his mobile phone, the doorbell also rang. Xiao Luoluo went over to open the door when he saw that he was on the phone. A strange man stood at the door with something, and a black suit looked meticulous. When he saw Kololo, he immediately nodded politely and said, hello, Miss Zhou. Kololo didn't know him, but he seemed to know himself and stammered, you, hello. The man at the door smiled slightly and introduced himself. My name is Liang Xiao, and I am Mr. Chi's assistant. You can call me Xiao Liang. Liang Xiao knew that Xiao Luoluo didn't know him, but he looked at Xiao Luo. Luo felt very kind, because during the 8 years when Xi Yun stayed abroad, he regularly reported Xiao Luoluo's situation to Xi Yun. And with his excellent intelligence collection ability, he also successfully went from a small employee to the current position of assistant to the president. At this time, Chi Ye's voice came from the door. What are you doing standing at the door? Xiao Luoluo gave way. Liang Xiao walked to the marble table with a signature professional smile and took the food out of the insulated bag one by one. Chi Yun pulled away the heavy chair and looked back at Xiao Luoluo. Come here. Xiao Luoluo went to him and sat down. He looked at Liang Xiao, hoping that he would not leave. Even if he didn't know him, as long as he didn't let her and Chi Yun eat alone. I just don't know why. She felt that after she looked at Liang Xiao's movements accelerated. After putting down her chopsticks, she said, Mr. Qi, Miss Qiao, eat slowly. I have something to do and I'll go first. He, who is the best at discerning words, can feel Korolo's appeal, but he can also feel the death gaze cast by Qi Yun. He still wants to live 2 more years. As soon as Liang Xiao left, Xiao Luoluo became nervous again. Chi Yun sat beside him, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Cho Lolo was afraid that he would suddenly pick up food for himself, but luckily, Chi Yun didn't do this, and he ate faster than her. After dinner, he got up to make a phone call, leaving her alone. Then she took the meat in front of her and chewed it in small mouthfuls. After she finished eating, Qi Yang also called back. Looking at the table, she had put everything in the bag and stood at the table and waited for him. He is so good. Qi Yan was silent for a moment and walked to the door with the bag. After sitting on the sofa, Kololo saw his school bag beside him and remembered that the doctor said that he would inject birth protectors after meals. Before Qi Yan came back, she tore open the packaging of the syringe. The slender needle made her heart tighten, and a calm sound of footsteps suddenly came from her ear. She looked up and saw that Qi Yan had come back and stood in front of her and looked down at her. Qi Yan's eyes were a little deep, and suddenly he said, "Lift up your clothes." Cho Lolo's heart jumped so hard that he almost suffocated. His eyes were so aggressive that they fell on her body, which made her think of that night. He pressed her on the bed and bit the button of her underwear with his mouth. Her face instantly seemed to be close to the charcoal basin, burning. Qi Yan didn't seem to notice her change, but bent down and took the syringe from her hand in a low voice. "Don't you want to get an injection? Can you do it yourself?" His appearance holding the syringe is so elegant, noble and cold. Kololo's brain went blank for another moment. She looked at Qi Yan's unfathomable eyes, with the illusion that he was deliberately flirting with her. But it's impossible. Qi Yan doesn't need to flirt with her. He will never be interested in a little girl like her. She took a deep breath. "I can do it myself." Qi Yan narrowed his eyes and suddenly reached out to pull her up from the sofa, almost close to her ear, and his breathing was burning. "Are you sure? This is crooked, but it will cause a big problem." Cho Lolo's whole body was stiff, and a series of serious consequences emerged in her mind. Finally, she shrank her neck to avoid his breathing. "Well, that's all right." Hearing the words, Qi Yan let go of her hand and sat on the sofa. Kololo stood in front of him. Because of his figure, he was not much shorter than her. His eyes were sincere and calm, without any gentleness. This made Kololo feel that he thought too much. He just wanted to help. She pinched the edge of the t-shirt with her white fingers and slowly pulled up the clothes and exposed them. Qi Yan's expression did not change at all, but his thighs hidden under his casual trousers suddenly tightened. He said, "Pull it up a little." Kololo's hands froze, thinking about how high he should pull it. Qi Yan seemed to have no patience. He suddenly raised his hand to hold her hand holding the clothes and raised it up. Chapter 10. Will I force you to take it? Cho Lolo could feel that the heat he exhaled was all attached to her exposed waist and abdomen, which was itchy and hot. She trembled subconsciously and wanted to hide back. His hand was very tight, holding her tightly, and even pulling her forward. He looked up at her, and his voice was very calm. "What are you hiding from? If you don't pull it up a little higher, what if it's crooked?" Cho Lolo was speechless when asked, staring at his deep eyes with wide eyes. Obviously, it was just a piece of exposure, but I don't know why there was a sense of shame in front of him. She bit her lip and stopped struggling. Qi Yan lowered his head, let go of his hand, and said in a low voice, "Hold your clothes." Cho Lolo stopped for a moment, but he still did it obediently. Qi Yan pumped the medicine into the syringe and turned his face away. It wouldn't hurt if he didn't look at it. Kololo turned his face aside, but his senses were focused on his movements. Yu Guang caught a glimpse of his hand raised, and a cold came. Qi Yan first disinfected the skin next to her navel with a disinfectant swab, then pinched the piece of soft flesh and stabbed it in. Hearing her hiss in pain, he comforted her, "It will be fine soon." At this time, the rain outside the window was getting heavier and heavier, making a crackling sound on the floor-to-ceiling window. "I don't know when it will stop." When Xiao Luoluo looked out of the window in a daze, Qi Yan had pulled out the needle. "Okay." She didn't dare to look down in front of him and put down her clothes quickly. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, the mobile phone on the sofa suddenly rang, which scared her. She looked down and saw that it was Su-won who called. Maybe she asked her why she didn't go home yet, because she rarely didn't go home so late. Sometimes, even if she was delayed outside, she would call Su-won back and talk to her. She looked down at Chi-young, who was looking at her mobile phone with an indifferent expression. She didn't reach for her mobile phone and let it shake anxiously on the sofa. The relationship between the two has not been broken to her family. In front of him, she doesn't know how to explain to Su-won. Anyway, he will send her back when the rain stops. Just as she was thinking about how to explain to Su-won when she went back, Chi-young looked up at her. To answer the phone. Xiao Luoluo was stunned for a moment and explained, "Aunt Su may be urging me to go home." Chi-young looked calm and told her that you won't go home today. Cho Lolo's eyes widened in shock. Chi-young looked up at her and explained patiently, "It's raining so hard outside that it's hard to walk. If you don't answer the phone, she will be worried." He didn't say he asked her to stay, but what he meant was that she couldn't leave. Cho Lolo's heart tightened again. After thinking for a moment, she said, "It doesn't matter, I can take a taxi." She didn't want to stay here so vaguely, let alone something happen to him. After all, this marriage was originally a deal. He didn't say anything, but just looked at her quietly with deep eyes. This kind of silence always makes Kololo feel panic, as if his thoughts are all at a glance by him. After a stalemate for a long time, Shi Yan said, "What on earth are you afraid of? Is it possible that I will take advantage of the danger to force you?" His bluntness made Kololo speechless for a moment. She did think so. She was embarrassed and at a loss when she was broken by him. Just as she almost bit her lower lip, Shi Yan spoke again. This time he stood up, looking up and looking down, and a great sense of oppression enveloped Kololo. He said, "Don't you just think that your reputation is not good? I will send you back in person tomorrow and tell them about it." Kololo staggered for a long time, and finally picked up the mobile phone and pressed the answer button. Sorwa's voice suddenly rushed over. "Lolo, why haven't you come back yet? Is it too heavy to take a taxi? You wait at school, and I'll ask the driver to pick you up." Cho Lolo is holding her mobile phone. "Aunt Su, I'm not at school." "Then where are you?" Xiao Luoluo looked at the kitchen, and Qi Yin was throwing the syringe into the trash can. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm at a friend's house. It's raining so heavy that I won't go back tonight." She said after a while, "Well, then pay attention to safety and call your aunt if you have anything." Cho Lolo doesn't have any friends, and it's the first time to stay at the so-called friend's house, but Sorwan is not easy to ask. After all, she is an adult, and even if she has a boyfriend, it is normal. After the phone was hung up, Cho Lolo was just relieved and felt a heavy gaze falling on him. She looked up and saw that Chi Yu, who came out of the kitchen, was standing not far away and looking at her. At the thought of staying here tonight, Korolo's mood began to become delicate again. Chi Yen kept seeing that her face was getting hot, and then he opened his mouth and said, "You sleep in the guest room tonight." Cho Lolo's mood is like a roller coaster. Good, good. The two walked into the guest bedroom one by one. Chi Yen stretched out his hand and turned on the light at the door. Xiao Luoluo looked at the bed in front of him and was stunned. The bed is nothing, but the bedding is very girlish pink, which is not like Chi Ye's style. She looked back and peeked at Ji Yen. Chi Yen didn't mean to explain, but said, "You rest first." "Okay." Kololo entered the door with her bag. Chi Yen glanced at her and turned away. After taking a shower, Kololo found that she didn't have pajamas. She wanted to sleep in the daytime clothes, but found a white shirt on the crossbar in the bathroom. "It looks like Chi Ye's. Maybe he put it here by the way." She took a look. The clothes were clean and smelled like a faint smell of laundry detergent. She would rather sleep in this shirt than the clothes full of disinfectant. Anyway, Ti Yang won't see it either. When she wears it, she will take it back to help him wash it. She put on her shirt. The clothes are very long and covered under the buttocks, which just eliminates the step of wearing trousers. It rained outside the window for most of the night, accompanied by lightning and thunder. After falling asleep, Kololo accidentally kicked off the quilt and exposed his thighs. As a result, she was woken up by a mosquito bite in the middle of the night. The mosquitoes, which had been buzzing before, seemed to be invisible the moment she turned on the light, and could not be found. She sat up and turned on the light. She found that several bags had been bitten on her legs, which was very itchy. She was originally a mosquito inviting constitution. She can't sleep without mosquito repellent in summer. Today, she came in a hurry, and she forgot about it. However, even if she thought about it, she was embarrassed to let a person like him buy her mosquito repellent. She couldn't sleep, so she lifted the quilt and got out of bed and walked out. As soon as she took a few steps forward, she froze in place. There is only a small floor lamp on in the living room, and the floor-to-ceiling window on almost one wall reflects the neon lights outside, making everything in front of us clear. Chi Yun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in a bathrobe, pinching a little scarlet with his fingertips. In the rising smoke, his back inexplicably showed a little loneliness. Kololo didn't want to be found out by him, so he turned around and wanted to go back. But Chi Yen seemed to notice her appearance and turned slightly sideways to look at her. "Why did you get up?" His eyes fell on her. The wide white shirt contrasts with her soft and thin figure, and the exposed legs are well proportioned and slender. In the innocent smoke, he narrowed his eyes. Kololo felt the deep gaze he cast and took a step back. I want to drink water." Chi Yun didn't say anything. She put out the cigarette butt and poured her a glass of water. Kololo took it and said thank you, and was about to leave with the cup. Chi Yun saw her turn around, looked down, moved to her lap, and suddenly said, "Stop." Chapter 11. Go to my room with a pillow in your arms. Kololo froze and turned around, explaining to him subconsciously. "Sorry, I just saw that this shirt was in the bathroom, so I took it and put it on. I'll take it back to wash it tomorrow and return it to you." Chi Yun was speechless for a moment. He was so stingy in her eyes that he couldn't bear such a shabby dress. "Who said the shirt?" He took a step forward and approached her. "What's wrong with your leg?" Even if the lights are not turned on in the living room, he looks really. There are several red spots on her legs, which were not there before. Chi Yun frowned and stepped aside to turn on the headlights. Under the bright light, those plaques hit his eyes more clearly. Her complexion is already white, and the red patches are clearer in the light, which has a shocking feeling. He frowned fiercely. Seeing that he misunderstood, Carolo quickly explained, "It's just a mosquito bite. I'm a little allergic, and it will become this kind of red spot. Ordinary people just leave a small lump, which will disappear in a moment. There will be red spots on her legs, and it will take a long time to dissipate." Chi Ye's face changed. He thought he knew everything and everything was well done, but he didn't know about it. "You go and sit on the sofa," he ordered. Seeing his obviously unhappy look, Carolo did not say no. He obediently walked to the sofa with a glass of water and sat down. Chi Yun stepped aside and called Liang Xiao. "Go and buy some mosquito bite ointment, the kind of allergy." Even though it's 2 a.m., Liang Xiao dares not complain, because he heard the murderous intent in Chi Ye's tone. Chi Yun has never been bitten by mosquitoes, and there is no such as allergy, so it can only be the little ancestor in the family. And he didn't know about it, so naturally, he couldn't tell Chi Yun. There was a mistake in his intelligence network. "Okay, Mr. Chi, I'll buy it right away. I'll be there in half an hour." As soon as the phone hung up, Liang Xiao's face collapsed. Chi Yun looked back at Xiao Luoluo on the sofa, suppressing his anger. "Does it hurt?" Chou Lolo shook her head. "It doesn't hurt, it's just a little itchy." Chi Yun searched with his mobile phone, then went to the kitchen to get ice cubes, wrapped in a towel, and walked to her. She sat very reservedly, with her two thin white legs tightly together and curled in front of the sofa. Chi Yun said, "Stick out your legs." Kololo looked at the towel in his hand and didn't know what he was going to do. Chi Yun suddenly knelt on one knee in front of her and reached out to fish her leg. "There is no medicine at home. I asked Liang Xia to buy the medicine and send it to you. Now apply ice cubes to you, and it won't itch." Chou Lolo was shocked by his action and quickly said, You don't have to do this, I'll do it myself." She stretched out her hand to take the towel in his hand, but Chi Yun whispered, "It's not easy to wipe yourself." His hand had touched the bend of her calf, and with a light force, he fished out her leg and put it on his thigh. Her feet are very small, shining like jade in the light. Before she could react, he put the towel where she was bitten by the mosquito. Feeling that she wanted to retract her legs, his hand used a little force to hold her slender ankle as expected and hold it hard. "Don't move." Xiao Luoluo's whole body was stiff, and she looked down at the bridge of his handsome nose. His palm was hot, which reminded her of that night again. She struggled like this when her thigh was held down by him, but it didn't help. Chi Yun didn't notice her abnormality. He just felt that she was really tender, and her fingers almost sank into her soft and greasy skin. His eyes sank and he changed the towel. Kololo felt that after a century, the doorbell finally rang. Chi Yun went to open the door and didn't let Liang Xiao in. He just took a deep look at him when he took the medicine. Liang Xiao lowered his head and said respectfully, "Sorry, Mr. T, let's go back." Chi Yun closed the door. He took the medicine and walked to Kololo, tore open the package of the ointment, and helped her wipe the medicine. This time, Kololo refused to say anything. She stood up and stretched out her hand to him. I'll apply it myself." Chi Yun saw that she was so nervous that she was about to vomit, so he handed over the ointment. Xiao Luoluo was about to go back to her room with the ointment. Chi Yun said, "Hold your pillow and quilt and go to my room to sleep." Chou Lolo froze again and stood still and didn't dare to move. Chi Ye's eyes fell on her thin back, and the red spots on her legs were particularly dazzling, which was worrying. He asked in a low voice, "Do you want to go back and be bitten by mosquitoes and can't sleep? Aren't you afraid that you will be misunderstood when you go back with 2 dark circles under your eyes tomorrow?" He clearly knew what she was afraid of, and every question was hit with one hit. Kololo froze in place and hesitated. "Go get the pillow and quilt." Chi Yun didn't give her any more time to refuse, which was almost an order. Chou Lolo didn't dare to come against him, and his status was not allowed. She went to the room to get a pillow, followed him step by step, and came to his room. Chi Yun picked up the original pillows and quilts on the bed and walked out the door. Kololo subconsciously asked, "Where do you sleep?" This is his room. It doesn't seem good for him to sleep outside, or she can sleep on the sofa. Chi Yun stood at the door and turned around, and his deep eyes cast on him. "I'm next door." He paused for a moment, "Or do you want me to stay?" Chou Lolo was very upset that he shouldn't have said this too much. This time, she was sure that Chia's words were in a mocking tone. She lowered her eyes, "Good night." How dare she sleep in the same room with him again? Who can tell for sure what happened at night? After all, he is a person with a criminal record. Chi Yun didn't say anything more and pushed the door away. Kololo lay on the bed and smelled the smell on the sheets, which was the faint woody aroma on Chia's body. She felt like she was lying in his arms, and her whole body was very tight. Even if there were no mosquitoes in this room, Kololo fell asleep very late. Early the next morning, she woke up from a dream of almost being bitten to death by a mosquito. She walked into the bathroom and saw new toothbrushes, combs and towels on the table, as well as a set of women's clothes. Careful and thoughtful, Chou Lolo looked at herself in the mirror, and it was difficult to connect the Chi Ye at present with the inhumane demon in the impression. After washing, she got dressed and went out. Chi Yo sat at the dining table, looked at her, and came to eat. Cho Lolo walked over and sat down. Looking at the various breakfasts, he was a little confused. Is his breakfast so rich? Chi Yo didn't mean to explain. He ate fried eggs while watching the financial news. Cho Lolo chose her favorite fried eggs and noodles to eat, and Chi Yin pushed a sandwich in front of her. Eat a little. You may not be able to eat at noon. What? Chapter 12. I have to be her in my life. After breakfast, the two took a bus back to Chi's house together. On the way, Xiao Luoluo figured out the meaning of Chi Ye's words just now, because the two were going home today to tell their families about their marriage. And this matter will definitely cause a stir in the Chi family. It's normal not to have lunch at noon. Her heart accelerated uncontrollably again. So Won likes her, but Mr. Chi doesn't. Mr. Chi has not talked to Xiao Luoluo for 10 years. It seems that he didn't drive So Won away just to make her happy. I don't know what kind of reaction he would be if he knew that Kololo was going to become his little daughter-in-law. The more Cho Luoluo thought about it, the more uneasy he became, and his face turned pale when he got out of the car. Chi Yeon thought she was motion sickness and stretched out his hand to her. Hold on to me. Before Xiao Luoluo could speak, So Won came out of the yard and greeted the two. Lolo. She first looked at Kololo to confirm that she was intact, and then looked at her son, Chi Yeon. I thought you would come back a little later. I was going to call a car to pick you up. Fortunately, you met Chi Yeon and came back together. She obviously thought that the two of them just met on the road. Xiao Luoluo didn't know how to explain, and Chi Yeon was too lazy to explain. He asked, "Where is the old man?" So Won took Xiao Luoluo's hand. In the study, she got up early in the morning and said that she was in a panic. She was drinking tea. This is how it is when she is old. Xiao Luoluo subconsciously looked at Chi Yeon. Chi Yeon didn't respond to her look, but said, "Go in, I have something to tell you." Kololo held his breath. So Won was surprised and said, "What's the matter? Let you run so early in the morning?" Chi Yeon didn't answer and walked in front with his feet up. So Won grabbed Kololo's hand and exclaimed, "God, why is it so cold? Hurry up and add a piece of clothes to catch a cold." Cho Lolo followed her obediently, silent like a cicada. After Chi Yeon entered the door, he asked someone to call Mr. Chi down. "Why did you come back at this time?" Mr. Chi was a little surprised. Today is a working day, and Chi Yeon has never been lazy at work. He paused for a moment. Is there something wrong with the company? So Won immediately thought that Chi Ying came back for business, and quietly complained to Xiao Luoluo. If he had half of his work in his marriage, he wouldn't have asked you and Uncle Shi to worry about it. How dare Cho Lolo say anything? So Won saw that she didn't look very good. She thought she was not used to such an occasion. She immediately said, "Lolo, you wear so little that your face is cold and white. Let's go. Auntie will take you back to wear a dress." She stood up and looked down at Kololo. Unexpectedly, Cho Lolo, who has always been well behaved, did not respond to her, and her face turned pale again. So Won whispered to her again, "Lolo." Before Xiao Luoluo agreed, Shi Yan suddenly said, "She can't leave because what I'm going to say later is related to her." So Won was stunned and suddenly reacted. It's strange that the two entered the door together today, and Xiao Luoluo has always looked bad. Did Xiao Luoluo do something to make Chi Yo angry? Chi Yo wants to blame her. She subconsciously blocked Xiao Lolo with her body and looked at her son, Chi Yang. Did Luoluo do something to make you unhappy? She is young, don't argue with her. No matter what, Chi Yang's eyes went over So Won and fell vertically on Xiao Luoluo, feeling that her pale face sitting there made his heart empty. We plan to get a marriage certificate tomorrow. As for the wedding day, you can choose one. After his words landed, there was a dead silence in the hall. So Won and Mr. Chi's faces could not be described as shocked, and they couldn't move. Xiao Luoluo's eyes were covered with fog, and he didn't dare to look at anyone until Shi Yang said, "Xiao Luoluo, come here." She raised her head and looked at him across the fog. Chi Ye's eyes are as calm as water, but they contain strength. She got up and walked towards him. Chi Yun stood up and held her almost pinched blue and purple hand into the palm of his hand. So Won said, "Chi Yun, how can you? These two people have never met under everyone's eyes." Chi Yun interrupted her. "She had my child for a month." Mr. Chi suddenly got up, and his face turned blue with anger. Nonsense. He was obviously yelling at Chi Yo, but his eyes looked at Xiao Luoluo, and his eyes were gloomy. He raised her for the Xiao family for 10 years. Before that, the matter between her and Chi Yu Chuo was boiling. He just took it as if he didn't hear it, hoping that she could be self-aware. Unexpectedly, her target was Chi Yun. He really underestimated her. Cho Lolo felt his gaze and pulled over like a slap in the face. There was no blood on her face at all. Chi Yun leaned sideways slightly, blocked Mr. Chi's sight, and looked up at him. "I know what you are thinking, but this matter is not as dirty as you think. My relationship with her is earlier than you think." He almost forgot when it started. Maybe it's the smile in her high school graduation photo, or maybe it's her lying on the desk in a daze after being cold to Shiyucho. Anyway, she just came into his heart like that, and there was no reason to talk about. He asked himself that he was not a hairy boy. Although he had never been in love, he had met many types of women. But there is no woman like her. Every time she sees her, her heart is empty, like a piece of a puzzle missing. Mr. Chi obviously didn't believe Chiyo's words, and his chest fluctuated violently with anger. He pointed at Chiyo. I know you are dissatisfied with your mother and keep urging you to get married, but you don't have to fool us with her. Even if you make up your mind not to get married in your life, can I still force you to get married? Over the years, Qi Yang seems to be respectful to him, but Qi Qingchuan knows that Qi Yao complains about his father because of those things with Qi Ling when he was a child. In the face of his urging to get married, he used a kololo to dodge, probably deliberately angering him. He thought he had pinched Qi Ye's psychology, but he heard Qi Yang say, if I don't want to, no one can force me. In my life, I have to be kololo. This is a very heavy word and a very heavy vow. Mr. Qi and Su Wan were stunned on the spot. Kololo was also shocked. Unexpectedly, in order to get Qi Yuan a parent's recognition, she even dared to make up such lies, which broke the impression of being straightforward and domineering in her heart. Qi Yan. Mr. Qi didn't want to believe it and couldn't believe it. Although the father and son are estranged, Qi Yan is his most important son. If he dies in the future, the Qi family will still rely on Qi Ye to continue. Even if Qi Yin doesn't want to marry a noble woman from a rich family, he has to at least find a girl with a clean background to marry. Xiao Luoluo was fostered in the Qi family for 10 years. Previously, she and Qi Yuchuo were constantly gossiping. If the two really got married, not only Qi Yin, but also the whole Qi family would become a joke in Beijing. Just when the atmosphere was so deadlocked that it exploded at a touch, Qi Yan took out something from his clothes. After Chou Lolo saw clearly what he was holding, people were dumbfounded. Chapter 13. Do you have to be him? Carolo watched him unfold a folded piece of paper, which was the test sheet when she first went to the hospital for examination. This is her pregnancy test report. She thought she had been thrown away, but she didn't expect that he stayed quietly, probably for this moment. Su We's eyes widened and she came over to check at the first time. After seeing the result of the doctor's seal and certification, her expression became more solemn. Qi Yong was born when she was pregnant in October, and she knew very well how to be a person. If Qi Yong is dissatisfied with the urging of the two to get married, he will find someone to deal with it as before, or simply ignore it. He will not ask Xiao Luoluo to marry him to fool them as Mr. Qi said. The expression he just said was true. Su Wan walked to Mr. Ji's side and stroked his back with her hand. Don't be angry first. If you have something to say, sit down and talk slowly. You are angry with yourself and can't solve the problem. Mr. Qi sat down and took a sip of hot tea, took a breath, and then looked at Qi Yao again, but this time he was talking to Xiao Luoluo. You have to be him, too. Kololo didn't dare to look directly at him. After all, he is an elder and never likes her. She is much more afraid of him than Qi Yan. When Chou Lolo was silent, Su Wan came to her and looked at her gently. Lolo, don't be afraid. Even if the pregnancy is true, if you don't want to marry Qi Yong, we won't force you. This matter, I think. Kololo looked at her and plucked up his courage. Aunt Su, I already thought clearly that I wanted to marry him. Even if Qi Yin only uses her to deal with the urging of marriage, she has to give birth to this child, as if she repays Sue's kindness for raising her for 10 years. Sue's eyes are slightly red. Do you really like him? Kololo bit her lower lip. She can't say that she doesn't like it. She didn't dare to look at Qi Yao's expression and whispered, I like it. I've liked it for a long time. She without looking up, he didn't know that Qi Yao squinted his eyes. His expression was a little complicated, as if he was happy or unhappy. Nonsense. It's just nonsense. Mr. Qi roared, and he was so angry that his eyes turned black. Seeing that his body began to shake, Su Wan quickly dissuaded, Husband, why don't you go upstairs to rest first? I'll tell them about this. She was afraid that if she continued to say so, Qi Qingchuan would be angry. Hearing the words, Qi Qingchuan did not say anything, but looked at the silent Qi Yang. As a result, this glance made his whole body sweat. Qi Ye's eyes couldn't wait to be nailed to Xiao Luoluo, as if he had dealt with the matter. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak anymore. Su Wan hurried over and helped him. Master, you go upstairs to have a rest first. I'll tell them here. Don't worry, I'll figure things out. Qi Qingchuan staggered and didn't say a word. He was helped upstairs by the servant. The atmosphere in the hall was so serious that no one noticed that Jiling had been standing outside the door and saw everything he had just seen. Seeing that the old man had left, he turned around and left, with an unconcealed smile on his mouth. I thought Qi Ye was so indestructible that he was not a man in the end, but an ordinary man planted on the girl's film. As long as he married Xiao Luoluo, he would be separated from the old man. In the future, it would not be difficult for Qi Yu to enter the Qi family to decentralization. He was calculating, and when he looked up, he saw Chi Yuchu's figure rushing forward, and it was still in the direction of the small building of Kololo. He suddenly turned cold and shouted, "Chi Yuchu, stop for me." When Chi Yuchu heard his father's voice, he froze for a moment before walking slowly. "Dad, why are you here?" Chi Ling couldn't wait to slap him. "What did I tell you before? Don't let you get entangled with Jololo anymore. What is your identity, and what is her identity? Do you really want to be kicked out of the Chi family by your grandfather?" Chi Yuchu's face changed and he hurriedly denied it. "I don't have it." Chi Ling said angrily, "Forget about the past, it's just a rumor anyway. But from now on, you are not allowed to find her again, do you hear me? Dad." Chi Yuchu frowned and didn't know why Chi Ling suddenly became so angry. It was not the first time that he and Xiao Luoluo were close. Chi Ling was unhappy before, but he had never been like this. Chi Ling saw that he didn't know the truth and didn't plan to say it, lest he do something irrational and let Chi Ying and Xiao Luoluo get married. "Anyway, remember what I told you today and stay away from her in the future." After saying that, Chi Ling left angrily. Chi Yuchu stood still, but did not take his eccentricity to heart. Instead, he wanted to see Xiao Luoluo more and more. Since he quarreled with Kololo at school yesterday, he has been worried and always felt what was going to happen. Early this morning, he sent a message to Kololo to ask her if she had calmed down. As a result, a red exclamation mark stung his eyes red. Cho Lolo not only blocked his WeChat, but also deleted his mobile phone number, QQ friends, and even game friends. The connections between the two have been completely removed. He couldn't figure out why Cho Lolo suddenly refused like this. Even though she had made it clear, he still didn't believe it. She has liked him for so long. Is it really so easy to let go? At this time, in the hall, Saw Won called Chi Yun alone to speak. "Chi Yun, tell me the truth. Do you really like Lolo so much that you want to marry her?" Chi Yun didn't look at her, but turned his eyes to Cho Lolo, who looked like a quail. If he doesn't say anything, he just defaults. A trace of shock flashed in Saw We's eyes. She didn't notice what was under her eyes. One was her own son, and the other was her dearest little girl. She was shocked for a long time before she said, "In this case, I'll talk to the old man." Chi Yun hummed and was about to leave. Suwon grabbed his arm. "Chi Yun, you know this child her eyes are red. Don't wipe her face. I brought her back. I just don't want to see her be wronged. Even if you are my son, I want to say, if you dare to let her suffer a little injustice in the future, I will also settle the score with you." Chi Yun's expression was a little helpless. Suwon pretended to be fierce. "Did you hear that? Don't worry." Chi Yun took a deep look at her, and then walked to Xiao Luoluo. Cho Lolo couldn't hear what they were saying, and he didn't dare to peek. He was still worried that Suwon would not agree because of what had just happened. Chi Ying came to her and motioned her to get up and walk with him. Suwon followed Chi Yang. "Where did you take her?" Chi Yun said, "She still has classes in the afternoon." After a pause, he looked back at Suwon. "Do you think it's safe for her to stay?" The old man is still angry. If he vets his anger on her later, Shi Yongyang can't save the near fire. Suwon was clear and looked at Cho Lolo, who did not dare to look directly at her, and called her Lolo. Cho Lolo stiffened for a moment, shrugged his shoulders and bowed his head. "I'm sorry, Aunt Su." Whether Suwon blamed her or not, she felt sorry. Suwe's eyes are still red. "Silly child, don't be afraid. I will tell him that you are very good and don't feel sorry for anyone, you know?" Kololo bit her lip and didn't let the tears fall. After she followed Chi Yun out, she saw Chi Yuchou coming from the small building. His expression was very serious and he didn't seem to be very happy. Cho Lolo suddenly froze in place, hoping that he would not see himself, otherwise the scene might be more chaotic. At this time, Xi Yin suddenly shouted to her in a low voice, "Xiao Lolo." Chapter 14, Is it difficult or is it your unrecited love? Kololo's eyes widened slightly and her chest tightened. What would Chi Yuchu do if she saw that she was standing with Chi Yan now and rushed to trouble her? Even if Chi Yan has no feelings for her, he won't want to see his future wife arguing with his nephew. Just when Xiao Luoluo didn't dare to show his aura, Chi Yuchu's figure disappeared in front of him. He didn't look this way at all, and he didn't hear Chi Ye's voice. Seeing him leave, Kololo slowly spit out the tight gas in his chest. Before he could sink completely, he suddenly felt hot in his ears. It was Chi Ye who leaned towards her and breathed on her earlobe. "You are so nervous. What are you afraid of?" Cho Lolo's heart tightened. Of course, he didn't want to make trouble for himself. No, Chi Yan turned his face slightly and turned his eyes to the direction where Chi Yu had just left, and his eyes were very deep. After getting on the car, Chi Yan was very silent. He looked out of the window, and his sharp-side face gave people a cold sense of alienation. Kololo felt the anger constantly emanating from him, and huddled in the corner and did not dare to make a sound. She can't remember the relationship with Chi Ye when she was a child, but she remembers that after Chi Ye returned to China 2 years ago, it seemed that it was not easy to get along with. Although he only comes back once a month for a family banquet, he often looks like this at the dinner table, and his face suddenly becomes cold. When it's serious, it will leave directly. He is not close to people, and no one can guess what he is thinking. Even So Won often pulls Qiao Luoluo to complain, saying that Qi Yan hasn't had a girlfriend for so many years, maybe no one can stand his personality. Qiao Luoluo felt a little scared when he thought that he would live with Qi Yan for at least a year in the future. When the car stopped at the gate of Qi's group, Qiao Luoluo was still in a daze. After Qi Yan got out of the car, she reacted and got out of the car. I have a meeting. I'll take you to school later. He could have sent her to school directly, but he didn't do so and didn't have any explanation. This bone-eyed Kololo didn't dare to ask him. He nodded and agreed. Liang Xiao came out to greet him and muttered in Qi Yan's ear. Qi Yan took Qiao Luoluo into the elevator as usual. When the elevator door closed, many company employees looked this way. Qi Yan walked into the president's office with Qiao Luoluo, who looked like a small tail, and the man sitting on the sofa was smoking straight. Qi Yan glanced at him and put off the cigarette. Wen Yi quickly pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray, got up and fanned the smoke beside him again. He looked at Qiao Luoluo, who had an unnatural expression, and shook his hand. Haito Wen Yi is born with a big outer double nose bridge, wearing a casual shirt and dark trousers, and looks like a Hong Kong-style handsome man. Because he is too handsome, he also gives people the feeling that he is not very close. Qiao Luoluo didn't dare to make a sound, but only dared to nod slightly in response. Qi Yan entered the door and motioned Qiao Luoluo to sit down with his chin. Naturally, he asked, "Do you want to drink water or milk?" Qiao Luoluo sat down far away from Wen Yi and habitually refused. "No, I'm not thirsty." Qi Yan was silent for a moment, went to the table and made an inside line, asking the secretary to pour a glass of warm water and milk. After explaining, he looked at Wen Yi. "Why are you here?" Wen Yi had looked at Qiao Luoluo back and forth several times. At this time, his eyes fell on Qi Yan again, and his eyes lit up. "Single chat?" Qi Yan glanced at him and walked in front of him. After closing the door, Wen Yi handed him a cigarette and helped him sit in person. The blue windproof lighter burned the cigarette but scarlet. Wen Yi squinted his eyes. When did he get pregnant? Qi Yan spit out smoke a month ago. Wen Yi recalled for a moment and frowned. "It's your eldest brother's birthday, the day you went home and had a big fight with the old man. I remember that you were out of your mind after drinking, didn't you? Is this also okay?" Hearing the words, a sharp look flashed in Qi Yan's eyes, but it was also fleeting. He didn't know whether it was okay or not. Anyway, he vaguely remembered having a spring dream all night. When he got up in the morning, his muscles were sour, just like the real one. But Qiao Luoluo didn't have the courage to enter his room, let alone happen to him. He didn't say anything. When Yi said that he acquiesced, leaned closer and lowered his voice very low. "Then she and your nephew's rumors." Before he was speechless, Qi Yan raised his thin eyelids and looked at him. The chill in his eyes was like Mount Tai, which was suffocating. Wen Yi suddenly regretted it and took half a step back to make up for himself. "It must be all fake, or you hide it deeply. Speaking of which, I have long found that you were particularly interested in her. That night in the bar, you looked at her in the wrong way." Qi Yan said lightly, "Don't talk nonsense about these things in front of her. She is not stable now and can't stand these scares." Wen Yi's eyes widened. "You like her, why are you scared? It's at this point. Is it still your unrequited love?" Qi Yan frowned, and his eyes were irritable. Only then did Wen Yi understand that he was lying and said it. That night may have been an accident, but Qi Yan was playing for real, and Qiao Luoluo may not know about it. Qi Yan extinguished the cigarette butt on the trash can on one side and turned around to walk into the office. Wen Yi didn't dare to bother him anymore. "Then I'm leaving. I have a dinner with the dealer in the evening. Call me if you need anything." Qi Yan closed the door. When Qiao Luoluo saw him enter the door, he moved to the depths of the sofa again, looking respectful and distant. Qi Yan didn't walk over, but said, "I'm going to the meeting and I'll take you to school later." Kololo whispered, "You do your own business, don't worry about me." Qi Yan didn't say anything more, turned around and left. Korolo sat upright in the office at first, but then he was a little tired and leaned on the sofa to look at his mobile phone. An hour and a half has passed. She still has half an hour to go to class, but Qi Yan hasn't come back yet. She didn't dare to call to harass. She went out to look for Liang Xiao, so she sent a message to Qi Yan. "I'll take a taxi to school." He waited for a while before returning. "The driver is downstairs. You know the car. He will take you there." Qiao Luoluo got up and replied in seconds. "Okay." After going downstairs, she walked out of the company and saw the previous car parked at the door. When the driver saw her, he came down to open the door for her. As soon as she got on the bus, her mobile phone jingled again. Qi Yan sent a message again. Chapter 15. He is elusive. "Call me after school." Qiao Luoluo looked at the words on the screen and felt that he was elusive, sometimes cold, sometimes considerate. Before she replied, Qi Yan sent another one. I'm calling you to pick up. Obviously, it was just a string of words, but Qiao Luoluo seemed to make up the voice of Qi Yan saying this sentence, with the smell of a strong command. She replied, okay. The driver took her to school. She trotted all the way to the classroom and was almost late. Near graduation, fewer and fewer students came to class. She swept around and didn't see Zhuang Mengfei, and her mood relaxed. After the class, as soon as she stood up, Yi Ningmeng called. Lolo, what are you doing? The two haven't contacted each other these days since Kololo left in a hurry on her birthday last time. Cho Lolo felt a little guilty and said, I just got out of class, Sister Meng, I'm sorry last time, I'm fine. There was a smile in Yi Ningmeng's voice. I just came to gossip. How are you and Xi Yuchu? She still doesn't know what Korolo has been through these days, and Korolo doesn't have the habit of talking everywhere. There is no relationship between me and him. Her voice sounded thin and soft on the phone, which made people's hearts soft. Yi Ningmeng heard something else and said, Lolo, are you still in school now? Cho Lolo doesn't have any friends in school. Although her acquaintance with Yi Ningmeng was an accident, the other party really regarded her as her own sister and was one of the few people who could make her open her heart. Then wait for me at the school gate, and I'll be right there. Yi Ningmeng is also straightforward, which complements Qiao Luoluo's tolerant personality. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone and didn't give Kololo time to refuse at all. Cho Lolo left the school with her mobile phone and stood on the side of the road and waited for a while. Yi Ningmeng drove a white Porsche and stopped in front of her. Have you been waiting for a long time? She got out of the car with her bag. A long white skirt could show her slender waist, which was beautiful, bright and enchanting. The two of them didn't go too far and sat down at the door of the cafe in front of the school. Yi Ningmeng stirred the coffee and looked up at Kololo. Lolo, is something wrong? Kololo's face changed, and she was a little uncomfortable. It's okay. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. When you want to tell me, you can Sister Meng, I'm getting married. As soon as Qiao Luoluo finished speaking, Yi Ningmeng was dumbfounded. So fast? As soon as Kololo heard it, she knew that she had misunderstood. She lowered her voice. It's not with Qi Yuchu. Huh? Yi Ningmeng's exclamation made Qiao Luoluo's face pale. She realized that she was too loud and quickly lowered her voice. Who is that with? Qi Yan. The volume of Kololo is getting smaller and smaller until I can't hear it. Yi Ningmeng almost bit his tongue. Qi Yuchu's uncle, Qi Yan. Cho Lolo guessed that she would have such a reaction, and he didn't want to upset her by saying half of it, so he simply told the matter from beginning to end. But she skipped the fact that Qi Yan lost his memory after drinking and mistakenly thought that the child was Yi Yuchu's. After listening to it, Yi Ningmeng's heart was like a storm. After a long time, he said, then he knows that you are about Qi Yuchu. I don't know, I haven't told him, and I don't have that idea about Qi Yuchu now. Qiao Luoluo seemed to be afraid that she would also misunderstand him, so she almost couldn't wait to leave the relationship with Qi Yuchu. Yi Ningmeng's heart was sour and she asked, can you really put it down so quickly? That's 10 years. Cho Lolo lowered his head and said, I don't know, but when I see him now, I only feel embarrassed. The throbbing that used to be seemed to be a fleeting cloud. Every time she saw Qi Yuchu now, her biggest feeling was that she was afraid that Qi Yan would be angry when she saw it. Not to mention that Yi Ningmeng doesn't believe it, she doesn't believe it herself. But Yi Ningmeng did not refute, but held her hand and pinched it gently. Cho Lolo, remember that it's not that you are worthy of him, but that he is not worthy of you. If you can see the truth as soon as possible, I'm happy for you. Even if she hasn't seen Qi Yuchu a few times, she can still see that he is raising Qiao Luo as a fish, which is not a good thing. As for Qi Yao, he is willing to be responsible for this matter, which is 100 times stronger than Qi Yuchu. Qiao Luo hummed, knowing that Yi Ningmeng was comforting, but he did feel a lot of comfort in his heart. At this time, Yi Ningmeng's mobile phone on the table rang. She picked it up for a few seconds, and her face changed from sunny to gloomy. She hung up the phone with a solemn face. Lolo, I can't have dinner with you today. Something happened in the store and I have to deal with it. I'll come to you another day. Cho Lolo hurriedly said, then you go. Yi Ningmeng left in a hurry with the bag. Cho Lolo was about to get up when he suddenly stretched out a hand and gently clicked it on the table. It's really you. Korolo heard this sound, like falling into an ice cellar. She stood up and didn't look back. She raised her feet and was about to leave, but Zhuang Mengfei grabbed her arm. Wait a minute. Cho Lolo was caught in pain and subconsciously looked back at her with a strong hatred in his eyes. Zhuang Mengfei was shocked and let go of her hand. Why are you staring at me? I just want to ask you something. I won't do it. Only then did Kololo withdraw his gaze. Zhuang Mengfei paused for a moment and asked, did something happen to the Ti family these 2 days? What do you mean? Cho Lolo's eyes still showed alertness. Zhuang Mengfei coughed. She didn't want to say it too bluntly, but seeing that Qiao Luoluo didn't understand, she didn't bother to go around with her. Let me ask you if you know what's wrong with Qi Yuchu. He seems absent-minded these 2 days. Is there something wrong at home? She didn't want to ask Kololo, but she happened to meet her here, so she came to ask. When Xiao Luoluo heard that it was about Qi Yuqiu again, her frowning eyebrows showed a pink smell. I don't know. Zhuang Mengfei stared at her for 2 seconds and suddenly sneered. That's right. You are not even a maid. How can you know about the master's family? A month ago, Qi Yuqiu made it clear to her that she would not and could not like Xiao Luoluo. She believes that Qi Yuqiu will not lie to herself. Just as Zhuang Mengfei turned around and was about to leave, she suddenly heard a ringing of her mobile phone. She looked down and saw that the mobile phone on the table was ringing, and the opening image of the name was a Xi character. But before she could see it clearly, Chou Lolo took the lead in picking up her mobile phone. Give me the mobile phone. Zhuang Mengfei stretched out her hand to her. Chapter 16. Does she often trouble you? Water vapor condensed from the bottom of Kololo's eyes, and he squeezed the mobile phone in his hand. Looking at her like this, Zhuang Mengfei could almost concluded that it was a call from Qi Yuqiu. She changed her face and gave it to me. Kololo took a small step back. This is a call from Xi Yan. She can't let Zhuang Mengfei see it, otherwise the whole school will have a bad reputation for hooking up with Qi Yuqiu's uncle tomorrow. She just wants to graduate smoothly and don't make any more trouble. Oh, Zhuang Mengfei sneered and suddenly raised her hand to grab it. The two were torn into a ball in an instant. In the chaos, in order to protect himself, Chou Lolo subconsciously pushed Zhuang Mengfei. Zhuang Mengfei staggered for a moment and held the table to stand firmly. Her face was extremely gloomy. How dare you push me? A trace of fear flashed in Kololo's eyes, and he took a step back. But Zhuang Mengfei didn't rush straight over, but smiled. There was a chill in the smile, which was gloomy and scary, which made people's hearts jump. She stepped forward and forcibly snatched the mobile phone from the stiff Kololo's hand. She didn't even look at it and gently put it into the water cup on the table. The mobile phone was flooded, and the screen turned black in an instant. Chou Lolo looked at her mobile phone, and her chest tightened until it hurt. Zhuang Mengfei said with a smile, well, you don't have to take it from me. Go and buy another one. By the way, I forgot that you sent a parasite under the fence. You don't have money to buy your own mobile phone. She took a step forward, but her beautiful face was full of insidious, almost in front of Kololo's eyes. If you can't afford it, you can sell it. Don't you like to seduce men with this pitiful appearance? Kololo stared at her pupils and saw the reflection of his pale face. She thought that Qi Yan didn't get through to her, and she must lose her temper. Zhuang Mengfei was angry and left with a smile. Kololo took out his mobile phone from the cup and wiped it with a tissue. At this time, the girl next to her who had watched the whole process came over. This classmate, I have seen what happened just now. If you need help, I can testify for you. Hearing the sound, Kololo didn't look up. She suddenly remembered something 10 years ago. At that time, as soon as she arrived at Qi's house, Suwon arranged for her to transfer to the aristocratic school where Qi Yuqiu was located. On the first day she went to school, she was posted a small note saying that she had no father or mother and was a parasite. The classmates laughed at her together. When she went back, she told Suwon about this matter. Suwon was very angry and went to school to tell the teacher about it. On the surface, the teacher promised Suwon that she would teach her bad classmates a lesson, but in class, she told all the students to stay away from her in front of Chou Luoluo and not to provoke her again. After that, the classmates didn't post small notes on her, but no one talked to her. She was only 10 years old at that time, and she felt the evil in human nature for the first time. After that, she understood that Suwon could give her food, clothing, and take care of her, but she couldn't give her a real home. Her parents have died. It is true that she was fostered in the Ji family. She is the target of the upper-class circle, and everyone can come and stab her. Classmate, how are you? The girl asked again. Chou Lolo looked up at her this time, with water vapor in her eyes, and whispered, thank you, no need. She took the black screen of her mobile phone and walked to the roadside. There was no way to take a taxi, and there was no way to call Qi Ye to explain. She suddenly didn't know where to go. Just as she was standing in a daze on the side of the road, the sound of a car horn behind her shocked her. She looked back and saw a Maybach parked behind her, which was clearly a familiar license plate number. The car stopped there quietly, but it gave her a feeling of anger. Her hands and feet were a little numb, but she still raised her feet and walked over. She walked to the car door and saw Qi Ye's knife-cut side face through the car window. He sat in the car in silence, and the low pressure emitted from his whole body overflowed from the window. To get in the car. His voice is also very deep. Karolo's heart was pounding when he got on the car, and he was a little out of breath. Qi Yan asked, why did you shut down? He rushed over as soon as the meeting was over, but she didn't answer the phone. Chou Lolo's spine is very tight, and he is afraid of him like this. There seemed to be a tsunami behind his calm, and I don't know when it will sweep over. She answered in a low voice, my mobile phone is flooded. I didn't mean not to answer your phone. She was very uneasy to hold her mobile phone and pressed one fingerprint after another on the screen. Only then did Qi Yan look back at her, and his pupils were dark. Are you going to have coffee alone? He saw her coming from the coffee shop. Cho Luoluo nodded and felt that he didn't know Yi Ningmen and didn't say his name. With a friend. How did you break your mobile phone after drinking coffee? The water spilled on it. As soon as she finished speaking, the air pressure on Chi Ye's body was lower, and the bottom of her eyes was full of frost. Even if the water is spilled on the mobile phone, it will not directly blacken the screen. Unless the whole mobile phone falls into the water. But she went for coffee, not for swimming. Kololo, do you think I can't see that you lied to me? Kololo's hands began to tremble. Many people saw what had just happened. Chi Ye would know it as soon as she asked casually. She couldn't hide it at all. She stuttered for a moment and whispered, the mobile phone fell into the cup. She just needs to tell a little truth. As for Zhuang Mengfei, Chi Ye won't care even if she knew. After all, the dealer and the Chi family also have business dealings. Chi Ye can't go to trouble for the dealer because of such a small thing. She finished speaking, but didn't hear Chi Ye's answer. Looking back, he saw that Chi Ye was staring at the front. He followed his line of sight and saw the familiar figure of the devil. Zhuang Mengfei stood on the side of the road, and a car stopped in front of her. She greeted the car with a smile and got into the car and left. What happened just now had no impact on her at all. Xiao Luoluo's hand holding the mobile phone was so tight that it hurt until Shi Yan held her hand and pulled it out. He stared at her and suddenly asked, is it her? Originally, it was just a tentative question, but Kololo was not prepared. He subconsciously shook his head and realized his guess. Chi Ye's heart fell rapidly, as if falling into the abyss. The dealer has a business with the Chi family, and he also knows a little about what Zhuang Mengfei has caused outside over the years. Occasionally, when you will tell him the things that Zhuang Mengfei has done as a laughing material, he suddenly doubted whether there was a figure of Kololo in the things he had heard about. When he opened his mouth again, his voice was a little hoarse. Does she like Chi Yuqiu? Because you live in Chi's house and grew up with Chi Yuqiu, she doesn't like you and often troubles you. It's not an interrogative sentence, but an affirmative sentence. Kololo was so scared by his amazing reasoning ability that he stopped breathing, and his chest fluctuated violently. He looked back at him in shock and fear. Chi Ye pressed his eyebrows down and spoke. Chapter 17 apologized to Xiao immediately. Kololo looked at him and knew that he had no way out. Even if he can bear it now, Chi Yan has 10,000 ways to verify his conjecture. She lowered her eyes to avoid Chi Ye's sight and nodded gently. Chi Ye's jawline was tense, and there was anger in his voice. She bullied you. Why did she never say it? Even if you don't trust others, what does my mother do to you? You can't even trust her? Kololo listened, and there was an indescribable sourness in the bottom of his heart. She never thought that someone would care so much about whether she was bullied or not. And this person is still Ti Yang. Chi Yuqiu knew something clearly, but he didn't even ask. Her eyes suddenly began to burn, and she felt like she wanted to cry. I don't want to cause trouble to my aunt. She was all ridden on her head, and her first reaction was that she didn't want to cause trouble to Suwon. Chi Yan looked at the retreat in her eyes, and her heart began to hurt. What kind of life has she been living in the Ji family these years? He thought that worry-free food and clothing was everything, but when he saw that she didn't dare to speak out when she was bullied, he found that he was wrong. Kololo. Obviously, he just called her name without any emotion, but he seemed to clamp her fate. He said, I'm the least afraid of trouble. Cho Lolo's eyes widened and he didn't quite understand what he meant. Chi Yun did not explain, but turned around and pushed the door out of the car. Kololo looked at his back through the car window and couldn't hear any sound. Even if he knew that everything was done by Zhuang Mengfei, he would not do anything, which was in her expectation. Although she said so, there was still an unspeakable depression in her heart. After Chi Ye got back in the car, he asked the driver to drive to T's. In the shopping mall under my name, as soon as the car stopped at the door, someone immediately trotted all the way to deliver 2 bags, one big and one small. Chi Yun asked the driver to put the big bag in the trunk, and the small bag was handed to Kololo. Kololo opened it and found that it was a new mobile phone. There was no reason to refuse. She whispered thank you. The driver started the car again. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a restaurant. Liang Xiao and Wen Yi both stood at the door. When they saw the car stop, they walked towards this side in unison. After Chi Ye got out of the car, he turned around and stretched out his hand to Kololo. Although Cho Lolo was embarrassed, he still put his hand in his palm. He led her out of the car and turned to look at Wen Yi. Are they all upstairs? Wen Yi's expression was not very good either. He glanced at Kololo's small face and whispered, well, I'm here. Chi Yun didn't say anything more and raised his feet and walked forward. Cho Lolo didn't know what he was going to do and subconsciously followed his footsteps. When the waiter opened the door of the private room, there was still laughter inside. Chi Yun stopped at the door, and the sound in the door suddenly stopped. There are 3 men and 1 woman sitting on the large round table in the private room. The woman is Zhuang Mengfei. When everyone saw Qi Yuan, they stood up in unison and nodded to him one after another, overflowing with compliments. Qi Yuan ignored the crowd and walked in with everyone. Qiao Luoluo crossed his shoulder and saw Zhuang Mengfei on the table. The moment they looked at each other, the familiar coolness climbed up his spine again. Qiao Luoluo looked up at Qi Yuan's broad back and really didn't know what he wanted to do. Qi Yuan helped her open the chair first, and then sat down after watching her sit down. Zhuang Mengfei's expression is not much better than that of Chou Lolo. I don't know why she asked Qi Yuan to help her pull the chair. At this time, the others saw Kololo's face clearly, and they all showed a shocked look. An orphan daughter fostered in the Qi family has heard a lot of rumors about her and Qiyu, but has never heard that she and Qiyu have an intersection. When the atmosphere was deadlocked, a man who was a little similar to Zhuang Mengfei said with a smile, "Mr. Qi, you came just in time. I was still talking to Wen Yi just now that I would like to find an opportunity to invite you out for dinner another day." He is Zhuang Mengfei's elder brother, Zhuang Wensheng. Qi Yuan looked at him, but did not speak, and his eyes were very deep. Zhuang Wensheng's expression froze on his face, a little embarrassed. The other two men were also the youngest in the circle. When they saw the awkward scene and wanted to play the circle, Wen Yi suddenly pulled away the chair and sat down with an unhappy expression. "Liang Xiao, bring your mobile phone here and show it to Master Zhuang." Liang Xiao, who was behind Qi Yuan, immediately came forward and put his mobile phone in front of Zhuang Wensheng. Zhuang Wensheng looked confused and didn't know which saw her sang. "Wen Yi, don't talk. Let's talk after watching it." Wen Yi smiled at the corners of his mouth, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Zhuang Wensheng had to lower his head and click on his mobile phone, and saw a video on it, which looked like a surveillance video. After he clicked the play button, the voices of Zhuang Mengfei and Kololo also reached everyone's ears. The video is a surveillance video at the door of the coffee shop, which completely records the whole process of how Zhuang Mengfei bullied Kololo. Under the high-definition lens, when she finally spoke in Kololo's ear, the sinister smile on her face was extremely clear. Zhuang Wensheng's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Qi Yuan looked at him with an expressionless face and deep eyebrows. "Do you see clearly?" Zhuang Wensheng said, "I saw it clearly. What is Mr. Zhuang going to do?" Qi Yuan was not angry, but the low pressure around him covered the whole private room like a cloud. Everyone felt a great pressure. Zhuang Wensheng finally understood the reason why Qi Yuan came in person, which was for Qiao Luoluo to ask for an explain. But what he didn't understand was how Qiao Luoluo, a little orphan who was fostered in the Qi family, had the ability to ask Qi Yuan to ask for an other for her. He knew that Zhuang Mengfei bullied Qiao Luoluo, but the Qi family has never said anything. His face turned pale. After returning his mobile phone to Liang Xiao, he looked at his sister, Zhuang Mengfei, who was also shocked. Zhuang Mengfei apologized to Qiao immediately. Hearing this, Zhuang Mengfei couldn't believe her ears. She is the youngest in the family. No matter what happens outside, her brother will help her to set it. If her brother doesn't, her parents will help her. There is never more than one Kololo, but this is the first time that my brother has been angry with her. She opened her eyes wide and stared at Jololo fiercely, which meant to apologize at all. Kololo has been sitting in the seat with his head down. She was shocked that she was much more than the brother and sister of the dealer. When she got out of the car, she thought she was just here for a meal. She was also surprised when she saw Zhuang Mengfei, but she never expected that Qi Yuan would stand up for her. "Go and pour her a glass of hot milk and get some small cakes." Qi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth to break the deadlock and said to Liang Xiao. It was self-evident who she was. Liang Xiao nodded and quickly stepped out. After a while, he came over with something and respectfully put it in front of Qiao Luoluo. Everyone is dumbfounded. What's the situation of these two people? Seeing that Qiao Luoluo didn't dare to do anything, Qi Yuan looked back at her with a low voice. Chapter 18. Then can I slap you and say sorry again? You eat a little meal first, and I'll take you to dinner when the matter is settled. His voice was not loud, but it was thunderous in the ears of the banker's brothers and sisters. If this matter is not solved today, it is a question of their next meal. In front of everyone, Kololo picked up the cup of milk and held it in his palm, and a warmth spread along the palms to the limbs and skeletons. She suddenly seemed to have confidence, opened her mouth and took a sip with red lips. Seeing this, Qi Yuan turned his eyes back to Zhuang Wensheng. Zhuang Wensheng's face changed greatly. He suddenly looked back at Zhuang Mengfei and roared, "Zhuang Mengfei, you usually quarrel with people at school, but now you dare to bully Qiao so openly. I'm getting used to you." Zhuang Mengfei was stunned by the roar, and tears quickly accumulated in her eyes. She didn't dare to look at Qi Yuan, and her hateful eyes fell on Qiao Luoluo's face. "I didn't bully her. I was just joking with her, Kololo, didn't I?" As soon as she said this, everyone present took a breath of cold air. "Isn't this talking nonsense with your eyes open? Or does she treat Qi Yuan as a fool?" Qi Yuan's face also sank. Zhuang Wensheng slapped the table hard and dared to lie. "Now that the videos are all here, why don't you apologize to Mr. Qi and Xiao?" Everyone looked at Zhuang Mengfei and waited for her to speak. Zhuang Mengfei had never been reprimanded by her brother in public. She was ashamed and annoyed, but she still didn't understand why Qiao Luoluo could find Qi Yang to support her. Qiao Luoluo sat next to Qi Yang, thin and small, and still looked so pitiful. Zhuang Mengfei burst out, "Mr. Qi, why do you suddenly help her like this?" She asked boldly, but it was also what others wanted to know. Zhuang Wengshen pretended to roar, "Zhuang Mengfei, is it your turn to question Mr. Qi?" Zhuang Mengfei looked at angrily and waited for Qi Yang to give an answer. Obviously, Kololo and his nephew have that kind of unclear relationship. Shouldn't he hate Kololo? Suddenly, Wen Yi, who was beside him, said with a smile, "She is about to become Mrs. Qi, is this enough reason? Besides, no matter what her status is, can you bully people so casually? Is this how Mr. Zhuang taught you?" Although the Wen family is not as good as the Qi family, it is also a famous rich family in Beijing. Wen Yi's words are still very important. After his words landed, the audience was dead silent. The brother and sister of the dealer were almost shocked. Xiao Luoluo's palms oozed sweat, and he subconsciously looked back at Qi Yan. Her eyes were wet, like a beast seeking comfort. Every time Qi Yan sees her eyes like this, his heart will skip half a beat. He looked at her with calm eyes, as if she was giving her strength silently. At this time, Zhuang Wengshen was also a little overwhelmed. Mrs. Qi smashed down, and his brain buzzed, and he looked at Zhuang Mengfei. "Zhuang Mengfei, why don't you apologize to Qiao immediately?" Zhuang Mengfei was stunned for a long time before he recovered and looked at Zhuang Wengshen again. In the latter's threatening eyes, he reluctantly said 3 words. "Sorry." Zhuang Wengshen said, "Speak louder." Zhuang Mengfei turned up the volume. "I'm sorry." Kololo's heart was pounding. She never thought that one day she would hear these 3 words from Zhuang Mengfei's mouth, and the person who supported her was still the person she used to be the least close to. Zhuang Wengshen looked at Qi Yan. "Mr. Qi, this matter is indeed Mengfei's fault. After going back, I will definitely." Qiao Luoluo's heart tightened and no longer pretend to be a quail. I raised my eyes and looked straight at Zhuang Mengfei. "I don't accept your apology." Everyone present was stunned. Qi Yan looked back at Qiao Luoluo, and his eyes slipped through the heartache. Zhuang Mengfei didn't expect that she would dare to fight against herself like this. Regardless of Qi Ye's appearance, she said loudly, "I'll just give you a mobile phone." Kololo still stared straight at her, and her pupils were very dark. "Then can I slap you and say sorry again?" Her counter-questioning made Zhuang Mengfei speechless. Seeing that Zhuang Mengfei was about to curse, Zhuang Wengshen suddenly stood up, raised his foot to Zhuang Mengfei, and slapped her fiercely. With a loud bang, Zhuang Mengfei's face was slapped to one side. Zhuang Mengfei covered her face and looked at her brother, who had always loved her incredibly. "Brother." Zhuang Wengshen looked at the slap marks on her face and endured his heartache. "Shut up. I'm the one who spoiled you. I'm really disappointed that you did such a thing." Zhuang Mengfei covered her face and tears fell down. Zhuang Wengshen stopped looking at her. He turned around and walked to Qi Yan, bending down to Qiao Luoluo. "Classmate Qiao, I'm sorry. It's because I didn't discipline her well. I will definitely educate her well in the future." Only then did Kololo withdraw his gaze, and he was also a little afraid of what he had just said. She dares to be so hard with Zhuang Mengfei, is it because Qi Yan gave her confidence? Wen Yi smiled angrily beside him. If an apology is useful, is there still a law in the world? Zhuang Wenshen's face turned pale, and he paused and said, "Qiao, don't worry. From tomorrow on, Mengfei will never appear in front of you again. I will arrange for her to withdraw from school immediately." Kololo's eyes widened, and he didn't expect him to say that. Zhuang Wenshen lowered his head again. "I'm sorry." Zhuang Mengfei was dumbfounded when she was on the side. She is about to graduate, and she wants to start a small company by herself after graduation, but now she is asked to drop out of school. If this matter spreads in the circle, she will become a joke. "Brother, shut up. Get out of here now. Don't embarrass people here." Zhuang Wenshen came to her and pushed her hard. The 2 men beside him stood up at this time and grabbed Zhuang Mengfei. "Miss Zhuang, we'll take you down. Let's go down first." Those 2 are Zhuang Wenshen's friends, and naturally, they also understand the situation. There is no benefit for Zhuang Mengfei to stay here. After Zhuang Mengfei was taken away, Qi Yu also looked at Qiao Luoluo. "What do you want to eat later?" Zhuang Wenshen was still standing in front and looking at him eagerly. But he didn't see it. What Zhuang Wenshen wanted to say was stopped by Wen Yi, who got up and pushed aside to say a few words. Zhuang Wenshen had to shut his mouth. Qi Yan stood up, and Qiao Luoluo also got up and followed him out of the private room. The 2 did not go far after going downstairs, but found a private room in a nearby Chinese restaurant. Until he sat at the table, Kololo still felt like he was dreaming. Qi Yan was angry with her. In the future, she didn't have to see Zhuang Mengfei again, let alone be bullied by her. She looked up at Qi Yan, hesitated for a moment, and said solemnly, "Thank you, I don't know." Qi Yan looked back at her and whispered something. Chapter 19, remember that I will be behind you in the future. Kololo, remember that I will be behind you in the future. When his words came to the ground, Joe Lolo understood what he meant by, I'm not afraid of trouble. He is not on a whim. He is really willing to support her. Joe Lolo's chest suddenly became sour, and her eyes were hot, and she felt like crying. It turns out that someone is supporting you. That's what it feels like. She liked Chi Yucho for 10 years, and Chi Yucho did not give her this feeling. And she only got along with Chi Yen for a few days, and he gave it to her. What do you want to eat? Do you want to order by yourself? Chi Yen put the menu in front of her and gave her the freedom to order. Joe Lolo looked at the menu, and tears suddenly came to her eyes, and she couldn't help but burst down big tears. In the past, when it was painful and difficult, she only dared to hide in the room and cry, but this time, she cried in front of Li Yong. Tears hit the menu, and she hurriedly reached out to wipe them off. But there are more and more water droplets, and they can't be wiped clean. Kololo. She didn't dare to look back. Shi Ye's hand reached out to her, pinched her chin, and forced her to raise her face. His eyesight is a little deep, and now he is afraid. If he didn't meet him today, how long will she hide it? Zhuang Mengfei is like a madman, and it is unknown when he will touch her. Xiao Luoluo's crying eyes and nose were red, and her tearful eyes looked at Qi Yang. I'm not afraid. Qi Yang was stunned, so why are you crying? Zhou Lolo still wanted to say thank you, but the tears were like a flood that opened the gate and couldn't be turned off. Seeing that she was crying more and more fiercely, Xi Yan suddenly hooked her chin forward and kissed her. When the warm lips covered, Carolo's tears stopped. She widened her eyes in astonishment. Qi Ye's eyelashes are very long, and there is a small black mole under the eyeliner of his right eye. He bit her lip. Zhou Lolo felt that her whole heart was pinched by one hand, and she was completely out of breath. Qi Yang kissed her, put his hand around her back and took her into his arms. His breath was strange and familiar, and the woody fragrance went straight into her nose. Kololo couldn't help but think of the scene of being pressed under him that night. He also faced her in this way and invaded her, just like a beast, gnawing at the prey to its mouth, leaving no room. Kololo was scared. Although the two have not been married yet, they have reached this point. Qi Yang really wants her, and she can't refuse. But she is worried about the child. She felt like she was going to die, as if she was drowning. Just as she was about to suffocate, Qi Yang finally let go of her. At this moment, she was still in his arms, her eyes were loose, her lips were red and swollen, and she seemed to be making a silent invitation to him again. His throat and hair are tight. After a while, Zhou Lolo trembled and moved back. Qi Yang paused for a moment before saying, "What do you want to eat?" She lowered her head with a red face and didn't dare to look up at him at all. Qi Yang took a look at her red oracle, picked up the menu and ordered the food, and watched her eat one bite at a time. Halfway through, she vomited in the bathroom. Qi Yan asked someone to stir-fry some light and easy-to-eat dishes and watched her eat them. Because of Mr. Chi's temper during the day, Qi Yan did not send her back directly, but brought her back to his home. Because of the kiss in the restaurant, Kololo didn't even dare to look at him all the way. It was already after 9 p.m. When I got home. Zhou Lolo wanted to say that he didn't bring any change of clothes, and he was embarrassed to open his mouth. Until she walked into the guest room and saw 2 more sets of pajamas on the bed. A set of white and a set of light pink. The comfortable and soft material is carefully selected. But when she picked up a set and picked it up to leave, her steps froze in place. Because she saw a set of underwear under the clothes. Pink, small. There was a buzzing sound in her mind, and it was blank. Qi Yan was so considerate that she asked someone to buy her such close-fitting clothes. She held back her heartbeat and reached out to look through it, and found that the size was actually the size she was wearing. There was another roar in her mind. It should be at the gate of the mall in the afternoon, and the man sent it with his mobile phone. Qi Yan asked him to take it. But Qi Yan has forgotten what happened that night, and it is impossible to remember what kind of underwear she wore. So did he guess or measure it by sight? It occurred to the thought that he might be thinking about this when he looked at her. She felt that her whole body was starting to tighten and hot. She didn't dare to think about it again. She hurried into the bathroom with her underwear. After taking a shower, she ran into the guest bedroom as if she had escaped. But before she went to bed, the door was knocked. She hesitated for a moment and walked over to open the door. What's the matter? She is wearing new underwear now, and she dares not look at him. Qi Yang glanced at her and didn't get an injection yet. Only then did Kololo remember that she hadn't been vaccinated yet. She summoned up the courage to look at him. I'll do it myself. Qi Yang didn't speak, but just stared at her with deep eyes. Her outstretched hand involuntarily shrank back. Qi Yang is the kind of person she is most afraid of. You have no idea what kind of emotions are hidden behind his silence. In view of his boldness that had just been taught in the restaurant, Kololo had to step back and let him in first. Qi Yan went to the sofa and sat down, put everything on the coffee table, and then looked up at her. The eyes are still the kind of bottomless. Come here. Kololo walked very slowly, as if he was stalling. When she stood in front of him, she saw him looking at her abdomen. Before he lifted his clothes and said it, she took the initiative to stretch out her hand, carefully grabbed the corner of the clothes, and gently lifted it. The exposed half of the waist and abdomen is thin and white, and it shines like jade in the light. Yesterday's needle has not disappeared yet. It is red and conspicuous. Qi Yin took a look and his eyes sank. He was not in a good mood. How much more sin does she have to suffer for this child? He said, stand up a little. Cho Lolo grabbed the corner of his clothes and took another step in front of him. He lowered his head, and his slender fingertips grabbed the cotton swab to disinfect her, and his serious appearance was not ambiguous at all. Kololo was relieved and raised her head to stop looking at him. Qi Yun didn't put the needle in until he finished the poison. He saw her shrinking in pain, and his eyes deepened. When everything was over, Qiao Luoluo stared at Qi Ying and waited for him to go out. Qi Yang Mingming had come to the door, but suddenly turned around again, and the tall figure blocked most of the door. He looked at her. She was wearing the white nightgown he picked. Her whole body was weak, and her eyes were full of water vapor, which was exactly the same as in his dream. Carolo felt his sight, and his heart suddenly shrank again. She didn't know what else he was going to say that she couldn't refuse. Chapter 20. So in a hurry, are you afraid that she can't run away? Qi Yun said, don't close the door first. After he finished, he left. Kololo stood still and didn't know what he was going to do. In the minute of waiting in place, Carolo seemed to have spent a long century. When Qi Yin came back, the door was still open. He looked at Cho Lolo, who was standing at the door with a reserved face, and handed over the things in his hand. Kololo took a look at it. It was a mosquito-repellent lamp and mosquito-repellent liquid. He still remembers the last time she was bitten by a mosquito. Have a good rest. After saying that, he left. Kololo looked at the things in his hand with a slightly complicated expression. It seems that I have speculated on his character. He is not the kind of person who takes advantage of others. She plugged in the mosquito-repellent lamp and sprayed a little mosquito repellent on her body before climbing onto the bed. I was just about to go to bed when I received a text message from a strange number again. Kololo, where have you been? She was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly reacted, which was like Ji Yuchu's tone. She didn't reply. That end soon sent another one. Sister Chen said that you haven't slept at home for 2 days. Sister Chen is the maid who takes care of her. Now, Qiao Luoluo can be sure that the person opposite is Qi Yuchu. It's just that she didn't expect that after she told him so clearly and deleted all his contact information, he would still pester him like this. It seems that the person who dislikes her is another person. She looked at the text message and still didn't choose to reply. Without waiting for the other side to harass again, she also blocked this number. This night, Qiao Luoluo rarely had a good sleep without mosquitoes and Qi Yuchu's harassment. She dreamed that her mother took her to see So Wan when she was a child, and then played on the grass with Xiang. The next morning, Carolo didn't have any classes because graduation was approaching, and there were fewer and fewer classes. After learning that she didn't have class in the morning, Qi Yin didn't go to the company, but asked her where is your household registration. Kololo remembered that today was the day we agreed to get the certificate. She whispered, in the name of her uncle. Although she was brought to Xi's family by So Wan at a very young age, she was only a foster care. Nominally, her uncle Liu Xiangming was still her guardian, and her household registration was also in Liu Xiangming's household registration book. Qi Yang hummed and took her out to see that she didn't vomit after breakfast. Kololo guessed that he should take her back to get the household registration book, so he didn't ask much. But when she thought of her uncle's face, she felt a little anxious. She and Qi Yan didn't inform her uncle about their marriage, and her uncle is a difficult person. If she suddenly comes to her door to ask for a household registration book, she may be rejected. She was thinking about rhetoric all the way, and she didn't notice that Qi Yang had lowered her hair several messages. When the car stopped at the gate of the community, she saw that Liang Xiao had been waiting by the roadside for a long time. This time, there were 2 strong men in black windbreakers behind her. Liang Xiao strode towards this side and shouted, Mr. Qi first. Then he looked at Kololo again, nodded and said hello. Qi Yun said, go ahead. Liang Xiao turned around and took people into the community. Kololo was a little confused. Does this mean to ask Liang Xiao to help her get the household registration book? Qi Yun got out of the car and looked at her again. Is he thirsty? Kololo shook his head and wanted to tell him that his uncle was difficult to talk to, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. Qi Yun saw her worry at a glance. Liang Xiao will take down the household registration book. His tone was very calm and there was no worry at all. After so many years of ups and downs in the mall, the person he is least afraid of is the scoundrel. As long as the weakness is pinched, the scoundrel will become rotten mud. He looked at a small shop selling cakes not far away. Do you want to eat cake? Kololo's glutton was suddenly hooked up. She really has a bad appetite for food these days, but she has an inexplicable yearning for sweets. At such a meal yesterday, she even ate 2 small cakes quietly. Qi Yun saw it and asked her that. Cho Lolo squeezed her lips and didn't say anything, but she didn't refuse. Chi Yun asked the driver to buy a few. After the driver bought the cake back, he handed the cake to Carolo, and he went not far away to smoke. When Yi called over, Zhuang Wenshen arranged for his sister to drop out of school in the morning. Chi Yun was not surprised by such a result. Even if the banker has a deep foundation in Beijing, Zhuang Wenshen is a smart man who knows that he will not have a good end against Qi. When Chi Yun wanted to hang up the phone, Wen Yi said again, he called me in the morning to invite you to dinner and apologize to you. The person he should apologize for is not me. Chi Yun shook the ash and looked into the car. When he was not there, Kololo was obviously much more comfortable. She sat in the back seat of the car and ate the cake in small mouthfuls, and the meat on her side cheek would bulge and move. He just stood there and looked at her, not in a hurry to go back. Until Wen Yi asked over there, when are you going to have the wedding? Chi Yun answered very quickly and won't delay for too long, waiting for her to graduate next month. Wen Yi said with a smile, it's so urgent that I'm afraid she can't run away. It's not that there is no possibility. Hang up. Chi Ye put down the phone and looked up at Zhou Lolo. She was still eating cake. Then a small piece of cake was like a huge thing in her hand, and she scratched the skin after eating it for a long time. He hoped that Liang Xiao would come back slowly so that Kololo could finish the cake. At this time, Liang Xiao was standing at Uncle Qiao Luoluo's house and sneezing fiercely. His sneezing shocked the man who wanted to get the bank card. Excuse me, Mr. Liu, I have something to make clear to you. Liang Xiao recycled his hand and looked at Liu Xiaoming, Qiao Luoluo's uncle. Liu Xiaoming was full of the $1 million bank card in his hand. Liang Tasuka, I understand. Mr. Shi must know that my family is in difficulty now and specially took money to support me. This is sending coal in the snow. I will definitely be grateful. His smiling eyes narrowed into a slit and grabbed the bank card. Liang Xiao held the bank card and didn't let go, with an official expression. Mr. Liu, you misunderstood. This is not here to support you. This is a $1 million wedding gift from Mr. Qi to Miss Qiao. What? Liu Xiaoming's eyes were about to fall off, and he looked over indisbelievably. He thought that Qiao Luoluo would marry Qi Yuchu in the future. Why did you suddenly change people? The bank card suddenly became a hot potato, and he didn't dare to take it. He retracted his hand. Liang Xiao said, yes, Mr. Qi and Miss Qiao are about to get married, so they specially asked me to come back to get the household registration book. Liu Xiaoming also calmed down at this time and suddenly laughed. Qi Yuan, such a big boss, only gives 1 million yuan to marry a wife. Isn't it a bit difficult to say? Liang Xiao had long expected his reaction, and his expression did not change at all. It's not because you have raised Miss Qiao for 3 months, Mr. Qi won't give you a penny. If you accept it, everyone will be very happy. If you don't accept it, Chapter 21, she really married Shi Yu. If you don't accept it, don't blame us for being polite. People like Liang Xiao are also quite hairy, and the corners of his mouth are smiling when he speaks. It seems to be respectful, but there is a sense of déjà vu that hides a knife in a smile. Liu Xiaoming's heart was hairy because of his smile, and he avoided his sight. Why do you think you are not polite? This is my home. If you dare to mess around, I will call the police. Liang Xiao smiled and said, Mr. Liu, let's settle the score before the police arrive. What's the score? How much money have you taken from the Qi family over the years? Liang Xiao stretched out his hand, and the person behind him handed over an iPad. He turned on the iPad and began to read. From the day Miss Qiao picked her up, Mrs. Qiao alimony fee will be transferred to your bank card every month. The amount is 20,000 yuan, 240,000 yuan a year, and a total of 2.4 million yuan in these years. In those years, in order to take Cho Lolo away, Liu Xiaoming refused to do it. In the end, Su Wan proposed this ridiculous alimony, and he agreed to take Kololo away. Liu Xiaoming wanted to defend himself as soon as he heard it, but Liang Xiao interrupted him. You haven't worked for years, but you eat, drink, and gamble. After spending the money, you often go to Mrs. Qi for money. Mrs. Qi doesn't want you to influence Miss Qiao. From time to time, she will give you some money, which is worth millions. Liang Xiao turned off his iPad and looked at Liu Xiaoming. I'll give you a discount, a total of 4 million. If you don't want to hand over Miss Qiao's household registration book, we will directly initiate legal procedures to ask you to return the money after the police come. Liu Xiaoming's face turned pale. At the gate of the community, after eating half a piece of cake, Kololo was already full. She looked back out of the car window. Qi Yan had finished the phone and was looking at her. At the moment when the four eyes met, she still nervously withdrew her eyes. She always felt that Qi Yan's eyes were very deep at her, hiding a lot of emotions, which made her unable to see what he was thinking. When Qi Yan came towards her, Liang Xiao also came down with someone. He walked to Qi Yan and handed him a red household registration book. Mr. Qi, I got it. Qi Yan was not surprised by such a result and took over the household registration book. You did a good job. Liang Xiao lowered his head and thanked Mr. Qi Ye got into the car with the household registration book. Cho Lolo looked at the household registration book and was very surprised. She didn't expect that Liang Xiao could let her naughty uncle hand over the household registration book. Qi Yun didn't explain and asked the driver to drive to the Civil Affairs Bureau. There were few people in the Civil Affairs Bureau in the morning, and they went in smoothly. Until the staff handed over 2 marriage certificates with a smile and said to Kololo, "Congratulations." Kololo still feels like he is dreaming. She really married Qi Yang. Qi Yang looked at her in a daze and withdrew her hand. "I may have to go back to my old house in the evening. I'll pick you up in the afternoon." Cho Lolo nodded and put the marriage certificate in her bag solemnly. When she went to school, Carolo walked into the familiar classroom and didn't see the face that scared her. Before class, she heard her classmates whispering, "Did you really drop out of school?" "Why?" "I don't know. Anyway, I went through the withdrawal procedures early in the morning." "That's great. I don't have to see this disaster again in the future." Cho Lolo got up too early and was a little sleepy. She lay on the table and listened to her classmates. A ray of sunlight outside the window shone on her, and she looked very quiet. Several students who had just dispersed, and a female classmate sat next to her. "Do you want to eat chocolate?" The female classmate suddenly took out a box of beautifully wrapped chocolates and put it in front of her. Kololo looked at her. She smiled a little embarrassedly. "In the past, Zhuang Mengfei didn't allow us to talk to you. Now that she has dropped out of school, we don't have to listen to her anymore. I'm sorry about the past." After 4 years in the same class in college, she was the first person to give Kololo snacks and the first person to take the initiative to talk to her. Cho Lolo wanted to cry a little and whispered, "Thank you." Because of the absence of Zhuang Mengfei, even the class time is no longer tormented. At noon, the female classmate also invited her to the canteen for dinner. After 2 classes in the afternoon, she called Qi Yang. Qi Yang took her to the Qi family villa. When she was in the car, he asked her if she was tired in class today. Kololo's face was much more rosy than before. When she looked at him, there was light in her eyes. "Not tired." Qi Yang stared at her tender little face for a few seconds. "We may discuss the wedding today. If you have any ideas, you can take the initiative." Kololo was stunned. She thought that it was enough to simply get the certificate. As a result, he actually wanted to give her a wedding. Too many things have happened in the past few days, as if she has lived in hell for the past 10 years. When the two returned to the Qi family, Saw Won greeted them in person. There were tears in her eyes. "Qi Yung, show me the marriage certificate." Qi Yung handed her the marriage certificate. She looked at it again and again in her hand, and said, "Okay, good." Seeing that she was about to cry, Qi Yung called her, "Mom." Saw Won raised her head and said with a smile, "Mom, I'm so happy." "It's okay. It's okay. Sit down first." The 3 of them walked into the hall and saw Mr. Qi sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper at a glance. He still looked angry. Through his glasses, he glanced at Qi Yang and Xiao Luoluo from the bottom up, snorted and continued to read the newspaper. Saw Won walked to him with a smile and handed him the marriage certificate as if to show off. "Look, haven't you been talking about asking him to get married? Now he is married and has a child. Why are you unhappy?" Mr. Qi actually wanted to see the marriage certificate, but because Qi Yang was looking at this side, he pretended to be fierce and said, "What am I looking at?" Anyway, it's his own decision. As soon as Qi Yang heard it, he knew that he had been persuaded by Su Won. Qi Yang went to the edge of the sofa and sat down, and naturally, took off the pillow beside him. Cho Lolo took a look and walked beside him. Although he was not close, he sat down next to him. Saw Won said, "Why don't you leave the wedding to me? Anyway, I'm idle at home and have nothing to do." Qi Yang hummed, and Mr. Qi immediately splashed cold water. "I think you are so idle that you are in a panic." Saw Won is not angry either. "Do you think you can be idle? How many people will come at that time depends on your face." Her compliment pleased the old man. The old man snorted coldly, but did not refuse. When Kololo saw this scene, he finally took off the big stone from the bottom of his heart. If Mr. Qi really quarrels with Qi Yang because of this, she doesn't know how to deal with it. Just when she was determined to be a mute, Mr. Qi suddenly looked at her. "Kololo, the child in your belly chapter 22 from now on, you have to call Lolo aunt." Because the month of the child is too young, Kololo's pregnancy reaction is not obvious, so that many times, she herself forgets that she still has a child in her belly. But when Mr. Qi said this, she suddenly remembered that she didn't tell Qi Yan the truth. "It's because I didn't tell the truth that I was worried." Mr. Qi's eyes were sharper and colder, as if he wanted to see through her secret. She quickly lowered her head and heard Mr. Qi say, "Although Qi Yan said it was his, I think it's better to do a paternity test just in case it's taken up by the media." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yang and Su Wei's faces changed at the same time. Paternity testing is a very insulting thing. Even if he has wrapped up the matter, he can't change it. He is doubting the fact of Kololo. Chi Ye's eyebrows sank, suppressing the anger. Su Won hurriedly said, "Old man, what nonsense are you talking about? What kind of paternity test is this? According to what you said, Chi Ye also has to do one with you." Mr. Chi was stunned by what she said. "You? What am I? If this kind of thing is really done, it will be used by the media. You don't know anything." Mr. Chi is about to be angry. Su Won leaned against him and said in a joking tone, "Don't you know the media's mouth yet? In the future, when the child grows up, he will know that it is led by your grandfather. Can't he blame you? When it comes to children, Mr. Chi's heartstrings were touched at once. He took a look at Cho Lolo sitting on the sofa. Wen was weak and felt that he was thinking too much. He went down the steps and hummed, "Whatever you want." Su Won smiled. "Okay, it's all up to me." Kololo was shocked to see this. Su Wa's ability to turn spring breeze into rain really made her more knowledgeable. Chi Yun has been paying attention to her reaction with the afterglow. Seeing her staring at Su Won blankly, he suddenly wanted to laugh a little. On the way, Mr. Chi asked about Chi Ye's company again, and obviously he had accepted the matter. Su Won took the opportunity to call Kololo aside and gave her a bank card. "Lolo, there are 3 million in this card. You can take it." Cho Lolo was stunned for a moment. "Aunt Su, I can't take it." Su Won didn't care about her name and said with a smile, "This is not a wedding gift. This is the dowry that my aunt has prepared for you for a long time. I was thinking about waiting for you to get married one day. I really didn't expect that you would become my daughter-in-law." Kololo lowered her head with hot eyes. She raised her for 10 years for nothing, and she still wanted to give her a dowry. Jololo didn't know how to repay her kindness. "Lolo." Su Won stuffed the card into her hand. "Although I'm not your mother, I have regarded you as my own daughter for so many years. Whether you recognize me or not, you have to call me mother in the future." She wants to give her everything she should have. Cho Lolo's eyes were red to death, and her tender white hands were holding the bank card. "Thank you, Mom." The last 2 words were very light, but Su Won still heard them. She laughed with tears. Because it was quite late, the 2 of them also stayed for dinner. As soon as Chi Yuchu arrived at the restaurant, he saw Qiao Luoluo, who had not seen one for 2 days, sitting next to Chi Yong. He gritted his teeth and looked very unhappy. Chi Ling glanced at him. "Chi Yuchu, remember what I said to you before. Don't embarrass me later." Chi Yuchu didn't understand what he meant and couldn't listen to it at all. Even if she gets close to her uncle these 2 days, she can't really like her. He plans to leave her for a few days and wait for her to figure out these things by herself. During the meal, Su Won asked the servant to bring the soup cooked for Kololo alone, and then picked up the dishes for her. Although Chi Yuchu felt that Su Won was too enthusiastic today, he didn't think much about it. "Lolo, eat more and order, and you need to supplement your nutrition now." "Okay." Xiao Luoluo didn't go to see Chi Yuchu from beginning to end, but he felt uncomfortable in his stomach. Just as she lowered her head and smelled a fishy smell, her stomach surged. "Vomit." She vomited, covered her mouth, and suddenly got up and rushed out. Chi Yen paused for a moment, then got up and walked in the direction she left. Seeing this scene, Chi Yuchu was a little dumbfounded, but he subconsciously stood up. Before he could raise his feet, he was grabbed by Chi Li's arm. "What are you doing? Sit down and eat." Chi Yuchu frowned and said, "Dad, He doesn't think Chi Yen is running for Qiao Luoluo. If Qiao Luoluo is not feeling well, he has to go and see him. Sit down." Chi Ling's face turned pale. Chi Yuchu stood there without moving. At this time, even Mr. Chi said, "Yuchu, sit down and eat." "Grandpa." Chi Yuchu was stunned. Because everyone's face is very strange, no matter how stupid he is, he still feels that today's meal is different from before. And he will deceive himself and others again. Now, he also finds out that Chi Yen was chasing Qiao Luoluo out just now. He couldn't help asking, "Dad, are you hiding something from me?" He still doesn't think there is anything between Chi Yonghui and Qiao Luoluo. Chi Ling didn't want to tell him about it at the dinner table, lest he be humiliated in front of Mr. Chi, but looking at his posture of breaking the casserole and asking to the end, he could only look up at him. "You can ask your grandfather." Chi Yuchu turned to Mr. Chi. "Grandpa, please tell me." Of course, Mr. Chi didn't know how to open his mouth, but Chi Yuchu's bottom line obviously did not forget Qiao Luoluo. He also sank his face and threw his chopsticks up and left. Chi Yuchu had to look at Su Won. Although he has never called Su Won grandma, he also knows that Su Won is actually a good elder. Su Won looked at him. "Yuchu, Luoluo and Chi Yi got married today. In the future, you have to call Luoluo aunt." Su Won saw the past between him and Kololo. But in any case, Cho Lolo will be her daughter-in-law in the future. What? Chi Yuchu almost suspected that he had misheard. He looked at Su Won in shock and looked down at his ugly father. "Dad, is what she said true?" Chi Ling's face is very calm. "Is it true or not? What does it have to do with you?" Chi Yuchul was speechless when he was told. Yes, what does it have to do with him? Obviously, he has always regarded Kololo as his sister. Obviously, he has never liked Kololo. But why did his heart feel like a big hole when he heard that Chi Yang and Qiao Lolo were married? At this moment, Qiao Luoluo and Qi Ye came back together. Qi Yang was holding Qiao Luoluo's shoulder and almost half a floor in her arms. Chi Yuchul looked at this scene, and his eyes were red. Saw Wan stood up and asked, "Is it better?" Qi Yang nodded and did not let Qiao Luoluo sit down, but glanced at Chi Yuchul and said, Chapter 23, Congratulations on having one more aunt. I won't eat. She's not feeling well. I'll take her back to rest. Chi Yun didn't look at Chi Yuchul when he spoke, but Chi Yuchul felt like a slap on his face. He looked at Kololo, hoping to get a response from the latter. But Kololo didn't look at him at all, as if he didn't know him from the beginning to the end. At this time, the servant took a small suitcase, which was Kololo's few luggage in the family. When Saw Wan picked it up, her eyes were hot. She touched Cho Lolo's head and looked at Chi Yun again. Take good care of her and call me if you need anything. Chi Yun nodded. When the two of them walked out, Kololo's legs were too weak. Maybe she had eaten a little too much in the past 2 days. Her stomach couldn't accept it, which had the opposite effect. She almost spit out her bile in the bathroom just now. She staggered for a moment. Chi Yun looked back at her and couldn't walk. Walk, and move. Kololo gritted her teeth and didn't want to leave a pretentious impression on others. But my legs are really weak, and my 2 slender legs tremble when I walk. Chi Yan glanced at her and didn't say anything. He bent down and picked her up. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment, and her hands subconsciously grabbed Chia's shoulders. The breaths of the 2 people were entangled again. Kololo almost blushed from the face to the root of his neck. Chi Yuchul was still standing there and watching. She felt embarrassed. But Chi Yun hugged her, looked like usual, and strode out. He even whispered, "Hold tight." Kololo's heart beat heavily. It was not until he got on the car that Kololo's tight heartstrings relaxed. Chi Yun sat beside her and looked up. Chi Yuchul didn't know when he followed him, and now he stood at the door and looked this way. Chi Yun narrowed his eyes. TSK. He suddenly stretched out his hand and turned on the light above his head, and then leaned towards Kololo. The interior of the carriage was cramped. He was tall and leaned forward, directly compressing the space to the extreme. Kololo's heart was compressed into a small dot, and only his enlarged eyes were in front of him. He got closer and closer, and finally put it on her ear. Feeling her stiffness, he whispered, "You should also fasten your seat belt in the back seat." He stretched out his hand and pulled the strap of the seat belt. But this scene changed the taste in Chi Yuchul's eyes. The 2 figures entangled in the necks of the car window almost stopped his heart. He doesn't know what's wrong with him. Obviously, he doesn't like Cho Lolo, but why would he be so angry when he saw this scene? I was so angry that I wanted to rush over and grabbed Tiyu's collar and question him why. Obviously, there has never been Kololo in his eyes. Why do you suddenly want to marry Kololo now? But what makes him more angry is himself. What on earth are you angry about now? Seeing that the 2 figures didn't mean to separate, he turned pale and turned away. It's just a momentary mood. When he wakes up tomorrow morning, he will have nothing to do. Qiao Luoluo is now married to Qi Yong, and he should be happy for her. Just as his mind was in a mess, Zhuang Mengfei's phone call came. There was a lot of noise about her withdrawal today, but Qi Yuchu didn't even bother to ask. He was so distracted that he really didn't have time to pay attention to Zhuang Mengfei. Zhuang Mengfei obviously spoke with anger. Yin and Yang said, "Master Qi, what are you doing?" Qi Yuchu tried to control his tone. "What's the matter?" Seeing that he didn't even say a word of concern, Zhuang Mengfei said nothing. "He just called to congratulate you." "What are you congratulating me on?" "Congratulations on having one more aunt." Qi Yuchu's face suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. Zhuang Mengfei didn't wait for the answer over there, and suddenly began to laugh, but there was unwillingness hidden in the laughter. "Qi Yuchu, speak." Qi Yuchu still didn't say anything. Zhuang Mengfei's laughter suddenly stopped. "Qi Yuchu, you still said that you had no feelings for Qiao Luoluo. I can only say that your acting skills used to be so good that I was deceived by you. I really want to see your face now. It must be wonderful, right?" Every word she said came out of her teeth. Qi Yuchu heard the blue veins on his forehead. After the most secret thought was spread out, he actually felt so ashamed. He hung up the phone without saying a word. Qi Yong in the car kept watching his figure disappear, and then the hand placed next to Qiao Luoluo was willing to pinch the buckle and clicked it. But when he was about to leave, he was a little reluctant. Kololo is now like being held in his arms. He remembered the feeling of holding her just now, and it was so soft. "Okay, is it all right?" The little girl in her arms raised her wet eyes and looked over, full of haste. Qi Ye had to step back. "All right." Looking at him sitting back with an expressionless face, Kololo always had a feeling that he was slow just now, as if he was deliberately slow. But he has no reason to do this. Isn't it in order to get close to her? When this idea came to her mind, her first reaction was that she was crazy. How can Qi Yan, the proud son of heaven, use such a little trick on her? She put her hand on her lower abdomen while smacking her tongue at her delusions. If Qi Yan knew that the child was his own child in the future, how would he react? Are you happy or scared? But either way, it has nothing to do with her. Because by then, she must have gone far away from this place of right and wrong. She leaned against the car door and fell asleep unconsciously. When the car bumped, her forehead also hit the window, and she frowned in pain. But the parents in the dream were so real that she was not willing to wake up. In the dream, Dad hugged her, and everything was so real. His arms were warm and spacious, just like when he was a child, which made her feel particularly at ease. When the car was parked in front of the garage, Kololo hadn't woken up yet. Qi Yan hugged her all the way, watched her eyebrows tighten and loosen, and couldn't help gently pressing her eyebrows with his fingers. "Baby, did you dream of me?" At 3 a.m., Kololo woke up from his dream. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found herself lying in Qi's arms, and their bodies were close to each other. It was so tight that she seemed to be able to feel the ups and downs of every inch of his body's muscles with her body. Some bad associations began to arise in the brain. Her face suddenly changed. It must be too hot. She carefully withdrew from his arms, got out of bed and ran into the second bedroom. Qi Yan waited for the door to close and suddenly opened his eyes. The arms were empty, and the little girl had already run away. He remembered what Wen Yi asked him. "Are you still afraid that she can't run away?" He kind of wanted to call Wen Yi and ask him to get up and go to the toilet. During dinner the next morning, Qi Yan said, "You don't have to go to school today. I have called your class supervisor to ask for leave." Xiao Luoluo was stunned. Qi Yan called her to ask for leave. "What did you say to the teacher?" Chapter 24. Honey, are you tired? Qi Yan stopped moving his hand and looked up at Xiao Luoluo. She was looking at him with a trace of panic in her eyes. "I said you were not feeling well and wanted to rest at home for a day. And then what?" That's not what Carolo wants to know. She wanted to know in what capacity Qi Yan asked for this leave for her. Qi Yan put down the knife and fork, and then she agreed. His eyes were surging, always as if he had a deep meaning. Kololo lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him. Oh, forget it, even if he tells the class director that he is her husband, the class director will not go everywhere to promote the students' private affairs. After breakfast, Qi Yan took Xiao Luoluo to the mall. He is very busy at work, so he keeps calling in the mall. Liang Xiao led Chou Lolo to choose clothes in the clothing store. As long as Xiao Luoluo took a look, Liang Xiao would tell the shopping guide. "From here to there, wrap it up." In the end, Chou Lolo couldn't stand it anymore. "Liang Tasuka, I just looked at it casually." Liang Xiao thought to himself, "If you want the stars in the sky, Mr. Qi also has to let me pick them." He said with a smile, "I'm sorry, madam, I remember it." After that, Xiao Luoluo looked at something. Liang Xiao really didn't find anyone to pack it. He quietly took photos beside him. After shooting, all of them were sent to the general manager of the mall. The general manager was having a very serious meeting when he received the photo, but he immediately picked up his mobile phone and replied with a smile. "Liang Tasuka, don't worry, I will immediately have someone pack it up and send it to Mr. Qi's house." When passing by a mother and baby store, Chou Lolo thought for a moment, but still didn't step in. After all, the child is still young, and she has no experience. She doesn't know what to buy. Qi Yan followed her, but his steps stopped. A couple came out of the store. The man carried the big bag and the small bag and asked the pregnant woman next to him with a smile, "Honey, are you tired? Would you like to sit down for a while and have a drink?" The pregnant woman also smiled and reached out to help the man wipe his sweat. "Honey, are you tired? You're sweating. How about I get some for you?" The man immediately dodged her outstretched hand and looked at her belly. "What do I mean by mentioning something? You have been with such a big belly for months. You are working hard. I will press your legs well when I go back tonight." The pregnant woman smiled and thanked her husband. The two walked a few steps and found that Qi Ye was looking at them, and smiled embarrassedly. Xiao Luoluo walked a few steps ahead and didn't see Qi Ye. Looking back, Qi Yan was standing at the door of the mother and baby store. He looked at her blankly, and his eyes were a little complicated. Chou Lolo didn't dare to leave anymore, so he had to stand still and wait for him to come. Qi Ye came to her side. "Tired of walking?" He can't say the word wife. Besides, he was afraid that Carolo would have a sudden cardiac arrest after calling. Kololo was really tired of walking and whispered, "A little. I didn't think so before, but when she went shopping today, she found that her whole physical strength was not as good as before. An hour passed, and her calf was a little swollen." Qi Yan said, "Do you want to find a place to sit and have a drink?" Xiao Luoluo was stunned for a moment. She didn't really want to sit outside, because she was a little uncomfortable when sitting with Qi Ye. If she was at home, she could also hide in the room. "No, I want to go back to rest." Qi Yan was silent for 2 seconds. "Okay." When he was sitting in the car, he remembered the words of the man just now. I'll go back and press your legs at night. He looked back at Kololo. The other party was sitting far away from him, not to mention his legs, and he probably didn't dare to let him touch a hair. He sighed silently and turned his head out of the window. Kololo aimed at him with the afterglow. I always feel that he has been strange since he passed by the mother and baby store. She was a little worried that he suddenly began to care about the child's background. I was so anxious all the way that I didn't dare to breathe. When he got home, Kololo entered the guest room. Liang Xiao looked at Qi Yan. Qi Yan asked him, what else? Liang Xiao replied, no, Mr. Qi, I'll go first. They are married and still sleep in separate rooms. Mr. Qi can't. After he left, Qi Yan took time to hold 2 more online meetings in the living room. The people over there in the mall wrapped the clothes and sent them all over. Mr. Qi, where are these clothes? Qi Yan looked at the second bedroom, paused, and put everything in the cloakroom of the master bedroom. Kololo lay on the bed and heard the movement in the living room. She was waiting for someone to send her clothes into the second bedroom and then opened the door, but no one knocked on her door. She couldn't help opening the door and saw a group of people pushing their clothes to the master bedroom. Qi Yan stood not far away and looked at her. His vision is very deep. Kololo was embarrassed and retreated again. He went to the refrigerator and pretended to pour a glass of water and took it in his hand. She watched as the person pushed all the clothes to the master bedroom. This shows that Qi Yan does not mean to sleep in separate rooms. Thinking of this, her heart suddenly began to pound. After waiting for others to leave, Qi Yan sat down on the sofa again. Kololo passed behind him and wanted to sneak back, but was stopped by him. Kololo. His voice is always like this, very calm. But when it fell into her ears, there was a deterrent. She stopped and walked towards him slowly. Qi Yan asked, how is your graduation project going? Kololo lowered his head and replied in a low voice, 2/3 have been completed. She studied interior design and wanted to finish it as soon as possible, but there were too many things to do these days, and she didn't have time to do it. Qi Yan looked at her, so what are you going to do next? His pupils are so deep that people dare not look at him. Kololo was stunned for a moment. What? Qi Yan suddenly said, are you afraid of me? Kololo was directly stunned and said with some guilty, no. Although we have been together for a few days, she still feels uncomfortable. Qi Yan stared at her, so sit down. Her voice was so small and far away that he could almost hear her clearly. Kololo froze for a moment and looked at the sofa he was on. She has a feeling that if she doesn't go, he may be angry. She had to stand up and walk 1 meter away from him. As soon as she bent her knees, Qi Yan patted the position beside her. I let you sit here. Kololo's whole body is stiff. Sit beside him? She will suffocate, right? But Qi Yan's aura was so strong that she didn't dare to resist him. She had to get up again and walk towards him slowly. As soon as he came to his side and didn't sit down, Qi Yan raised his hand to hold her arm and pulled her down. She fell into his arms, and her buttocks sat on his strong thighs. Chapter 25. Will you regret marrying me? Qi Yan clasped her wrist with his left hand, wrapped his right hand around her waist, and shuckled her between his chest. Her nose was filled with the cold smell of him, with a light fragrance of wood, and even his heartbeat was deafening. Qi Yan did not take the next step, but just looked at her. You still say you're not afraid? I'm obviously scared to death. The faces of the 2 people are close to each other, and their breaths are intertwined. Qi Yan's eyes were very straight again. Kololo's heart was raised to his throat, for fear that he would kiss directly like in the restaurant. She used to like Qi Yuchu, but she had never been in a relationship, let alone kissed anyone. The memory of a month ago is already very blurred. She still remembers the memory of the restaurant 2 days ago. At that time, when Qi Yan kissed her, she didn't have time to feel anything else, and she felt that she was about to suffocate to death. In fact, she really wants to get out of him now. Qiao Luoluo raised his head and looked at Qi Yan. Because of nervousness, his voice was a little dry. You let go of me first. Qi Yan's pupils darkened. Answer my question and let you down. Hearing the words, the corners of Kololo's eyes were wetter, and a trace of panic flashed. If he doesn't say something, he won't let her go. After hesitating for a while, she asked, will you regret marrying me? Qi Yan asked, why should I regret it? Because my status is not worthy of you at all. Qi Yan was silent for a long time. It was silent all around, and Kololo's heartbeat was like a drumming, and it was about to jump out of her throat. Qi Yan said, so what kind of status do you think is worthy of me? Kololo's eyelids drooped. She can't say it. Anyway, she definitely doesn't deserve it. I don't know. Qi Yan frowned and knew that some things were difficult to reason with Qiao Luoluo. He suddenly stretched out his hand, clamped her jaw, and forced her to raise her head. Kololo's lips were forced to open in a catering posture. He kissed me. He just drank ice water, and his lips were a little cold. But his breathing is hot. It swept away all the oxygen from Kololo. The feeling of the tide spreading swept the whole body again. She opened her eyes wide in panic. But this time, Qi Yan didn't stop at the point. He kissed her very slowly, as if he wanted to teach her how to kiss. In the quiet air, there was the sound of lips and tongue entangled. Kololo clearly felt his every move. Compared with the last kiss, this time it was called a real kiss. She consciously lifted up and grabbed the clothes on his chest. Because her hand used a little force, Qi Yan felt her movements. He took the opportunity to lean towards her and kissed her deeper. Such a deep kiss made Kololo's whole body begin to be at a loss. She didn't know why Qi Yan kissed her like this. Obviously, the marriage between the two was just a deal. When she was about to cry, Qi Yan let go of her. He stared at her, and now you know. Kololo's brain was blank, and there was no way to think about anything. Qi Yan helped her wipe the water stains from the corners of her mouth with her fingers, and the action was very light. He said, Kololo, don't think I'm so unattainable. I'm just an ordinary man. Kololo understood. He explained the behavior just now. This is something that ordinary men would do. But the word he and the word ordinary are really difficult to get to know. Kololo couldn't help saying, is it ordinary? Qi Yan stared at her swollen lips and said, well, it's very ordinary. What's so special? It's not because of her. Kololo didn't know how to digest his words. He let go of his hand. Kololo was about to get up subconsciously, but he held her waist again. The sight he looked at was a little gloomy. Don't put me on the altar, let alone stay away from me. For some reason, Kololo actually saw a trace of loneliness in his eyes. She felt that she was probably fooled by being kissed. He gently held her waist and gave her some strength. Kololo took the opportunity to stand up. She stood in front of him and felt more embarrassed, but her fear of him diluted a lot. Go and get the medicine, Qi Yan said. Xiao Luoluo went to the locker to turn out the needle and brought it to Qi Yan. Qi Yan gave her an injection and stared at several needles on her abdomen, which made her feel indescribable. He didn't think it was a big deal for her to marry her pregnant. He just felt sorry for her and didn't even dare to say who the father of the child was. But some men hide in the corner and don't even dare to come out. When he thought of someone, his eyes darkened. He packed up his used things and looked up to see that Kololo was going to the second bedroom again. He said, are you tired? Kololo stopped and looked back at him. Qi Yan said, go to the master bedroom to sleep. Kololo was stunned for a moment. She didn't know what Qi Yan meant. Her feet were nailed in place and she couldn't lift it up. After tidying up, Qi Yan turned off the light in the living room and strode towards her. Kololo stood still. Qi Yan suddenly raised his hand, pressed her shoulder, and put her on the door of the second bedroom. She was imprisoned in a square inch between his chest. His breath was overwhelmingly suppressed. In the dark, the senses are infinitely amplified. She heard him say, the second bedroom is for the guests, and you are now. Kololo's eyes widened suddenly. Qi Yan is also looking at her. But his eyes are more powerful. Kololo's whole body was weak, and he wanted to slide to the ground. Qi Yan let go of his hand at this time, strode to the door of the master bedroom and pushed open the door. He stood by the door and looked at Kololo. The light inside the door was on, and the light hit his handsome side face, and his facial features were three-dimensional and deep. Kololo clenched his small fist and couldn't find a reason to escape. The two people have received the certificate and are husband and wife. She walked towards him with difficulty, and when she walked into the bedroom, her shoulder brushed his chest. The cold breath on his body invaded again. Qi Yan said, you take a shower and go to bed first. I still have something to deal with. At the thought of the two of them sleeping together, Kololo was so nervous that he didn't dare to turn back. Okay. After saying that, Qi Yan left, and Xiao Luoluo's tight shoulders also relaxed. She went to the cloakroom to find a pajama. As soon as she opened the door, she was stunned by the colorful clothes. Liang Xiao didn't seem to listen to her. He bought a lot of clothes that she had just seen at, including the set of white Qingqi pajamas in the underwear store. The outside is just a mesh nightgown, and the inside is a three-point bikini. If you wear it, you can't cover anything. She was just embarrassed to take a look in the underwear store, but Liang Xiao. This time she didn't dare to look at it. She rushed in and picked up a set of normal pajamas next to her and rushed into the bathroom. Chapter 26. He was just reacting. When he was lying in bed, the smell on Qi Ye's body enveloped Kololo like a tide. She put her head out of the quilt and took a big breath. But she didn't dare to close her eyes, because she didn't know when Qi Ye would come in. Yi Ningmeng sent a message asking her about her marriage. She replied that she had received the certificate. Yi Ningmeng immediately sent a big red envelope to express congratulations. Kololo didn't accept it, but only said thank you. As time passed, she went from anxious to sleepy. I don't know when I fell asleep. Until she felt that her whole body was hot, as if someone was holding her firmly in her arms. She suddenly opened her eyes. The bedroom was dark, but the touch of the body became particularly sharp. Indeed, someone was holding her from behind, and a very strong arm was wrapped around her waist. Her whole back was pressed against his hot chest. Kololo didn't dare to move and held his breath in the dark. A low voice came from the ear. "Why did you wake up?" Kololo swallowed nervously. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Chi Yen simply turned her over and let her face him. Take a breath and intertwine. They couldn't see each other's faces at all, but Xiao Luoluo could feel that Chi Yen was staring at him. In the dark, she tried to hide herself and carefully moved her buttocks back. But as soon as he moved out an inch, Chi Ye's arm hooked her waist and forcibly pulled her back. The waists of the two people are almost close to each other. She seemed to feel some unspeakable object. She suddenly stared wide-eyed in surprise, feeling that there was a fire in the quilt, and it was hot. I want to go to the toilet." At the critical moment, she came up with a great excuse. Chi Yun didn't stop her anymore. He let go of his hand and turned on the bedside lamp with a snap. Kololo got out of bed and ran into the bathroom. She sat on the toilet and recalled the posture that Chi Yan had just held her. It was so intimate, like a pair of lovers. And he was just reacting. She remembered what he said, he was an ordinary man. That's why he will do that. When Kololo sat on the toilet, he kept listening to the movement outside. But it's quiet outside. She procrastinated for more than 20 minutes, thinking that Chi Yan should have fallen asleep before going out. The moment she walked to the bedside and quietly climbed onto the bed, the person who should have been asleep stretched out his hand again. Carolo was dragged into his arms again. His breath sprayed on the back of her neck with weak skin, again and again. Carolo's eyes closed tightly. If he really wants to do that kind of thing, she can't resist him. Just as she was so tense that her nerves began to hurt, Chia's low voice sounded in her ear. "Go to sleep." He did nothing but stretched out his hand to turn off the light at the head of the bed. It became dark in front of me. Cho Lolo waited for a while and felt that his breathing was very even, and there was no next move, so he exhaled a long breath. Chi Yun didn't fall asleep. He held Kololo in his hand, and a great sense of satisfaction made him feel empty. The little girl in her arms was very stiff. It goes without saying that she was afraid of something. He didn't scare her anymore. From the moment he proposed to get married, he realized that he would be rejected by her. But she didn't struggle to push him away, which was already the first step to success. Sleep well all night. When Kololo woke up the next day, the arm looking around his waist had disappeared. She looked back and saw that there was only herself in the huge room. She went into the bathroom and washed up and walked into the living room. Chi Yun is sitting at the dining table. "Come and have breakfast." The breakfast on the table was still bought by Liang Xiao, but this time it was some of the food that Xiao Luoluo likes to eat. She sat opposite him and ate in small mouthfuls. But just as she was eating fried eggs, she smelled a huge fishy smell. In the morning, her stomach was particularly sensitive. She couldn't help rushing into the bathroom. Chi Yun sat at the dining table, and his face suddenly sank. He picked up the plate in front of her, smelled the fried egg, and his face became more gloomy. When Cho Lolo came out, all the food on the table was taken away. She thought that Chi Yun had finished eating, but when she looked up, she saw Chi Yun standing in front of the Jiaodao platform, taking out 2 eggs from the refrigerator. He looked up at her and said, "Wait a minute." Xiao Luoluo didn't know what he was going to do. After listening to his words, he went to the sofa, but Chi Yun said, "Just sit at the table and wait." Cho Lolo pulled away the chair and sat down. He couldn't help asking, "Do you want to make fried eggs?" Chi Yun hummed. The kitchen is an open island platform, so everything Chi Yun does is in her eyes. After beating the eggs, he picked up his mobile phone and took a look. The video was a very simple fried egg tutorial. But he, a noble young master, has never done this before. When the fire was turned on to the maximum, the egg liquid went into the pot for 3 seconds, and the taste of paste came out. He sank for a moment, poured the failed fried egg into the trash can, and then started again. After 2 or 3 times like this, he finally made a good-looking fried egg. He took the fried egg to the table and put it down to have a taste. Kololo was dumbfounded. I thought he wanted to fry eggs because he was not full, but he didn't expect that he made it for her. She picked up the knife and fork and was a little stiff. She wanted to say that you didn't have to do this, but looking at the other party's eyes, she was embarrassed to say it. "Thank you." She tasted a very ordinary fried egg. Seeing that she didn't spit it out, Chi Yo's face softened slightly and sat down next to Kololo. As soon as he felt his approach, Kololo's action of chewing eggs slowed down. Seeing this, Chi Yan got up and left again. Xiao Luoluo watched him go to the window to make a phone call, and suddenly felt that Chi Yan was not as unkind as he had in his impression. Many times, he takes special care of other people's emotions. On the contrary, she doesn't know what's good or bad. After eating the eggs, Carolo took the initiative to go to the kitchen to wash the table where he had eaten. Chi Yan heard the sound of water and looked back at her standing in front of the sink. A black hair almost covered her whole back. I don't know whether she has too much hair or her people are too small. On the phone, Liang Xiao was talking. "Mr. Chi, I will go to the housekeeping company in the afternoon to find 2 reliable people for an interview." When Shi Yong hung up the phone, Xiao Luoluo was also busy and looked back at this side. When the four eyes were facing each other, Chou Lolo didn't hide. She even took the initiative to say, I don't have class today, so you don't have to take me to school later. Qi Yong walked towards her and approached her. It's not a solution for you to eat outside for a long time. I don't know how to cook. Liang Xiao will bring 2 housekeepers here later. Do you choose by yourself? It was the first time for Kololo to have such an initiative, which was a little flattered. Okay, thank you. He paused and said, Chapter 27, do you think people who have separated can still be friends? Don't be so polite to me. Kololo didn't say anything more. Qi Yan went back to the room and put on a suit jacket, a natural hanger, wide shoulders and narrow waist. Chou Lolo's eyes were unconsciously attracted by him. Both men and women love good-looking people. Qi Yong saw her staring at him and said, I'll go to the company. Is it okay for you to be alone at home? In fact, he really wants to take her to the company. But looking at her appearance, it would only be uncomfortable to go there, so this thought was dispelled. Carolo said, no problem. I'll call you if I have something to do. She now knows that there are some things that she can't bear by herself. Okay. Qi Yan turned around and left. Chou Lolo was not idle either. After soaking himself a glass of honey water, he went to the room and took out his notebook. Her graduation project has not been completed yet. She was intoxicated by the design, and it was 11 a.m. In a flash. Just as she got up and stretched out, the mobile phone rang. It's my aunt, Yan Xia, who called. Hello, auntie? Chen Xia asked cautiously. Luoluo, didn't I disturb you? No, in fact, Xiao Luoluo was a little surprised. Although Qian Xia usually treats her well, she usually sends her messages and rarely calls her directly like this. She asked, Auntie, what's the matter? Qian Xia was silent and asked, I heard from your uncle about your marriage. I just want to ask you, are you voluntary? Chou Lolo was stunned for a moment. But on the other hand, she was raised in the Qi family and had nothing to do with Qi Yo. Suddenly, she said that she was married to Qi Yo, which was indeed easy to misunderstand. She said, it's voluntary. Qian Xia was relieved to hear that she volunteered. That's okay. I'm just asking you. Kololo didn't know what to say to her. He was silent for a moment to hang up the phone. Qian Xia suddenly stopped her. Lolo, if your uncle calls you these 2 days, don't answer it. I'm afraid he will cause you trouble. When it comes to his uncle, Xiao Luoluo immediately reminds him of Liang Xiao taking someone to get the household registration book yesterday. Come to think of it, the process should not be pleasant. She was very grateful that Qian Xia specially called to tell her about this matter. Thank you, auntie. I know. You should also take care of yourself at home. Qian Xia didn't say anything for a long time. When she spoke again, her voice was already choked. Of course, I will take care of myself as a big person, but you, at a young age, before graduation. Your uncle is not a human, Lolo. If he asks you for money in the future, you must not give it to him. After Qian Xia cried and finished speaking, Xiao Luoluo also heard something. She asked, Auntie, are you alright? It's okay. It's okay. You can do your business. I'm a little busy here, so I won't say anything. Qian Xia hung up the phone. Chou Lolo looked at the call records on his mobile phone and felt a little uneasy. Uncle must have done something to make his aunt so scared to call and tell her. After thinking about it, she decided to go to see her aunt. After all, compared with the uncle who only treats her as a money tree, the aunt is like an elder. She changed her clothes and was ready to go out. As soon as he arrived at the door, Liang Xiao came out of the elevator with something in his hand. Madam. As soon as Xiao Luoluo saw him, he thought of last night's Qingqi pajamas and blushed. Liang Xiao saw that she had changed her shoes and asked, Madam, are you going out? Kololo replied obediently, I'm going to see my aunt. I'll be back soon. Then I'll take you there. The housekeeper company won't come until a little later. Although Qi Yin didn't tell him, he always has everything. Kololo has never been taken care of like this, and she is a little embarrassed. I can also take a taxi. Hearing the words, Liang Xiao turned around and looked at her seriously. Madam, these are all things within my salary. Don't be afraid to call me. He also said an online term, which suddenly changed from an unattainable president's special assistant to a down-to-earth. Chou Lolo felt that the distance between the two was closer, so she didn't refuse him anymore. Thank you for your hard work. Liang Xiao put down his things and turned out. It was not hard, but his life was hard. Kololo was stunned. Liang Xiao laughed and said, I'm joking. He just felt that Xiao Luoluo had been too tense since he got along with Xi Yong, so tense that even an outsider felt distressed. In addition, he often investigated Carolo's information before and always regarded her as a little sister. Kololo didn't know whether to laugh or not, because it was really sudden. Seeing her like this, Liang Xiao immediately said, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. Kololo interrupted him for fear that he would not say anything more. In fact, she quite liked Liang Xiao's cold humor. I'm just a little slow to react. Liang Xiao went to press the elevator and said with a smile, "Your grades are so good that your reaction is not slow. You just think of us too much." "You guys?" Kololo got to the point. Liang Xiao raised his eyebrows proudly and got hooked. "Not only me, but also Mr. Qi," he lowered his voice. In fact, he was not as serious as he looked, and he was also funny in private. The two got into the car while talking. Kololo sat in the co-driver's seat, obviously not believing it. "Really?" "Yes, Mr. Qi doesn't joke in front of you because he has never been with a girl, especially a little girl like you." Liang Xiao adjusted the back of the seat for her and turned on the air conditioner. Kololo thought for a moment and grasped another point. "I have never been with a girl." She was surprised. Hasn't he been in love? Although he hasn't brought anyone back over the years, there are still gossips. Previously, he and a female star named Sun Yun under T's name were rumored. The media said that he spent a lot of money for her and forced her from an out-of-the-stream little star to a top. There are also many photos of two people entering and leaving the banquet together, with noses and eyes. Cho Lolo looked forward and was passing by a shopping mall at this time, and the big screen of the mall was playing an advertisement for skincare products endorsed by Sun Yu. She seems to be a real match with Qi Yao. She is talented and beautiful. Liang Xiao followed her line of sight and also saw the screen. Originally, he wanted to explain for Qi Yao, but his words suddenly changed. "Madam, do you think people who have separated can still be friends?" Korolo looked back at him. Chapter 28 Is Qi Yan still in touch with his ex-girlfriend? Although I don't know why Liang Xiao asked, Cho Lolo also answered him with his inner thoughts. No, Liang Xiao couldn't help but look away from her categout words. Originally, I was worried that she would continue to hang out with Qi Yuchua, but I didn't expect her to be so straightforward. Mr. Qi can rest assured. He immediately smiled and said, "That's right, otherwise it would be too unfair to the current one." Kololo was silent for a few seconds and turned around to look at him seriously. "Is Qi Yan still in touch with his ex-girlfriend?" Liang Xiao shook his hand holding the steering wheel. He didn't mean that. After all, Qi Yan didn't have an ex-girlfriend at all. He was about to open his mouth, but Qiao Luoluo reacted first. If he asked Liang Xiao like this, he might be mistaken for being a chicken. She hurriedly said, "I don't mean anything else, I'm just curious." Liang Xiao originally wanted to explain, but when she said this, she was suddenly blessed she had to leave this opportunity to Mr. Qi himself. After all, feelings start with care. He pursed his lips. "I didn't know much about Mr. Qi's private affairs." Hearing the words, Kololo didn't ask any more questions. When he was about to get to the gate of the community, Kololo asked him to park the car on the side of the road and buy some fruit snacks by himself. Liang Xiao got out of the car and helped her carry it. The two came to a small restaurant not far from the community. The restaurant should have been open for many years. The decoration is very old-fashioned, and the floor at the door is full of oil smoke. Qiao Luoluo was about to go in when he was stopped by Liang Xiao. "Madam, how about calling her to come out? I think the boss is inside. Qian Xia is just a waiter here. If she goes in like this, Qian Xia probably won't dare to talk to her. Workers know the most about workers." Qiao Luoluo glanced at Liang Xiao and was also shocked by his carefulness. "Okay." She called Qian Xia. Qian Xia came out of the kitchen and was surprised to see her at the door, but she still walked out quickly. "Lolo, why did you come here suddenly?" Cho Lolo looked at her and saw the bruises on the corners of her mouth at a glance. He was shocked. "Auntie, what happened to the wound on your face?" Qian Xia subconsciously covered it with her hand, but she couldn't cover it. She glanced at Liang Xiao, who was standing next to Cho Lolo, and said awkwardly, "It's nothing. I accidentally bumped into it." Liang Xiao saw that she was not comfortable and immediately said, "Madam, I'm going to get something in the car." As soon as he left, Qian Xia pulled Cho Lolo aside. "Why did you come here suddenly? Is something wrong?" She was obviously injured, but she was still thinking about Cho Lolo, which made Cho Lolo feel very bad. She asked in a low voice, "Is the wound on your face caused by your uncle?" Liu Xiaoming likes to do things when he gets angry. 10 years ago, when Xiao Luoluo lived in this house for less than 3 months, he saw that he touched Qian Xia twice. Seeing that she saw it, Qian Xia held back her tears and said, "There is no bone injury, but a little skin injury." Cho Lolo felt very uncomfortable and lowered his head and said, "Is it because I didn't tell him that he was angry with you because I got married?" Suddenly, Qian Xia grabbed Cho Luoluo's hand. "Luoluo, although I haven't seen Qi Yong a few times, I know he is a man with good time. You can live a good life with him in the future. Don't come back, and don't care about your uncle. I can't help it, but you are different. You can't let your uncle drag you down anymore." After saying that, Qian Xia's tears hit the back of Kololo's hand in a series, which made her excited. Her heart is as uncomfortable as a knife. "Aunt." She remembers that when she was a child, her uncle was not like this. He was very humorous and kind. He often took her out to play, and he was also very loving with her aunt. Since he met a group of people and began to play mahjong with them, the whole person has become different. He became irritable and irritable. He not only often went to Qiao's house to borrow money, but also began to move his aunt to do it. Once, he even put his aunt in the hospital and took care of her for a month before being discharged from the hospital. Zhou Lolo thought that her aunt would divorce her uncle after his cousin became an adult, but now that her cousin is a sophomore, her aunt has no intention of divorce. She herself crossed the river with mud bodhisattva, and she didn't dare to persuade her aunt to do anything, so she could only follow her to tears. After a while, Qiangxia wiped away her tears and choked, "Remember your aunt's words, don't give your uncle money, and live your own life." Kololo felt more and more uncomfortable. He really wanted to help her, but he didn't know how to help her. Just then, an impatient shout came from behind. "Qiangxia, I said I couldn't find you in the back kitchen. Now I'm busy in the hall. You'd better run out quietly to be lazy, right?" Qiangxia immediately blocked Qiao Luoluo behind him and said, "I'm sorry, boss. My niece came to find me. I said a few words to her, and I'll go in right away." The middle-aged man looked up and down at Jololo with mean eyes, and his tone was very arrogant. "It's working time now. Even if your mother comes, you have to go to work. Hurry up and go in. If you dare to do this next time, don't come." This job was close to home, and Qiangxia found it hard. She didn't dare to refute the man and whispered to Qiao Luoluo, "You go back first. Don't come here if you have nothing to do, lest your uncle see you." After saying that, her hasty figure quickly disappeared at the door of the dirty restaurant. Zhou Lolo stood in place and stared, and his eyes began to dry up. Liang Xiao came over when he saw Qianxia leave. He asked softly, "Madam, if there is anything I can do to help, please let me know." Zhou Lolo shook his head and was about to turn around when he suddenly raised his head to look at Liang Xiao. "You say, if I give my aunt a sum of money, let her resign, and then divorce my uncle, will she agree?" "My aunt has not divorced my uncle for so many years, which is nothing more than the idea of the older generation that women can't survive independently without men. What if she gives her enough money to survive?" Liang Xiao was a little flattered and stunned when he heard her ask. Kololo said seriously, "I don't have someone to give advice. I want to hear your opinion." Liang Xiao is very good at dealing with people's feelings, because he understands people's hearts very well. Liang Xiao hesitated for a moment and said bluntly, "I don't recommend you to do this." "Why?" Kololo doesn't understand. Liang Xiao explained, "For so many years, have you ever heard the word divorce from your aunt? A person of her age has a strong traditional concept. No matter how hard and tired she is, she doesn't want to divorce. No matter how much money you give her, she will be taken away by your uncle." Kololo was stunned. She really didn't consider so much. Liang Xiao was worried that what he said was too heavy and wanted to comfort him. Zhou Lolo lowered her head. "I understand what you mean. You're right. Paying is to treat the symptoms, not the root cause." In the early summer of June, she felt a chill in her spine. Liang Xiao knew that she was uncomfortable, but he didn't know how to comfort her. At this time, Qia's call was made to Qiao Luoluo's mobile phone. Chapter 29, How she is qualified to fall in love with him. Kololo picked up the phone and quickly cleaned up her mood. Qi Yan didn't know what was going on here. He asked, "Did Liang Xiao bring the housekeeper to show you?" Qiao Luoluo replied, "Liang Tasuka has come first, and the housekeeper hasn't come yet." "I Mr. Qi." Qi Ye's voice interrupted Qiao Luoluo's words. She wanted to tell him that she had come to see her aunt. But Qi Yan seems to be very busy. "I still have a meeting here." He paused for a moment, and his tone suddenly slowed down. "You have to eat well at home, do you know? I will come back earlier today." Kololo quickly replied, "Okay, you go ahead." As if he wanted to say something else, he was silent for a while and hung up the phone. Qiao Luoluo looked back at Liang Xiao. "Let's go back." "Okay." The two walked to the car. When he got into the car, Kololo's mood was obviously not as relaxed as when he came. She opened the window and put her chin against her arm to blow the wind. Liang Xiao thought she didn't want to talk and didn't speak again. But after driving for a while, Kololo actually took the initiative to say, "In fact, I never thought that I would get married in my life." Liang Xiao was a little surprised and looked back at her. The little girl's side face has not yet taken off her childishness, but there are many things in her eyes that do not match her age. He felt a little uncomfortable and asked softly, "Why do you think so?" Kololo smiled softly. "Because I found out very early that marriages with unequal status are cages." The word cage is really too heavy. Liang Xiao frowned. "Did your aunt and your uncle affect you?" Zhou Lolo did not deny it, but said, "My aunt's family is very poor, and there are several younger brothers and sisters below, so even if my uncle's conditions are very average, but he has a car and a house, the conditions in my aunt's house are very good. I think that's how my aunt dares to divorce. She is used to being inferior." Hearing her say this, Liang Xiao was not happy. But he still felt it was necessary to correct her idea. After all, the most unequal status now is her and Qi Yan. "Mrs., although I have never met your parents, the relationship between them has always been praised." Hearing this, Kololo's eyes suddenly turned red. She lay on the window of the car and said softly, "A man like my father is the best." She used to think that Yu Chuo was like that, but later she found out that she was not. When Liang Xiao saw her little figure lying on the car window, he regretted mentioning her sad things, but he still said stubbornly, "Although there is only a hierarchical relationship between me and Mr. Qi, I dare to pack the ticket. He is a good man chosen by tens of millions of people." In the past few years, Xi Yan was so busy abroad that he often couldn't even eat, but he still had to call him to ask if Qiao Luoluo was happy today. If she was happy, Xi Yan would not say anything. If she is unhappy, the smell of smoke in Xi Yan's room can smoke people to death. He also risked his life to ask Xi Yan why he didn't click directly. If it goes on like this, Qiao Luoluo will be cheated away by Yu Chuo. But Qi Yan told him categorically that Yu Chuo was a coward, and he did not dare to marry Qiao Luoluo. Facts have proved that Qi Yan was right. He took care of everything abroad and then returned to Qiao Luoluo. He didn't propose to marry Yu Chuo until she saw Yu Chuo's true face. He is a mature and wise man, which is beyond Liang Xiao's reach. After Liang Xiao finished speaking, she looked at Qiao Luoluo with the afterglow, but she didn't say anything. Because she is not the one of a kind, she is ordinary and cowardly. How can she fall in love with him? She was silent for a long time, so silent that Liang Xiao began to reflect on what was wrong from the first sentence she got on the car. Until a sudden phone call interrupted the suffocating silence. After answering the phone, Liang Xiao explained to Qiao Luoluo that the people from the housekeeping company had arrived at the gate of the community. After a while, the car was parked in the garage. Liang Xiao sent Zhou Lolo upstairs first, and then went to the door to bring people in. There is only one aunt who came. She blushed and spoke enthusiastically. The elder sister who was with me just now suddenly said that there was an emergency at home, and I was the only one who came. "Madam, my surname is Li. I am very diligent and proficient in all kinds of cuisines. You can eat whatever you want." These two people were also screened by Liang Xiao after reading the materials, and they are all rich in qualifications. Seeing this, Qiao Luoluo didn't say much. She looked at Liang Xiao and said, "Then it's her." So Liang Xiao pulled Sister Li aside and briefly introduced the work content to her, that is, cleaning and cooking, and not staying here at night. Sister Li agreed with one word. Just at noon, Sister Li hurried into the kitchen to cook. Liang Xiao wanted to rush back to the company, so he said goodbye to Qiao Luoluo. Zhou Lolo sat on the sofa and did her graduation project that she had not finished in the morning. As a result, Sister Li talked to her while cooking. "Madam, you look so young. Did you get married so early? Have you graduated from college?" Kololo suddenly frowned. She was a little too enthusiastic. When Sister Li saw that she didn't say anything, she didn't say anything more. After the meal was ready, Qiao Luoluo asked her to sit down and eat together. Sister Li was not polite and sat down. "I was at the previous boss's house. It's also necessary to eat at the table. It's not ancient times now. How can it not let people eat at the table?" "Do you think so, madam?" Kololo was stunned. When she was in the Qi family, she was also taken care of by servants. Although the servants liked to gossip behind the back, they were also respectful on the surface. She doesn't want to divide people into 3, 6, and 9 classes and force herself to accept Sister Li's enthusiasm. After dinner, Sister Li quickly put away the bowl. Just when Qiao Luoluo thought her ears could be clearer, she came over and sat next to Qiao Luoluo. "How old is your husband? Are you in free love? I heard from Mr. Liang just now that you are pregnant. It's really good to get married and have children at such a young age." She speaks like a machine gun, endlessly. Kololo stood up directly and interrupted her. "Sorry, I went to the first room first. If it's just that enthusiasm is okay, but Qiao Luoluo can hear that Sister Li has been inking about her private affairs, which makes her uncomfortable." After entering the room, she thought about whether to call Liang Xiao. At this time, Qi Yan called again. This time, his side was very quiet, making his low voice particularly clear and crisp into her ears. Chapter 30. Can I have a hug? Did you have a good meal at noon? When Qi Yan asked like this, it made Qiao Luoluo feel that he was still a child. There was an indescribable throbbing in her heart, which was quickly ignored by her. "Eat it. The food cooked by Sister Li is delicious." Qi Yan got out of the car and walked to the elevator entrance. "Sister Li, the new housekeeper. How do you spend these few hours with her?" Kololo squeezed her lips. Although she doesn't want Sister Li to lose her job so soon. But an idea suddenly flashed in her mind. If Qi Yan were here now, what would he do? The answer is definitely to let Sister Li go without mercy. She made up her mind and whispered, "I think she is too enthusiastic." Qi Yan heard the voice outside the string. "It's too noisy." "That won't work." He entered the elevator and stepped into the house 3 seconds later. Qiao Luoluo heard Sister Li's unique loud voice coming from the living room. "Are you Mr. Qi? Hello? Just call me Sister Li." The sound in the living room overlapped with the sound in the receiver, almost sending Kololo away. She quickly got up and walked to the door, and quietly opened a crack in the door. Qi Yan didn't hang up the phone, but said to Sister Li, "Thank you for your hard work today. You can go. Sister Lee was stunned, but it's still early. Chi Yun stared at her with heavy eyes and took the garbage away when he left. Sister Lee's scalp exploded when she was seen by him. She didn't dare to refute it. She took something and muttered a few words and left. When she left, Kololo came out of the room. She was wearing a white doll shirt top, a pair of denim shorts in her lower body, and her straight and slender legs were exposed, obedient and soft. Chi Yun glanced at her, and his heart was empty. He has seen this kind of scene of Cho Lolo waiting for him to come home from work tens of millions of times in his dreams. This is the taste of a dream come true. The heart is like being thrown into a gaspy carbonated drink, sour and soft. Kololo didn't look forward and looked at him. Are you done with work? It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He came back too early. Chi Yun took off his suit jacket and threw it on the back of the sofa, unbuttoning his shirt and walking towards her. Well, what did you do at home today? Kololo looked at his tall figure approaching him, and he was a little nervous. I did the graduation design and went to see my aunt. Chi Yun was about to come to her, and 2 buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned, revealing his sexy collarbone. Did Liang Xiao take you there? This kind of conversation is really too common, which makes Kololo unconsciously relax his vigilance. Well, Liang Tasuka just came over and sent me there. Chi Yun stood in front of her, her tall figure almost covered her, and the familiar sense of oppression swept over again. But this time, he didn't wait for Kololo to shrink. He suddenly lowered his head, stared at her jade-like face, and asked, "Can I have a hug?" What? The moment Cho Lolo's words landed, he had bent down, put his hands around Kololo's shoulders, and hugged her in his arms. His arms gradually tightened, and there was a feeling of wanting to rub her into his body. In those lonely and unbearable nights abroad, he relied on this fantasy to prolong his life. Kololo has never had such a wonderful feeling. This solid hug is like a pair of the most intimate partners. She smelled the familiar smell on his body, and the tight heartstrings gradually eased. She asked in a low voice, "Are you tired today?" Chi Yun didn't let go, and the tip of his nose was buried in her neck, as if he was addicted, and took a deep breath. She smells so good that it makes him start to think nonsense. The workload of the day was forcibly compressed to 5 hours by him, and his temples were swollen and painful in the meeting. But holding Korolo like this, it's like charging. He gradually felt tired and was replaced by a sense of strength. When Cho Lolo heard him say that he was tired, he didn't dare to push him away, so he shrank timidly in his arms. Chi Yun didn't mean to let go, so he just hugged her. Until Liang Xiao's phone call broke the warm hug. Chi Yun was finally willing to let go of Qiao Luoluo, and stood in front of her to answer the phone, but the breath around her still held her. What's the matter? Liang Xiao asked. Mr. Chi, isn't that Sister Lee suitable? Sister Lee called him for several minutes to complain, saying that she let him go before she got off work. What on earth did she mean? Chi Yun said, it's too noisy. Change one. Liang Xiao was stunned, and a very suitable figure suddenly flashed in his mind. He said a few words. Chi Yun listened and avoided Qiao Luoluo. He went to the middle island platform and poured himself a glass of water. That's fine. Liang Xiao said, absolutely, my wife will be very happy. When Chi Yun was drinking water, he looked down at Qiao Luoluo, who was still standing where he was. He couldn't imagine her happiness in front of him. Kololo is in a daze. The hug Chi Yun just now actually gave her the illusion that the two of them could love each other. Until the sound of Chi Yun putting the water cup woke her up, she looked up at the handsome man in front of Nakajimatai. The eyebrows are sharp, the shoulders are broad and the waist is narrow, and even the fingers pinching the mobile phone are so delicate and impeccable. Such a man is the creator's favorite and born delicate son. She began to be delusional again. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look over there. Chi Yun hung up the phone and came back. Did he get an injection today? Kololo nodded gently. Hit. She groped and beat herself. Although it hurt, she couldn't always expect Chi Yun to do such a thing for her. Chi Yun looked down at the hem of her clothes, and his eyes were a little gloomy. Lift it up and let me have a look. Kololo's heart tightened and he stuttered a little. Look at what? Can this still be fake? Chi Yun's eyes fell from the bottom up on her big eyes in a hurry, with the power to penetrate people's hearts. I see if you have played crookedly. Kololo bit her lower lip and felt a little ashamed, but it was difficult to say a word of refusal under his gaze. She could only lower her head and gently lift the hem of her coat, revealing a white waist and abdomen. The needle eye is not obvious, but her skin is white and tender, and the small red dots are particularly eye-catching. Especially, there are several above. He took a look, and his eyes were more deep. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and reached towards her stomach. Kololo was caught off guard and didn't have time to dodge. His finger pressed on his waist and abdomen. He has never done rough work, and his fingertips are delicate but hot. The action of rubbing the wound is not sweet, but it gives Kololo endless room for reverie. Her spine is tense. Chi Ye's fingertips did not immediately retract, but turned around along the small needle eyes, leaving a blush on his fair skin. The soft abdomen was played with like this, and Kololo trembled subconsciously. The next second, I heard Chi Young whisper chapter 31, have you ever thought about the existence of this child and tell him? This is just the beginning. You still have to suffer a lot for this child. Will you regret it? His fingers and abdomen still stopped on her waist and abdomen, and the hot temperature constantly transmitted the heat that belonged to him along the part where the skin touched. Because of his action, Kololo broke out in a cold sweat. There is a feeling that he is holding the child in the palm of his hand now. She immediately took a step back to avoid his hand. I didn't think so much about it. Now that it's decided, I'm going to give birth to Ta. Shi Ye's eyes darkened for a moment, and his emotions obviously sank. Then have you ever thought about telling him about the existence of this child? He was just heartbroken. She suffered for the child, but the child's father knew nothing. Kololo wants to escape. She obviously felt that Chi Yang was unhappy, but she had no way to say that you were the child's father. Some things will be given various meanings once the best time is missed again. And he can't tolerate the sand in his eyes, and he will definitely blame her for hiding it until now. She thinks it's good to live with such a respectful and confused partner now. She hesitated for a moment and shook her head. I didn't think about it. Never want to think about it all your life. His eyes were calm and he couldn't see his emotions. Of course, Kololo can feel that he is testing himself. No one wants to raise a child and be asked to leave in the end. She immediately replied, I'm married to you, and this child is yours for the rest of my life. This was completely true, so Kololo said it without any hesitation. As a result, this crisp actually pleased Shi Yang. His face visibly softened, and he bent down slightly and stared into her eyes. Then you should always remember this sentence. She and her children can only be his for the rest of their lives. Cho Lolo was terrified and nodded repeatedly. I remember it. Chi Yan then bypassed her and walked into the bedroom. What are you going to do this afternoon? The heavy atmosphere was also swept away. Cho Lolo turned around and did the graduation project. Chi Ya's voice came from inside the door. Do you want to go out for a walk? At a young age, you can't stay at home all the time. Cho Lolo didn't want to hang out with him, so he whispered, no. As a result, the door was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, you come in and say. He may not have heard clearly. Kololo hesitated for a moment and walked into the bedroom. As a result, as soon as I went in, I saw him wearing clothes with his back to the door. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body. Obviously, the line of the shoulder and back muscles that have been trained is just right. Every time you raise your hand, the ups and downs of the line release the breath of hormones. Cho Lolo's heart was so shocked that she hurriedly turned around and didn't dare to look again. She thought of that night again like a muscle memory in her mind. He bent her leg with his hand and pressed it down hard. The blue veins on his forearm were clear, and every low gasp was like a heavy hammer hitting her heart. Chi Yun took a blue casual shirt and changed into it. While buttoning the button, he turned to look at Cho Lolo at the door. The little girl lowered her head, and a piece of red glow flew on her face. He asked again, do you want to go to the movies? When he came back in the afternoon, he passed by the door of the cinema and saw many young couples walking in with popcorn and milk tea. He thinks that at this age, Kololo should also like that kind of place. Although he hasn't been there for a long time, he can go there once for her sake. Cho Lolo didn't dare to look up at him, for fear that he would see something he shouldn't have seen again. I haven't finished my design yet, and I have to submit the first draft in the next 2 days. Rejected. Chi Yoon didn't expect it, but he was really rejected, and he was a little lost in his heart. But he didn't show it. He just said, okay, then you do it first. Well, then I'll go first. Cho Lolo left the master bedroom in a panic and fled to the study. Chi Yeon looked down at the shirt he had just changed. He was careless. He took off his shirt, changed into sportswear, and went to the gym on the second floor. Cho Lolo was doing the homework in the study and completely forgot the time unconsciously. When he picked up his mobile phone, it was already 5:30 p.m. She was a little hungry, so she came out of the study. As soon as he came out, he happened to make eyes with Chi Yeon, who had just come out of the bedroom after taking a shower. Chi Ye's hair just blow drying. He didn't cover his forehead with hairspray bangs, which weakened his sense of maturity a lot. The white tee with his cold white skin made him look like a non-aggressive college student. When Xiaoluoluo stared at him in a daze, Chi Ye asked, are you hungry? He glanced at the wall clock on the wall. It was already 1:30. Kololo nodded, a little bit. The doctor told her to eat well. She still has a child and can't force herself. Chi Ye went to the sofa and picked up the phone. Cho Lolo thought he was going to order takeaway, but he heard him ask, where is the person? Why haven't you come yet? A few seconds later, he hung up the phone and turned around and said to Korolo, wait a minute, I'll be right there. Cho Lolo hummed and wanted to avoid him again. As soon as I turned around, I heard Chia say, I'm relieved that she takes care of you. Cho Lolo was stunned. Which one is her? Who is it? Chi Yun said calmly, your aunt. When he finished his words, the doorbell rang. Xiao Luoluo's eyes widened in shock and watched Qi Ying open the door. His aunt Qian Xia and Liang Xiao appeared at the door together. Qian Xia saw Qi Yin for the first time. She was oppressed by the noble spirit on the other party and subconsciously wanted to bend down. But Qi Yin took the lead and held her arm. "Hello, I'm Qi Yin." His eyes were not loft, but very soft. Qian Xia was stunned for a moment. "Hello, Mr. Qi." Qi Yan didn't correct her name. After all, she didn't dare to ask her to change her words now. "Come in and say." He stepped out and motioned Liang Xiao to change her shoes for her. When Qian Xia changed her shoes and entered the door, she saw Carolo standing still. Qian Xia's eyes suddenly turned red. Lolo. Xiao Luoluo still couldn't figure out the state in front of her. She subconsciously looked at Qi Yan. Qi Yang said, "In the future, your aunt will be responsible for your diet and living, and I will also pay her according to the normal treatment. I will be more relieved if she takes care of you." Cho Lolo's eyes were red when she got the explanation. She subconsciously looked at Liang Xiao and guessed that Liang Xiao should have told Qi Ye about the afternoon. However, Qi Yan did not choose to come forward directly, but asked Qian Xia to take care of Xiao Luoluo, which not only helped Qian Xia, but also took care of Xiao Luoluo's mood and life. Xiao Luoluo couldn't help looking at Qi Ye again, with tears in his eyes. Just when she couldn't help saying thank you to him, Qi Yan spoke before her. When Kololo heard his words, he froze in place. How dare he say such a thing in front of everyone? Chapter 32. You haven't started to sleep in separate rooms yet, have you? If you want to thank me, there are many ways. Can't tell the difference, is it mocking or serious, because Qi Ye's expression is very calm, as if he is saying that the weather is not bad today. Cho Lolo thought nonsense in his mind for a while, feeling that there was too much yellow waste in his brain. He doesn't even remember what happened that night, and he certainly didn't mean that. She pursed her lips and said nothing. As if he had said nothing, Qi Yang turned around and asked Liang Xia to go to the study with him, leaving the living room to talk to Qian Xia and Xiao Luoluo. Qian Xia looked at the huge living room with unstoppable envy in her eyes. Cho Lolo pulled her. "Auntie, sit down and have a rest for a while." She should have just come from the restaurant. She hasn't changed her clothes, and her cuffs are still stained with oil. After Qian Xia sat down, he held her hand and said with a smile, "I didn't want to come for fear of causing you trouble, but Assistant Liao and it was said that you were pregnant, and it was not good to find a housekeeper before, so I agreed. Although I have never served a pregnant woman, it should not be bad to have a big child and serve your uncle for the rest of my life." In fact, Cho Lolo is still a little embarrassed. After all, she is also an elder. "Auntie, you don't have to be so tired with me. Just cook a little." Qian Xia said without hesitation, "Where are you talking? You are pregnant now, and it's time to be well taken care of. You, don't be afraid to call me. If I can't take good care of you, I'm embarrassed to stay any longer." She never dreamed that one day she would get a high-paying job of more than 10,000 yuan a month. She was only grateful to Kololo in her heart. Looking at her firm expression, it's not easy to hurt her enthusiasm. He nodded and said, "Okay." Qian Xia looked at the time, and it was already dinner time. She immediately got up and said, "I'm going to cook first." "What do you want to eat?" She went to the kitchen to open the refrigerator and was shocked by the ingredients in the refrigerator. Xiao Luoluo followed her and explained in a low voice, "Liang Tasuka will buy the freshest ingredients every day. He and I don't know how to cook, so we leave them all." Qian Xia smiled and said, "Liang Tasuka is also very hardworking. In the future, these things will be left to me, and you can tell me directly what you want to eat." Kololo hummed. When Qian Xia was busy cooking, she didn't leave, but stood aside and watched her busy. Qian Xia urged her to go to the sofa several times, but she didn't go, which made Qian Xia react for a long time. "Do you have anything to say to me?" Kololo said, "Auntie, you didn't tell your uncle about coming to me, did you?" Qian Xia stopped the movement in her hand. "Don't worry, I will never tell him. He is busy playing cards all day now and has no time to take care of me at all." Cho Lolo hesitated for a moment, or said, "In this case, don't give him your salary to gamble in the future. You should save some money for yourself and save a little for Liu Jiamo." The smile on Qian Xia's face faded. She knew what kind of virtue Liu Xiaoming was, but when she saw that he was beaten and couldn't get up because of debt, she couldn't help giving him the meager salary. She lowered her head and continued to wash the dishes without answering. Seeing this, Kololo called her aunt again. Qian Xia whispered, "I know. She will try her best." Seeing that she agreed, Kololo didn't ask any more questions. She also has to give her some time to adapt to this kind of thing. Her concept is to put husband first, which has been deeply rooted for decades. It is not something that can be changed overnight. The dinner was very rich. Qian Xia had experience in working in a restaurant. She was good at moving quickly. The 5 dishes and 1 soup were full of color and aroma. Qi Yan was also very satisfied when he saw the dishes at the table. The most important thing is that she is different from others. She is Cho Lolo's aunt, and she is the opposite of that bastard uncle. She is looking at Cho Lolo in her heart. In this respect, she is 1,000 times better than the housekeepers outside. Qi Yan looked at Qiao Luoluo several times while eating. It seemed that she was taken care of by her relatives. Her appetite improved a little at night, and she also ate half a bowl of rice. After dinner, Qiao Luoluo went into the room to take a shower. Qi Yan stopped Qian Xia. "Auntie, thank you for taking care of her." Qian Xia was so shocked by this aunt's voice that she couldn't speak. She also thought that this man was as cold-hearted as he looked, and there was no concept of dignity and inferiority. She said hurriedly, "I have to thank you. Don't worry, I will do things seriously and never be lazy." Qi Yan nodded and turned around to leave. Qian Xia stood still and started to be stunned. Because she felt his love for Qiao Luoluo from Qi Ye's words and deeds. But the same emotion did not appear on Kololo. Instead, she treated Qi Yang as cautiously as her elders. When she was stunned, Karolo also came out of the bedroom after taking a shower. Qian Xia immediately said, "Are you going to rest?" "I'm going back, too." Qiao Luoluo said, "Auntie, let me take you out." "No, no, don't toss around and have a good rest." Qian Xia was afraid that she would go out with her, and her back was like the wind when she went out. Chou Lolo stood in place and laughed, leaving only her and Qi Ye in the huge room. At the thought that the two of them would have to sleep in the same bed, she began to get nervous. When she returned to the bedroom, Qi Yang was still taking a shower in the bathroom, and the sound of water made her even more restless. 10 minutes later, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Kololo drank half a cup of hot milk in an emergency, lay down and closed her eyes. When Qi Yang came out, he saw her holding the quilt with her hands and pretending to sleep, closing her eyes so hard that her eyebrows frowned. His eyes seemed to touch her face through the air and caress her lips along her eyelashes. Kololo felt that he was standing not far away, but he didn't move for a long time. She was a little flustered, but she didn't dare to open her eyes. As time passed, her hand holding the quilt began to tremble. Until the mattress on the right side of her body suddenly collapsed, it was a hand on her right side. She was stunned and more afraid to open her eyes. Qi Ye's low voice sounded, close at hand. "Are you asleep?" His breath almost hit her eyelids. Karolo was so nervous that she was about to suffocate. Her eyeballs swayed crazily under her eyelids, but she didn't open her eyes. Qi Ye's hand reached for the quilt, and just as he was about to touch Qiao Luoluo, a vibration of the mobile phone interrupted him. He looked down and saw that it was Su Wan who called. He got up with his mobile phone and walked out of the bedroom. "What's the matter?" Su Wan smiled on the other end of the phone. "Son, haven't you slept yet?" Whose good mother is calling her son at this time? Qi Yan was silent. "My mother rarely calls in the middle of the night to care about herself, mostly for Kololo." "Sure enough," Su Wan said the next second, "you haven't started to sleep in separate rooms yet, have you?" Chapter 33 opened the door, and the police checked the house. Qi Yan raised his hand and pinched his eyebrows. "Do you really want us to sleep in separate rooms? Is this my own mother?" Su Wan smiled and said, "Isn't that because Lolo is pregnant? It's only been more than a month, and the fetus hasn't been stable yet. At your age, it's the time when the blood is just in the qi. Amnti worried." Qi Yan didn't discuss his private life habits with his mother, and his face turned a little pale. "So according to what you mean, should I share the bed with her until the baby is born?" Su Wan said in a hurry, "That's not need, but you have to wait for the tire to sit firmly." Qi Yan took a deep breath and hung up the phone without saying a word. He was about to forget about it when Wen Yi's message was sent again. As soon as Qi Yan saw the line of words on the screen, the blue veins on the corners of his forehead immediately rose. "Wen Yi, Qi Yan, haven't you slept yet? After thinking about it, I still have to intervene in this matter, lest your first child be ruined by you." Qi Yan almost burst his mobile phone. What kind of dirty thing is this? He ignored the message directly and was about to go back to his room when his mobile phone vibrated continuously. "Don't think I don't know you didn't sleep. You can't be too hasty about this, you know?" Opened the door, and the police checked the room, looking at one message after another. Qi Ye's temples jumped straight. "And Wang Ye also shows that it is being entered. I don't know what nonsense is being edited." He dialed the phone directly. "What on earth do you want to do?" Wen Yi said with a smile, "I know you are a newlywed Yanao, but you must hold back. Not to mention that the child can't stand it. Qiao Luoluo's small body can't stand your folding." Qi Ying hung up the phone directly and turned off the mobile phone. He looked through the crack of the bedroom door and looked at the light that came out, with a terrible headache. Why can't these people install surveillance in his home? Even if he really has that idea, he doesn't have that energy now. When he returned to the room, Karolo was still asleep. He didn't know whether he was really sleeping or pretending to be asleep. Anyway, that means that she doesn't really want to sleep with him. Qi Ye's heart was like a needle. He bent down to get his pillow and walked out. Chou Lolo listened to the movement and didn't open her eyes. When the door was closed, she found that the pillow beside her was gone. Qi Ye went out. She was a little stunned. Who made the phone call just now made Qi Ye so angry that he was alone and quiet. Kololo got up early the next morning. Chi Ye came out of the second bedroom next door with a bad face. Kololo glanced at him, and he said, "During this period, you sleep in the master bedroom and I sleep in the second bedroom." Kololo was stunned. He didn't know why he did this. Wasn't he the one who said he wanted to sleep with at the beginning? But she was also embarrassed to ask, as if she wanted to sleep with him. Okay. She looked at the kitchen. Qian Xia came early in the morning and was making breakfast, so she walked over quickly. Qi Yang originally thought that she would ask why, but she waited for loneliness. He couldn't help but fall into a kind of meditation. Whose is the ruthless character? But looking at her tender little face, I couldn't get angry. I had to blame everything on Wenyi and Su Wan. After breakfast, Xiao Luoluo was going to school. She thought that every time Qi Yan went to school, she took a detour, so she took the initiative to say, "You don't have to see me off today. I just need to take a car." Qi Yan's eyes were gloomy, and he refused very bluntly. The car was used as a gift, otherwise what would he do for buying a car? Kololo was speechless. The driver drove around for a long time, but still sent Kololo to school first. Xiao Luoluo and Qi Yan didn't speak along the way. As soon as they arrived at school, Xiao Luoluo seemed to be liberated, and his backs showed a little joy. Qi Yan stared at her back and wanted to tell her a few words. He was afraid that the children would think he was verbose, so he finally left without saying anything. Kololo was still waiting for him to open his mouth, but he also waited for loneliness. She guessed that Qi Ya's phone call last night must be a serious matter. But this is not what she should take care of. After a class in the morning, Kololo went to the supermarket to buy a pack of small biscuits and sat in the stands on the edge of the playground to eat. As a result, the person who surprised her the most appeared in front of her. "Liu Jiamo, why are you here?" Liu Jiamo is the only son of his uncle, Liu Xiaoming, who is half a year younger than her. The two of them study in different schools and usually don't have much to do with each other. She guessed that Liu Jiamo came because of her mother, Jiangxia. Liu Jiamo is 1.8 meters tall and looks clear, but his eyebrows are a little gloomy. He sat down beside Kololo, put his hands back, and said lazily, "I heard that my mother is your nanny now." Nanny was not a pejorative word, but because of his identity, Kololo felt that the word was a little serious. She was afraid that Liu Jiamo would think too much and whispered, "I think my aunt is working hard in that restaurant. I just need someone to take care of me. It will be more convenient if she takes care of me." Liu Jiamo looked at her. In fact, he has always been envious of this cousin. Since she was a child, she has been the master of the family. Her father entered the Guo family, and her mother was gentle and cultivated. Even if the Qiao family was lonely later, she met a nobleman like Su Wan who brought her back to a rich family like the Shi family. She has never been stained with the sour smell of the poor. She has always been delicate and clean. "Do you think I will come to you to settle the score? Scolding you for treating my mother as a servant?" His gloomy eyebrows stared straight at Kololo. Kololo's spine shivered when he looked at him and lowered his head. "No." Liu Jiamo suddenly smiled. With a smile, the gloomy air dissipated, and the breath of a teenager rushed to his face. "Cho Lolo, you haven't changed at all for so many years, and you are still so bold." When Cho Lolo saw him smiling, he knew that he was looking for fun with himself. She was not angry and asked, "Then what do you want to say to me?" Liu Jiamo immediately said with a straight face, "I'm just curious. Didn't you chase Qi Yuchu every day? Why did you suddenly marry Qi Yao?" He looked at Xiao Luoluo's face and said, "Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to answer. I did like Qi Yuchu before." Kololo doesn't want to cover up either. She knew that after this matter was made public, many people would come to ask her. Liu Jiamo said, "Before. So you don't like him now?" Kololo looked at him seriously and didn't like him anymore. "Maybe the person I liked only existed in my fantasy. The only regret now is that I didn't figure it out earlier." The gentle teenager in white with a smile may have existed only on that day. It was her liking that gave him a layer of gold. Liu Jiamo asked, "So you marry his uncle and discussed him?" Neither of them noticed that a figure appeared on the steps behind them, slowly approaching them. Chapter 34. Please let me go. Cho Lolo doesn't like Liu Jiamo's statement, but maybe in the eyes of outsiders, they will think so. But it was also difficult for her to explain her relationship with Xi Yao. She could only answer in a low voice, "It's not what you think. I won't just find a man to marry in order to punish others." Liu Jiamo misunderstood what she meant, thinking that she also had thoughts about Xi Yao. He said with a smile, "Kololo, I used to think you were as stupid as my mother, and you were fooled by men all your life. I didn't expect you to be smarter than I thought." Even if he has never been in contact with Qi Yuchu, he has heard some rumors that Qi Yuchu just takes Kololo as a pastime. As for Qi Ye, that is the man that Miss Tianjing in Beijing dreams of, and he is much taller than Qi Yuchu. Korolo pursed her lips and didn't answer his words. He got used to Xiao Luoluo's lack of words and said with a smile, "Qi Yuchu must be very angry, right? Whether you mean that or not, as long as the goal is achieved, allow him to disgust you, and not allow you to disgust him. There is no such truth in the world." Seeing that he was getting more and more energetic, Kololo handed over the cookies. Do you want to eat? Liu Jiamo looked back at her and pushed the cookie away. No, I still have class in the afternoon and I'm going back to school. Don't tell my mother about what I came to see you today, lest she worry again. He patted his buttocks and stood up. Kololo also got up. I won't tell her. I'll let you out. Liu Jiamo didn't refuse either. It's okay. The two walked down the stands together. As a result, they didn't take a few steps. The two girls standing in front of them looked at Kololo and muttered something while looking. That look doesn't look like a good person. Liu Jiamo frowned. Cho Lolo also saw the two girls and recognized that they were classmates who had been very close to Zhuang Mengfei before. She didn't want to cause trouble, so she didn't see anything and followed Liu Jiamo forward. As a result, when I passed by the two girls, the unpleasant words also came into my ears. TSK, who is setting up a pure little white flower all day long? Men have found the school so soon. People will look for men. Are you jealous? You should also find one. I don't have her cheek and ability, and I don't know if I'm sick, and some people don't mind being dirty. The two people also told Liu Jiamo in, and after saying that, they sneered and wanted to leave. Kololo drooped his eyelids and didn't react. Anyway, she can't do without a piece of meat. In the past, Zhuang Mengfei was much more excessive than these people. But Liu Jiamo can't get used to the cynicism of others. He looked back at the silent Korolo. Are they satirizing you? Maybe. She still looked weak and looked up at Liu Jiamo. Didn't you have class in the afternoon? Hurry up and go. Liu Jiamo came up with anger and shouted loudly to stop the two people in front of him. Stop. Yes, it's you too. The two girls turned around with a disdainful face. What are you doing? Liu Jiamo frowned. What kind of garbage are you spraying with these two broken mouths? You don't care about the ears of the audience at all, do you? Apologize quickly. The short-haired girl's face changed. Who did she apologize to? Here you are, all for Kololo. Is there anything wrong with what I said? The curly-haired girl also followed suit. That's it, she didn't look at what she was, and asked us to apologize. Liu Jiamo suddenly became angry and strode forward. I'll say it again, apologize. The short-haired girl sneered. What if I don't apologize? Did you hit me? She also stretched out her face, looking like you dare to touch me. Liu Jiamo is not a person who is easy to provoke in school. Of course, he can't see her like this, so he has to do it on the spot. Cho Lolo quickly hugged his arm. Liu Jiamo. Forget it. This is a school. If Liu Jiamo causes trouble because of her, her aunt will be sad. Liu Jiamo was held by her. He wanted to push but didn't dare to push, so he could only be cruel to her. Kololo, let go of me. When the short-haired girl saw that Jololo still didn't dare to cause trouble, she shouted more proudly, hit me, hit me. Let's see if I won't sue you for wasting your property. Liu Jiamo was so angry that he was going crazy, but Xiao Luoluo just held him and didn't let go. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. At this time, a voice behind interrupted the farce. Those who said the wrong thing should indeed apologize. The person who came was Zi Yuchuo. The moment Liu Jiamo appeared beside Cho Luoluo, he saw it, but he also knew Liu Jiamo, so he didn't come forward. I wanted to wait for Liu Jiamo to leave and come to find Kololo, but I came to this scene. When Chen Jiao saw him, the arrogance on her face suddenly disappeared. Shi Yuchuo took 2 steps forward, stood in front of Xiao Luoluo, and looked at Chen Jiao. Am I not clear enough? Chen Jiao didn't dare to fight against him. Even if it was for Zhuang Mengfei's face, she had to respect him 3 points. Despite her unwillingness, she still pulled Wu Tingting to Xiao Luoluo and said sorry. A farce came to an end. But the 3 people who stayed at the scene could not make a good face. Liu Jiamo didn't look at Chi Yuchuo and grabbed Xiao Luoluo and was about to leave. Go, send me out. Xiao Luoluo didn't say anything and was dragged out by him, but as soon as he took 2 steps, his other hand was pulled by Xi Yuchuo. His eyes were a little lonely. The former fresh teenager seemed to be much more haggard after not seeing him for a few days. Lolo, can I say a few more words to you at the end? He waited for her at Chi's house for 3 days, but he didn't get any news about her. Kololo only felt awkward in his heart. In the past, when she liked him, he never said anything when he watched her being bullied. Now she doesn't like him, but he is willing to stand up for her. She tried hard to get her hand out of his hand, not wanting the two of them to pull each other like this and be misunderstood by the outside world. Please let me go. I have already told you what I can say. In the future, I will be your little aunt. You should respect me. The little girl who used to follow him full of love now said to him, please let me go. Chi Yuchuo's heart seemed to fall into the abyss. He took a big step forward and stepped in front of Xiao Luoluo. In Liu Jiamo's shocked look chapter 35 I saw the child in your family. Chi Yuchuo stretched out a hand to Xiao Luoluo with his palm facing up. His eyes seemed to be looking at his pet, gentle and loving. Lolo, come here. He used to call her that, and she always wanted to go there. But now she is standing in place, looking at Qi Yuchu with a complicated expression, motionless. Liu Jiamo was completely angered by Qi Yuchu's behavior and slapped his hand away. Qi Yuchu, do you think Xiao Luoluo is your dog? You tell her to come, and tell her to leave. Qi Yuchu's hand was opened, the expression on his face quickly converged, and the look on Liu Jiamo changed again. This is a private matter between me and Kololo, and it's not your turn as an outsider to intervene. Liu Jiamo stared at him and laughed angrily. That's the look. He paused for a moment and turned his head to ask Kololo, did you see his eyes? That kind of Luffy look, he used to look at you the same way. Fortunately, you have woken up. Cho Lolo's expression was a little awkward. After all, she knew it long ago. Liu Jiamo, let's go. She took Liu Jiamo's hand and didn't want him to clash with Qi Yuchu. Qi Yuchu said anxiously, Luoluo, I said something wrong before. I apologize to you, but I really never looked down on you. Cho Lolo didn't look back. No matter what you think, it's none of my business. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Qi Yuchu was anxious for a moment and rushed up to pull people. Liu Jiamo sensed the movement behind him and turned around and was kicked. Is it annoying? Qi Yuchu has systematically learned boxing and other sports since he was a child. Although Liu Jiamo's kick was very fast, he still caught him. He didn't even think about it. With a strong throw, he threw Liu Jiamo out fiercely. In the frightened eyes of Kololo, Liu Jiamo staggered and fell straight off the stands. With a scream, Liu Jiamo rolled down 2 steps and grabbed the ground before rolling down completely. Liu Jiamo. Xiao Luoluo was so scared that his face turned pale and he quickly ran to Liu Jiamo. At this time, he had already sat up, just covering his ankles, and his painful look looked very hurt. Qi Yuchu, who followed closely, saw this scene and his expression also changed. He just wanted to teach him a lesson and didn't really want to hurt him. Lolo, get out of the way. Qi Yuchu rushed to Liu Jiamo and wanted to help him up, but was pushed away by Liu Jiamo with a slap. Get out of here. Cho Lolo's eyes turned red with fright, and he went up to help Liu Jiamo. I'll take you to the hospital. She is weak, and it is very difficult to hold Liu Jiamo. Before leaving, Liu Jiamo looked back at Qi Yuchu and cursed, wait for me. Qi Yuchu looked at Xiao Luoluo's small figure and felt that he seemed to be a little further away from her. Cho Lolo called a taxi into the school and sent Liu Jiamo directly to the hospital. Along the way, Kololo kept apologizing to him. Liu Jiamo was so annoyed that he reached out and picked her hair. Korolo, don't cry. Cho Lolo raised his foggy eyes and looked at him. Liu Jiamo, don't worry, I won't let you have trouble. I have money. Liu Jiamo sneered. When he arrived at the hospital, Liu Jiamo was arranged to shoot a film. Kololo sat in the corridor with cold hands and feet. She remembered that she was angered by her uncle before, and she was asked to go to the penalty station at the door during the meal. She stood for a whole day, and the neighbors who came and went looked at her in trouble. There was no pity, only ridicule. Just as she was about to faint, Liu Jiamo secretly brought her a boiled egg. He looked dragging his face. My mother asked me to give it to you. Eat it quickly. She knows what she has always known. Liu Jiamo, like her aunt, is obviously not as deep as her uncle's blood relationship with her, but they are all single-minded towards her. Scenes of the past flashed through. Kololo sat on the bench and quietly wiped his tears. Even crying has to be silent. She is used to it. Soon, Liu Jiamo came out, and Cho Lolo found a wheelchair and pushed him to the ward. Xiao Luoluo wanted to apologize to him again, but Liu Jiamo seemed to sense it. He looked up at her, it's just a twist. It will be fine in a few days. Don't tell my mother. She swallowed the 3 words with tears. Okay. Just as they entered the ward, a tall figure happened to come from a distance, and the scene was in full view. President of Qi's office. Qi Yan was reading the financial statements and remembered Xiao Luoluo in her heart. I don't know if she had a good meal. When she was about to make a phone call, Wen Yi's phone came first. I almost had a stomach bleeding after drinking last night. I came to the hospital for an examination. Guess who I saw? Qi Yan asked, who did you see? Wen Yi said, you really don't care about my life and death. I almost had a stomach bleeding. Qi Yan was silent and wanted to hang up the phone. Wen Yi said with a straight look, I saw the child in your family. Qi Yan put down the report in his hand, and his face changed. Why is she in the hospital? Wen Yi said, don't worry. She's fine, but the boy with her seems to be injured. Qi Yan's face changed again. Wen Yi also increased his tone, a young and handsome boy. Which hospital? Wen Yi hung up the phone and did not leave. Instead, he sat on the bench in the corridor and waited for Qi Yan to come over. He didn't know Liu Jiamo, but he also knew that Xiao Luoluo didn't have the courage to mess around. He made this call purely to take revenge on Qi Yan's shutdown last night. When Qi Yan appeared in front of Wen Yi, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Where are the people? Wen Yi was very happy when he saw his servant. I asked you to hang up on me. Over there. Wen Yi raised his chin and pointed to the ward. Chi Yun walked to the door and stretched out his hand to open the door, but hesitated for a moment and knocked on the door gently. Wen Yi's eyes are about to stare out. Is it so fucking polite to catch adultery? The knock on the door rang for a few seconds, and Kololo opened the door. Her little face, which was originally bloodless, became paler the moment she saw Chiyo. Wen Yi looked behind him and suddenly couldn't stand it. He stepped forward to pull Chi Yun so that Chi Yun would not be so angry. But Chi Yun's eyes looked over Qiao Luoluo and saw Liu Jiamu lying on the hospital bed at a glance. He let go of his hanging heart. Chi Yun, calm down. Are you hurt? Wen Yi and Chi Yu's voices sounded at the same time. As soon as Qiao Luoluo saw Chi Yun, his heart was like playing a drum. I don't know how he learned the news. Chapter 36. Did I let you go? Before Cho Lolo could figure out what to say, Liu Jiamu behind her said, she's okay. I accidentally twisted my foot. Chi Yun was wearing a very delicate grey vest, and his suit jacket was casually put on one arm. When he walked into the ward from in front of Qiao Luoluo, his body tilted slightly. The chest almost passed by Kololo, but the distance was ambiguous but left quickly. Let's talk about it when we go in. His voice was low and he said to her alone. The quiet woody fragrance also became a little teasing, and Kololo's heartbeat missed half a beat. Wen Yi looked at the scene behind him and suddenly felt that he was more than enough. Chi Yun doesn't need others to teach him how to fall in love. He is born to be able to fall in love. After the three of them entered the room, they lined up in front of the hospital bed. Liu Jiamo was under a lot of pressure, but he also recognized the cousin-in-law whom he had not seen for many years. He nodded and signaled. Chi Yun introduced to Wen Yi, this is Qiao Luoluo's cousin, Liu Jiamo. Wen Yi was speechless for a moment. No wonder Chi Yun suddenly calmed down when he entered the door, but Wen Yi still felt funny when he thought of his murderous appearance just now. He said hello to Liu Jiamo. Chi Ye's eyes fell on Qiao Luoluo's face, and his eyes were gloomy. Why did you send him to the hospital? He remembered that Liu Jiamo was not from this school. Qiao Luoluo was panicked by his look and didn't want to mention half of Chiyuchu. During the silence, Liu Jiamo relieved her. I heard my mother about resigning from the restaurant, so I came to ask her, but I accidentally twisted my foot. After he finished talking, Chi Yen did not answer, and his eyes were still on Qiao Luoluo's face. Just like that? Wen Yi believed it and didn't understand why Chi Yen asked so. But Chi Yen knows Qiao Luoluo too well. Her expression definitely means that something happened that she didn't want him to know and didn't dare to say. After Chi Yen asked, Qiao Luoluo didn't dare to say anything. She still can't lie in front of Chi Yen. The atmosphere in the ward suddenly became dull. Qiao Luoluo's hand hung on her side and held her clothes. She could feel that Chi Yen was still staring at her. That kind of insightful eyes made her have nowhere to hide. Cold sweat oozed from her back. Finally, Liu Jiamo couldn't stand the atmosphere and said, it was your nephew who pushed me, and I fell down. As soon as he said, Chi Ye's eyes were deep. Chi Yuchul. Liu Jiamo couldn't bear to look at Cho Lolo like that. Say, don't get me wrong with Qiao Luoluo. I just came to talk to her. Chi Yuchul ran out halfway. As a result, we quarreled and he pushed me. If you want to make trouble, just go to him. Anyway, it's none of Qiao Luoluo's business. Chi Ye's expression was gloomy and unclear, and he couldn't see his emotions clearly. He turned his head and looked at the nervous Kololo. Is it true? Cho Lolo knew that this matter could not escape his eyes, so he gritted his teeth and said, yes. She was scared, afraid that Chi Yan would get angry because of her first meeting with Chi Yu, especially after they got married. But Chi Yan didn't ask anything, but said to Liu Jiamo, you live here first and rest assured. As for Ji Yuchu, I will ask him to give you an explanation. After the three left the ward, Chi Yin sent Wen Yi away first. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Kololo whispered, I really haven't contacted him. Chi Ye's sight was cold and he didn't look at her. The atmosphere in the carriage was too dull, and Kololo took the initiative to find a topic. You just said you would deal with it. What are you going to do? Chi Yin turned to look at her this time, but his eyes were cold. What do you want me to do? Kololo's spine was chilled by his eyes. I don't know. Chi Yin tightened his jawline, and his heart was burned to coke by jealousy. Chi Yuchul, a coward, is really bold. He not only blocked her at school, but also injured Liu Jiamo. As for her, she didn't want to say everything about Chi Yuchul, and now she came to ask him how to deal with it. That's right. 10 years of love is not so easy to let go. His understanding does not mean that he accepts it. He can't do anything about her, but he still has a way to take Chi Yuchul. Go to the old house of the T family. Chi Yun suddenly ordered the driver. Cho Lolo was shocked. Aren't you going home? Chi Yan was silent for a moment and saw that her legs were curled up by the air conditioner, so he handed over his coat and put it on her lap. Wait for me in the car later. I'll be back soon. The car soon arrived at Chi's house. When Qi Yan got out of the car, Xiao Luoluo didn't dare to stop him and watched him stride into the door. Because of Qi Yan's sudden visit, Lao Jai caused an inadvertent commotion. Su Wan thought that something had happened to Kololo, so he suddenly came back. Did something happen to Lolo? She smelled the disinfectant on Qi Yan's body. Qi Yun said, she is fine. I have something else to do. Seeing that his face was not good, Mr. Qi was also surprised and said, Qi Yan, what's the matter? He sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Call Qi Yuchu over. Su Wan and Mr. Qi looked at each other and knew that something big was going to happen. After returning from school in the afternoon, Qi Yuchu locked himself in the room. He knew that he should not hurt Liu Jiamu in the afternoon, but he didn't follow him at that time, and he didn't even know which hospital they went to. He was afraid that if it went on like this, Carolo would really ignore him for the rest of his life. He picked up his coat and was about to go out when a servant trotted over and asked him to go to the hall. Qi Yuchu looked at the servant's panicked look. Who asked me to go? The servant was trembling when he spoke. It was the second young master. He didn't look very happy. Qi Yu was stunned in his heart, and his clothes almost fell to the ground. Could it be that Qi Yan knew what happened in the afternoon so soon? Qi Yuchu thought about all the consequences in his mind, but no matter what, he couldn't go. He walked to the hall with heavy steps. In the living room, Qi Yan, Su Wan and Mr. Qi sat on the sofa with solemn faces. As soon as Qi Yuchu entered the door, he was overwhelmed by the strong sense of oppression on Qi's body and dared not look at him directly. He took 2 steps forward and called someone first. Qi Yin's eyes were cold and gloomy. Why do you want to attack Liu Jiamu? Qi Yuchu was suffocated. Unexpectedly, Qi Yan really came to ask for an way for Liu Jiamu. He lowered his head slightly. I didn't mean it was just an accident. Qi Yan was about to say something when Shilin suddenly walked in quickly from outside the gate. Qi Yuchu, you bastard. He was very loud and looked very angry. In fact, as soon as he got home, he heard that Qi Yuchu was brought over by Qi Ying for questioning, and heard about Liu Jiamu before he entered the door. He guessed that it must have something to do with Xiao Luoluo again. He was afraid that Qi Yang would take the opportunity to make trouble for Qi Yuchu, so he rushed over. When Qi Yuchu saw him, he felt much calmer. Dad, I didn't mean it. Qi Ling walked behind him and pushed him. I paid you to send you to study, not to let you go to school to make trouble. Apologize to your grandfather quickly. Say that you won't dare again. When he said this, the people present didn't look very good. Mr. Qi said, no matter how angry you are, you can't do anything to others. This matter is indeed your fault. Qi Yuchu immediately followed him and said, yes, Grandpa, I know, and I will remember it in the future. Then go back quickly and don't be humiliated here. Qi Ling said these words without paying attention to the other 2 people throughout the whole process. Qi Yuchu was also used to his practice and promised to leave, but as soon as he took a step, he was stopped by Qi Ying in a low voice. Did I let you go? Chapter 37. Remember that Kololo is your elder. In fact, Qi Yuchu knew that it was his fault, but he just didn't want to apologize to Qi Ying and didn't want to be soft in front of Qi Ying. Because Qi Yin never really regarded him as his nephew, and also snatched Kololo from him. He only regrets that he is not capable enough to compete with Qi Yin. After Qi Yin finished speaking, he didn't dare to move. He stood still and looked up at Qi Yin. Qi Ya's posture was high, and his sight was empty of everything. The kind of not looking at anyone at all made Qi Yuchu feel a great sense of humiliation. Obviously, they are all descendants of the Qi family, but he can only crawl at the feet of Yi Yang. At this time, Qi Ling looked at Qi Yan with an expressionless face. Hasn't he admitted his mistake? Why do you have to argue with him as a child? The 2 of them haven't talked for many years. As soon as they opened their mouths, they revealed a sense of tension. Qi Yan didn't want to look at this hypocritical big brother at all, but played with the lighter in his hand. He didn't say anything, and others didn't dare to speak. The cloud-like low pressure is hidden under his dark eyes. Finally, Su Wan said, you still have to apologize to Liu Jiamu for this matter and ask for forgiveness from others. Her fierce face is different from her gentle appearance. Obviously, she wants to support Kololo and her relatives to the end. After all, Qi Yuchu didn't want to recognize this grandmother and didn't dare to talk back. But he still doesn't want to bow his head. At this time, Xi Ling said, there is no need for this. He didn't look at Su Wan, but at Mr. Qi Dad. Qi Yuchu is about to graduate. How many pairs of eyes are staring at him outside? If the fact that he beats people now spreads, it is not only bad for him, but also bad for the reputation of the Qi family. Others will only say that our family is bullying people. He glanced at Qi Yao again with the afterglow and continued, even if Xiao Luoluo is married to Qi Yan now, he is still an outsider after all. Don't forget that we are all surnamed Qi, and we are a family. He mentioned the blood relationship and the Qi family. If Su Wan continued to insist on Qi Yuchu's apology, it would seem that she didn't care about Qi Yuchu at all. She was not Qi Yuchu's biological grandmother, so naturally, she was speechless at this time. The scene fell into silence. Qi Ling also showed a trace of sarcasm in his eyes. Mr. Qi paused and felt that what he said was reasonable. Xiao Luoluo was just an outsider, not to mention her cousin. Since Qi Ya's finger gently tapped the armrest of the sofa, because he had just smoked, his voice was a little cold. Since I married Xiao Luoluo, she is a member of the Qi family. His gaze towards Qi Yuchu was very plain, but the whole person did not look gentle at all, but revealed a faint strength. Qi Yuchu felt a great sense of oppression. He lowered his head and didn't dare to say a word. Seeing this, Qi Ling wanted to say something to Mr. Qi, but was preempted by Mr. Qi. Don't talk about it. Qi Yuchu did something wrong in this matter. Then apologize. Even if outsiders know, it won't have much impact if it's said that it's impulsive. After saying that, he sighed tiredly and got up to leave. Qi Ling said, Dad. Qi Yu suddenly gritted his teeth. I'm going to apologize. Qi Yuchu, you. Qi Ling turned around and looked at him in disbelief, feeling that he had no backbone. Qi Yuchu's eyes revealed a sadness. It was my fault. I'm going to apologize. He has understood that Grandpa is old. Now, the uncle is the head of the family. Grandpa will only look at the uncle. If Dad says a few more words, it will make him tired. Qi Ling also understood his eyes, and he felt stuffy in his heart. He shook his hand and turned away. When the matter was resolved, Qi Ying also stood up and did not look at Qi Yuchu again. I'll go first. Su Wan wanted to stay with him for a while. He said, Lolo is waiting for me in the car. When Qi Yuchu heard this, he felt even more uncomfortable. When Qi Yan passed by him, his long legs suddenly stopped. He didn't look sideways and said in a low voice, Remember, Carolo is your elder. You should know what to do and what not to do. In Qi Yuchu's surprised eyes, he strode out of the gate. In the car, Carolo was about to fall asleep, leaning on the window and taking a nap with her hands. The driver was afraid of disturbing her, so he didn't dare to breathe. She felt the sound of the car door being opened in a daze. She opened her eyes and saw Qi Yan bending down and sitting in. There is a faint smell of tobacco on his body. Kololo was about to sit up immediately, but he asked, Are you sleepy? Kololo shook his head quickly, No. She looked at Qi Ye with concern, worried that he had a conflict with Qi's family because of this matter. But his face is very calm, and there must be nothing wrong. Qi Yan glanced at her and saw through the emotion in her eyes at a glance. When the matter is settled, he will apologize to Liu Jiamo. Xiao Luoluo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he would really ask Qi Yuchu to apologize. Before she could open her mouth, Qi Yin asked the driver to drive home, stuffed the small pillow in the back seat into her arms and slept against her. Cho Lolo couldn't sleep. She held back all the way. She really didn't know what to say and said thank you. Qi Yang didn't answer, and I don't know if he heard it. After arriving home, Qi Yang called Liang Xiao again and asked him to rearrange a ward for Liu Jiamo and hire a nurse to take care of him. When he finished everything and went to the master bedroom, Kololo had already taken a shower and was lying in bed. She was really sleepy all afternoon, and fell asleep as soon as she was next to the pillow. Qi Yung walked to the bedside and bent down to confirm that she was really asleep, then lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Good night. Qi Yuchu came to the hospital with fruit early in the morning. Liu Jiamo was having breakfast. When he saw him coming in without knocking on the door, he smashed the soy milk in his hand directly at his feet. Who the fuck let you in? Get out of here. Chapter 38. You, the groom official, can't not participate, can you? The cheap soy milk was splashed with exquisite trousers, and Qi Yuchu wanted to kill people. He looked up and looked over. Liu Jiamo satirized him as if he was still angry. What are you doing here? You didn't get addicted to it yesterday, did you? You wait until I'm ready. Qi Yuchu remembered his father's advice last night, so he had to hold back his anger. I came to apologize to you. I really didn't mean it yesterday. Liu Jiamo's eyebrows were full of anger, and he was not forgiving at all. Do I have to accept your apology? What are you? Qi Yuchu's life circle has never met someone like Liu Jiamo. Who saw that he was not coaxing and holding him, he clenched his fists. Liu Jiamo leaned on the pillow and said lazily, It should be my brother-in-law who asked you to apologize to me. I appreciate his kindness, but I don't accept your apology. Now, get out of here, immediately. A brother-in-law pierced Qi Yuchu's fate. Originally, he clenched his back teeth and saw that Liu Jiamu was going to throw things over again. He said, Have a good rest. I'll come back another day. When he went out, there was another loud bang from the door, accompanied by Liu Jiamu's roar, Don't let me see you again. Qi Yuchu was so angry that he went crazy. If it weren't for the relationship between him and Kololo, he really couldn't guarantee what he would do. Just as he was about to leave the hospital, he received a call from Zhuang Mengfei. Zhuang Mengfei has been staying at home all day since she dropped out of school. She goes out for a trip when she has nothing to do. Her life is more dashing than in school. Hello, Qi Yuchul. Fei Fei, what's the matter? Qi Yuchul immediately restrained his anger, and his voice became soft. He is the best at this kind of face change, and the person at that end can't feel anything strange. Zhuang Mengfei said, do you want to go out and watch a movie? I want to see you. Qi Yu originally wanted to refuse, but he thought of his father's words that if he wanted to gain a foothold in the Qi family in the future, the help of the dealer would be very important. He smiled. Okay, I can do it at any time. This side of the school. As soon as Cho Lolo got out of the car and walked into the school, Suwon called. Lolo, is there a class this morning? Kololo said obediently, there is a section in the morning. Okay, tell me after class and I'll pick you up. Suwe's voice was full of smiles. Cho Lolo was surprised. Are you coming to pick me up? Suwon said, yes, I made an appointment with the wedding dress shop today. You can ask the designer to measure the size for you later. It's hard for me to make an appointment with this designer. Wedding dress. Cho Lolo was stunned. She still has an unreal feeling that she is going to marry Qi Ye in a wedding dress. Because of this matter, she was also restless in class. It was hard to wait until the class was over. She hesitated and called Suwon. Suwon rushed over in a moment and took her to the car. Lolo, are you nervous? Suwon was careful and immediately found that something was wrong with her whole body. Cho Lolo's nervous fingers curled up and nodded gently. Suwon smiled and reached out to touch her head. Don't be nervous, just look at the style. Soon he came to the wedding dress shop. The staff warmly entertained the two and looked at Kololo several times. The bride is so beautiful, like a doll. Suwon looked proud. Well, our Luoluo is just good looking, nothing to say. The designer came out and took an iPad, which was full of a series of wedding dress styles that he had taken to the catwalk. He asked Kololo to choose. Cho Lolo has never seen this battle, and he doesn't know where to put his hands. Suddenly, Suwon interrupted her, and so on. Cho Lolo turned around. Suwon smiled and said, although you wear the wedding dress yourself, it's not just for yourself, the groom has to participate. The groom's voice made Kololo blush to the root of his neck. Suwon immediately dialed Qi Ye's phone. I'm in the wedding dress shop. Why don't you come over? Busy. Qi Ye's voice was cold and without any hesitation. Seeing this, Suwon pressed the hands-free switch again and looked at Kololo. You, the groom, can't not be involved in such an important thing as choosing a wedding dress, right? She paused for a moment. Do you think it's Lolo? Suddenly being called by her name, Kololo panicked and looked at Suwon, only to find that she was intentional. But she felt that Suwon might think too much. Qi Ye couldn't come here because she was here. She whispered, The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, giving an unexpected answer. Wait a minute. The phone was hung up. Kololo is still a little distracted. What do you mean by waiting? Suwon already had a smug smile on her face. Of course, she knew that she gave birth to her. Now, Qi Ye is no different from a big wolf dog. Qiao Luoluo is the fragrant little fat meat. Before Qi Ye came, she chose a wedding dress in the store and asked Qiao Luoluo to try it on first to find a feeling. Kololo couldn't re-sup her, so she had to go in. The steps of changing the wedding dress are very tedious. Several staff members are helping, otherwise it's really not enough for Cho Lolo alone. 10 minutes later, the staff asked her to carry her wedding dress to a high platform, facing a mirror on a wall. She looked at herself in the mirror and was stunned. Is this brilliant person actually himself? Just as she was in a daze, the curtain behind her slowly pulled open from both sides. From the mirror, she saw a slender and straight figure slowly approaching. As the distance gets closer, the man's facial features gradually become clearer. There was endless darkness between the handsome eyebrows, as deep as a ravine in the depths of the ocean. Every slow step was calm. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and everything and things had become his background. In a gloomy time, Kololo only saw his color. Qi Ye came 2 meters away from her and stopped. His eyes were firmly locked on her, and his thin lips were slightly squeezed. Suwon asked excitedly, you came just in time. Look at the beauty of Lolo in this dress, right? He didn't answer, but just stared at Kololo. Cho Lolo suddenly lowered his head. He had seen so many beautiful women, and his ex-girlfriend was still a big star. How amazing could a person like him be? Just as she was about to change her wedding dress, Qi Ye behind her slowly said 2 words. There is a sound when it lands. It's very beautiful. The sight he looked through the mirror seemed to have a temperature, burning her face red. She fled to the backstage in a panic, only to find that she was confused because of his eyes and words. She warned herself not to think nonsense. Qi Ye was just a polite sentence. He was calm and self-restraint, and he couldn't say anything unpleasant. When she changed her clothes and went out, she found that Suwon was missing. Qi Ye sat on the sofa and put down the magazine in his hand and got up when he saw her coming out. Why did Mom leave? Qi Ye looked down at her and whispered, she left in advance. The designer came over enthusiastically with the iPad again. This time, with Chi Young beside him, Kololo became serious, consulted the staff, and finally chose a wedding dress. The designer measured her size again and recorded it one by one. An hour passed when she was done. When the two walked out of the wedding dress shop, Chi Young suddenly looked back at her and asked. Chapter 39 Breathing and kissing her earlobe. Do you want to go to the movies? The top floor of the mall is a large cinema. The moment Jia's voice landed, a young couple passed in front of them with popcorn and milk tea. The happy look on their faces made Xiao Luoluo couldn't help but take a closer look. She looked back at Chi Young again. He was wearing an exquisite vest suit, with a straight posture and a suit jacket at the bend of his arms. The inadvertently revealed reserved alienation was incomparable with such a public place. Why don't you let's go? Chi Young opened his mouth and interrupted her refusal. He took 2 steps forward and looked back at her standing still, and his eyes were irresistible. Cho Lolo didn't dare to spoil his interest and followed him. The two came to the door of the cinema. As soon as Chi Yang appeared, countless people looked this way. Kololo doesn't like this popular feeling. She is used to minimizing her sense of presence. Just as she lowered her head, Chi Ying took a step towards her side, and her chest was close to her shoulder, which not only isolated the eyes of others, but also formed an ambiguous possessive posture. What movie do you want to watch? He looked up at the propaganda poster above and asked in a guiding manner, is that okay? He looked at the promotional poster of a romantic film. On the poster, a pair of intimate lovers clung to each other, which was very similar to their posture at the moment. Cho Lolo took a look and felt a little strange in his heart. He whispered, yes. She actually wanted to watch a romantic movie with Chi Ying. Chi Ye took out her bank card and bought a movie ticket for the VIP hall. Just when Kololo thought it was like this, he bought another super large popcorn and 2 cups of lemon tea. The staff handed it to him, and he signaled Kololo to reach out to get it. Cho Lolo stretched out his hand flatteredly, and the envy in the staff's eyes almost overflowed. At this time, the couple who had just passed by also came over. The girl looked excited and asked the staff next to her to buy 2 cards, scraped them with her nails, and said excitedly, it's a hidden one. Baby, I scratched it. Chi Yun took a look at the doll handed over by the staff and recognized that it was the most popular blind box drawing game nowadays. And the hidden doll has a goose egg face with bangs and 2 blushes on her cheeks, just like the Kololo beside her. At this time, Cho Lolo also looked over there. When she saw the young couple hugging and cheering together, her eyes showed envy that she didn't even notice. She once thought that she could also have such a relationship, but the relationship didn't work out, and she had children. It's always a little regretful. When she was stunned, she heard Chi Yan talking beside her. How many cards do you still have? The staff took out a thick stack and was a little surprised. There were more than 100 more. Give it to her, thank you. Chi Yun took out the card to settle the account, took a stack of cards and stuffed it into the stunned Kololo's hand. She looked up at him and couldn't hide her surprise. Chi Yun said, there is still half an hour before entering. You can have a try. His voice was very beautiful, and his tone seemed to have a little feeling of coaxing a child. His eyes were thick like the wild moon in the field. Cho Lolo's heart suddenly surged. She thought that this marriage was just a contract like love, but Chi Yun seemed to be constantly testing her bottom line, and it seemed that he had always been like this to people. Thank you. She thanked in a low voice. Chi Yun took her to sit on the waiting sofa, took out a black card and asked her to scratch the blind box. Kololo looked at the gold-plated black card and felt that it must be very hot. I can also scrape with my hands. Why don't you use tools? This card can't be scratched. Even if it is scraped, he doesn't care. Hearing what he said, Kololo didn't refuse anymore. He took the card and scratched it carefully. She scratched several cards in a row, which were ordinary cards. The light in her eyes faded a little, and she felt that it was like her own life, ordinary and ordinary. Suddenly, Qi Yan found a card from the pile of cards and put it in front of her. Try this one. This card looks the same as her previous scratch. But she was embarrassed to refuse Qi Yan, so she had to take it and scratch the bank card. When the golden font appeared, she was stunned. It's a hidden model, the little doll that looks like her. Qi Yan suddenly leaned over and kissed her earlobe with a low voice. Awesome. Qi Yun didn't let her get up. He took the card and changed the doll and handed it to her. She still didn't recover and subconsciously said, this is your choice. Qi Yun looked down at her. Her skeleton is very small, wearing pink short sleeves, and her face is small and white. She looks weak, and she falls down as soon as she pushes. But her heart is wrapped in a thick shell, which is hard to break. Qi Yang pinched the doll and gently rubbed it with his fingertips. You give me whatever I choose. Cho Lolo was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? At this time, the staff was urging her to enter. Chi Yun didn't say anything more and took the popcorn and stuffed it into her arms. Go in. When the two went in, 2 people behind them were staring at them. Chi Yuchuo, I also want that blind box. You can buy it. Zhuang Mengfei took Chi Yuchuo's arm and shook it coquettishly, but there was not much smile in her eyes. Chi Yucho's face was very gloomy. He walked over and bought it for her without saying a word. As a result, the staff told him that the couple had just bought it. When he turned around, he heard the staff whispering, "The man just now was so handsome. The cards for checking out are all black cards of the bank. Why can't I meet such a man? Don't think about it. You didn't look at the way he looked at that girl just now. I haven't seen that kind of look even after 5 boyfriends." Chi Yucho's face became more and more ugly. When he walked to Zhuang Mengfei, he squeezed out a gentle smile. "No, why don't you go to another cinema? Why do you need to change it?" Zhuang Mengfei seems to be smiling. "Don't you want to see your uncle and Qiao Lolo so loving? But I'm also surprised that your uncle is willing to accompany Qiao Lolo to such a place and buy her the kind of thing for little girls to play with. It seems that she really likes her." Chi Yucho's pretended smile shattered, and he looked at Zhuang Mengfei with no expression. "How about them? What does it have to do with me?" Zhuang Mengfei sneered. "Since you don't care, don't change it. Go in." She took Chi Yucho's hand and strode towards the ticket gate regardless of his expression. It's dark in the cinema. There are not many people in the VIP hall, scattered in all corners in 2s and 3s, and they are basically couples. The movie began soon, and the rhythm of the romantic movie was very soothing, but Carollo's tense nerves became more and more tense as the plot progressed. When the plot was about to reach its climax, the hero and heroine on the screen hugged and kissed each other. The fierce kissing scene, tearing each other's clothes, and the whole atmosphere exuded a strong hormonal atmosphere. When Carollo's eyes left the screen, he was attracted by a couple in the front seat. The two heads slowly leaned together and began to kiss. Because it is right in front of her, I can see it very clearly. The light on the screen hit the face of the kissing couple, and the temperature around began to heat up. Carollo's cheeks are hot. In this case, she was even more afraid to look at Qi Yan beside her. She stretched out her hand to grab the drink on the seat to relieve the embarrassment. But when he stretched out his hand, he touched a burst of warmth. It's Qi Yan's hand. She panicked for a while and subconsciously wanted to shrink back. But the hand found her hand, hooked her little finger, clenched it hard, and held her hand firmly in the palm of her hand. Under the extreme panic, Qiao Luoluo couldn't help it anymore and looked back at Qi Yan. Qi Yan looked ahead, calm and composed. The light hit his sharp facial features, deepening his unoffending coldness. But his hand held Carollo's hand and did not let go. Qiao Luoluo's heart was about to jump out of her throat. Suddenly, Qi Yan turned around and looked at her. The deep black eyes were like beasts, staring at their prey. Unexpectedly, the heroine's panting sound came from the screen, and Qiao Luoluo's shy ears began to burn. At this time, Qi Ye's handsome face suddenly approached her. Chapter 40. Qiao Luoluo, are you afraid that I will kiss you? Seeing that Qi Yan was getting closer and closer, Qiao Luoluo subconsciously closed his eyes. If Qi Yan really wants to kiss her, she dares not refuse. She tried so hard that her chest began to hurt, but the imaginary kiss did not fall, only Qi Ye's deep voice. You should eat less of this kind of snack, which is not good for your health. Qiao Luoluo suddenly opened her eyes and found that Qi Yan had straightened up her sitting posture, leaving only a side face for her. In an instant, a huge sense of shame enveloped his whole body, and Qiao Lolo was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack to get in. The passionate scene on the screen has also ended, and the picture is fixed in the early morning after the incident, and the hero and heroine hugging and playing together. Qiao Lolo blushed and couldn't sit still for a second. She stood up and bent down in front of Qi Yan. I'm going to the bathroom. She didn't even dare to look at Qi Yan's expression. Qi Yan asked, do you want me to accompany you? No need. After saying that, without waiting for his answer, she bent down all the way and trotted out of the cinema. Qi Yan looked at her leaving back, and his eyes darkened. Carollo ran into the bathroom and looked at herself in the mirror. She was shocked. At this moment, my eyes are wet, the tip of my nose is red, my red lips are slightly open, and I look like I'm so moved. At the thought of what she looked like in front of Qi Yan just now, she felt like she wanted to die. After a long time of upset, she calmed down and pretended to be calm to wash her face, but she didn't have the courage to go back to the cinema. She looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes before the end of the movie. She simply found a sofa outside the cinema and sat down. More than 10 minutes later, the noise of the audience's breakup resounded throughout the theater. Everyone was very excited and was constantly discussing the plot of the movie just now. She guessed that Qi Yan was also about to come out, so she stood up and walked to the exit of the VIP cinema to stand. But wave after wave of people left, but she just didn't see Qi Yan. She was a little confused, and there was no second way out here. Just as she wanted to make a phone call to ask, there was a calm sound of footsteps in the distance. She looked up. At the dimly lit exit, the straight man stepped out of the darkness with long legs. The light left light or dark shadows on his handsome facial features, making his facial features more impeccable. His steps were very steady and he came to her slowly. It was quiet around. Carollo remembered what happened in the cinema just now. He didn't dare to look up at him and whispered, let's go. She was about to lift her foot, but was suddenly pulled back by a hand clasped her wrist. She almost fell into his chest. When Cancan stood firmly, he took another step closer and leaned against the square inch between the wall and the chest. His strength is not strong, but it is not gentle, and his body is full of strong smell. Kololo's back was against the wall, and the great oppression was like a cloud covering the top, locking her feet. The familiar woody fragrance on his body ambiguously teased her unsteadfast mood. The voice that fell into his ear was very low. Did you deliberately stay outside until the end of the movie? Cho Lolo's heart jumped heavily, and he always felt that his tone was as soft as before, and he was a little angry. She bit her lip and whispered, "No, I think it's too stuffy inside, so I'll get some air outside." Chi Yun didn't answer, as if he believed her statement. Just as she looked up to see his expression, she bumped into his dark eyes. His handsome facial features enlarged in front of her eyes, and the sense of oppression became stronger and stronger. He said, "Korolo, are you afraid of me kissing you?" Kololo stopped breathing suddenly, and his heart beat wildly at a terrible speed. His eyes locked her red lips and kissed her forcefully. Kololo seemed to fall into the deep and invisible seabed in an instant. The tide spread up, flooding her mouth and nose, and she couldn't breathe. Her heart contracted violently, and a numbness spread from her toes to her whole body. She couldn't help softening all over her body, and she could only subconsciously raise her hand to grab a small piece of clothes on Chi-Yun's chest. Instead of letting her go, he took the opportunity to put his arms around her waist and pressed her tighter to his body. The sound of lips and tongue entanglement exploded in Kololo's ear. Her heart almost exploded. Just then, a burst of footsteps came from afar, getting closer and closer. Cho Lolo seemed to have regained his remaining sanity and suddenly opened his eyes. She pushed him away with all her strength. Feeling the strength, Chi Yun looked at her wet eyes, let go of her waist, and pressed her red face into his chest. The staff saw two people here from afar, and when they approached, they saw a couple. Looking at the tall man hiding a person in his arms, he saw that he was not surprised and hurried away. When the footsteps went far away, Chi Yun let go of Xiao Lolo, who was almost suffocating. He raised his hand, pressed his fingertips on her soft lips, and gently rubbed them. "Let's go back." Xiao Lolo's mood was so ups and downs that her brain was dizzy and she didn't dare to look up at him at all. She whispered, "Okay." After 2 steps, Chi Yun stretched out his hand to her again. Korolo stopped. Chi Yun said, "It's too dark here. I'm afraid you'll fall down." After all, she was still pregnant now. Xiao Luoluo put her hand in his palm when she heard the words. Chi Yun tightened his 5 fingers, firmly held her soft little hand, and walked out. After the two disappeared, Chi Yuchu and Zhuang Mengfei came out of the exit. There was a mocking smile on Zhuang Mengfei's face. "This is much better than the movie, isn't it?" Chi Yuchu didn't say anything, and his handsome eyebrows drooped. Although he has deliberately controlled it, he is still covered with a layer of low pressure. Zhuang Mengfei didn't wait for a reply and looked back at him. "Speak." Chi Yuchu just whispered, "Let's go." He took a few steps forward, and Zhuang Mengfei's voice came from behind him. "Chi Yuchu, do you want to see your own face?" Chi Yuchu's steps were nailed in place, and he did not look back. Zhuang Mengfei's words are getting more and more ugly. "You were not so sad on the day your mother died, were you? Can you say it again?" Chi Yuchu turned around and stared at her with gloomy eyes. This is the first time he has shown his truest emotions in front of her. Zhuang Mengfei was stunned for a moment, and the suspicion he had always had been confirmed today. Anger and jealousy alternately surged into her heart. She gritted her teeth and blurted out a series of abuses. Chapter 41. Who is eavesdropping? I said, "It's sadder to see Cho Lolo kissing your uncle than watching your mother swallow." Chi Yuchu, you are good, you are so good. Tuan Tuan, who has been cheating on me all the time, said that he didn't like her. I think you not only like her, but your eyes can't wait to swallow her. It's just a pity that people don't like you. Look at yourself. How can you compare with your uncle? If I were Kololo, I would not be too lazy to look at you anymore. Zhuang Mengfei didn't refute Chi Yuchu after scolding, and suddenly her heart was like ashes. She passed by Chi Yuchu and left a sentence. "Chi Yuchu, you dare not even admit that you like someone. You are really pitiful and pathetic." The sound of high heels is getting farther and farther away. Chi Yuchu's tall figure stood in place, and his eyes turned blood red. Zhuang Mengfei is right. He is cowardly and self-deception. When Cho Luoluo entered the Qi family on the first day, wearing the little white skirt, standing behind So Won and looking at him timidly, he fell in love with her. His smile that day was not fake, but a smile from the heart. He just thought that Korolo would always be behind him, and would not leave him. The atmosphere in the car is dull. As soon as he got on the car, Korolo curled up in the corner. She didn't understand why Chi Yang held her hand in the cinema, let alone why he suddenly kissed her outside. Obviously, it is a necessary marriage, but why does Chi Yang have the intention of constantly trying to cross the taboo line? Did she misunderstand what he meant at the beginning? No, it's impossible. He clearly said that he wanted to deal with Su We's urge to get married. She absolutely didn't misunderstand. What's more, he also mistakenly thought that the child was someone else's, so he was even more unlikely to think about her. So what does his series of behaviors represent? All the thoughts mixed up in my mind. Kololo's face changed again and again. She can't understand, and she doesn't dare to understand indiscriminately. Shi Yuchul has almost destroyed her, not to mention Ji Yu, the highest in the Qi family. He will not only destroy her heart, but also crush her soul. When the car quickly entered the garage, Kololo looked back at Chi Yu. The light around suddenly disappeared, and the whistling heartbeat made Kololo a little confused. I will treat what happened just now as if it didn't happen. The driver suddenly turned on the headlights, allowing Xiao Luoluo to see Chi Yu's face clearly. He blinked his eyes and raised his thin eyelids slightly, and his pupils were deep and could not see the light. He didn't respond to her words. The car soon stopped at the elevator door. The driver came down and opened the door. He turned around and got out of the car. Kololo followed him anxiously. I don't know if he understood what he meant. Until the two went upstairs and the elevator door opened, Shi Yan suddenly looked down at her with a deep voice. Kololo, not only will I not let you forget what happened just now, but I will also let you remember every minute and every second with me in the future. Kololo opened her eyes wide. Auntie's voice came from the kitchen. Are you back? Have you eaten yet? She was wearing an apron and smiling. Xiao Luoluo was also shocked by Xia's words just now, but Qiyu took off his coat as if nothing had happened and said to Qian Xia, I haven't eaten yet. Qian Xia immediately said, then I'll cook for you. After saying that, she looked at the door in a daze. Lolo, what's wrong with you? Cho Lolo came back to his senses from the shock. No, it's nothing. Auntie, I'll go change my clothes first. She quickly walked into the master bedroom. Qi Yan stood in the living room and looked at her hasty back with deep eyes. Qian Xia cooks very fast, and the 4 dishes and 1 soup are full of color and fragrance. Kololo got up after eating a small bowl of rice. I'm full. You eat slowly. She didn't dare to look at Qi Ye's expression and escaped into the study again. Qian Xia was a little surprised and wanted to ask Ji Yun, but she glanced at the other party and swallowed the words back. Despite his gentlemanly and polite behavior, he was born in a rich family and lived in a high position all the year round, which made the noble alienation engraved in his bones. People dare not get close to him. In the afternoon, Kololo has been locked himself in the study and forced himself to immerse himself in the graduation project. Shi Yan had to go to the company in the afternoon, so he told Chen Xia to help take care of him and left by himself. When Shi Yan came back at night, Xiao Luoluo had washed up and went to bed. It seems that he is very scared. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Kololo procrastinated for a long time before he came over and drove. What's the matter? Shi Yan handed over the warm water and medicine in his hand and took the medicine. Thank you. Kololo took it carefully and moved very lightly, deliberately avoiding his hand. When she was about to close the door, Shi Yan took a deep look at her. Don't think nonsense and go to bed early. How dare Cho Lolo think nonsense? He agreed and locked the door. Early the next morning, Chi Yuchu appeared at the door of Liu Jiamo's ward. Instead of knocking on the door directly, he sat on the bench, as if he was waiting for something. Until a figure appeared at the end of the corridor, the joy in his eyes flashed. He was about to move forward when another figure appeared and stopped his steps. He turned around quickly and hid in the corner. Qi Yun and Xiao Luoluo came together. Although Kololo had said that he could take a taxi, he insisted on sending her here. When he arrived at the door of the ward, he didn't mean to go in, but looked down at Kololo. Call me when you go back. Kololo didn't dare to look directly at him, okay? When she was about to enter the door, she was blocked by Qi Yun again. He reached out and took off his coat and put it on her. The air conditioner in the hospital was cool. Don't stay too long. The suit jacket was full of his breath. Carolo seemed to be wrapped in his arms again, and his face began to burn again. She was about to talk with her clothes in her hand. Qi Yan received a call from Yang Xiao, glanced at her and left. Cho Lolo saw his figure disappear and was stunned in place for a long time. What did he say yesterday? Liu Jiamo's voice came from the ward. Kololo, is that you? She came to her senses, pushed the door and walked in. It's me. She put the fruit snack she brought beside the bed and looked at his ankle wrapped in the bandage. Are you feeling better? Liu Jiamo reached out and found an orange from his pocket. While peeling it, he said, it doesn't hurt much, but I have to lie down for 2 more days. By the way, thank Chi for me, my brother-in-law. Thanks to him, I can live in this kind of ward. The single luxury ward, as well as the supporting toilet and shower, the sofa and TV are all available. Ironically, it is more luxurious than the bedroom in his home. Cho Lolo said apologetically, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have done this. Liu Jiamu peeled off the orange and tasted a clove first, and his sour face wrinkled into a ball. It's not your fault, it's Qi Yuchu's fault. He was about to throw away the orange and was picked up by Kololo. I'll eat it. Liu Jiamu frowned and thought she was afraid of waste. Don't eat it if it's so sour. Your husband doesn't care that you waste so much money on him. Cho Lolo's hand peeled oranges stiffly. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just what? My taste has changed a little since I was pregnant. I always want to eat sour food these 2 days. After saying that, she stuffed an orange into her mouth, and the strong sour and stimulating taste buds secreted crazily, but she didn't even frown. At this time, there was a sudden click outside the door, as if someone was eavesdropping at the door. She stood up vigilantly and walked towards the door. Who is it? Chapter 42. What did my brother-in-law say? You blushed like this? When Kololo opened the door, there was no one outside the door, but there was a cup of coffee on the bench at the door that had only drunk a little. Obviously, the owner of the coffee had just left. She looked around with a coffee cup, and a nurse came to the other end of the corridor. She stopped the nurse and asked in a low voice, "Hello, was there anyone here before?" The nurse recalled that when she came to check the room in the morning, she did see a boy sitting at the door. Because the other person was handsome, she unconsciously took a double look. Someone has sat here. He is a boy who is quite handsome. Thank you. Kololo was puzzled, threw the coffee cup into the trash can, turned around and went into the door. She asked Liu Jiamo, "Did any friends come to see you in the morning?" The latter's face suddenly changed, and he reached for an orange. "I don't have any friends." Hearing this, Kololo was stunned. Liu Jiamo is handsome and good at studying. Why doesn't he have any friends? But he didn't seem to want to say more. Maybe other family members just passed by. Do you still eat oranges? I'll peel one more for you. Cho Lolo was interrupted like this, and his attention was not on the movement outside the door just now, and hurriedly refused. No, what do you want to eat? Shall I peel it for you? Liu Jiamu took an orange and peeled it by himself. I didn't dare to let you do it. Not to mention that Qi Yang was not happy, my mother also scolded me. He could see that now they are no longer the only ones around Kololo, and there is also Qi Ye to protect him. In the future, the days will be 10,000 times better than before. Hearing him say Qi Yang again, Qiao Luoluo wanted to explain a few words, but he felt superfluous, so he had to sit in front of him and watch him peel oranges for himself. At the entrance of the hospital, Qi Yu Chuo ran downstairs in a hurry, and his heart was still pounding. He just heard it right. Kololo did say that she was pregnant. But her relationship with Qi Yan has only been made public for a few days. Could it be that the two have had an intersection for a long time? No, it's impossible. Obviously, Cho Lolo liked him so much before, and there was no sign at all. When did they hook up together? Is it possible that Kololo has been lying to him all the time? I like him on the surface, but I secretly have a relationship with Qi Yang and use him as a shield. The more Qi Yuchul thought about it, the colder his heart became. It was the summer of June, but his whole body was like falling into an ice cellar. In his impression, Kololo is well-behaved, sensible and timid, but everything that is happening now is constantly reshaping his understanding of Kololo. Just as he fell into this suspicion, Qi Ling called. As soon as he picked it up, there was a head-to-face abuse. Did you quarrel with Zhuang Mengfei? What did I tell you before? The bookmaker is very useful for your future. Qi Yu Chuo also wanted to explain, Dad, I didn't you didn't. Zhuang Mengfei's eldest brother called me early in the morning. It was very strange. He also said that he would reconsider the project we agreed on before. Do you know how ugly his speech is? Qi Yu Chuo was speechless. Qi Ling said, I don't care what you do. You should apologize to her now, admit your mistake, and coax her back. Do you hear me? Qi Yu Chuo paused for a long time before saying, I know. Liu Jiamo's injury was only a minor sprain, which was not too serious. After 3 days in the hospital, the swelling had subsided and he could walk on the ground. Cho Lolo came to accompany him for 3 days and eat the catty of sour oranges he had brought before. The day she was discharged from the hospital, Liu Jiamo teased her. Who on earth is the patient? I let you eat all the oranges for me. Cho Lolo is a little embarrassed. Then I'll send you back and buy you 5 catties of oranges to compensate you. Liu Jiamo wanted to refuse, but she refused to agree like this, so he said, well, thank you. It's me who wants to thank you. If it hadn't been for him that day, she might have fallen down. In fact, every time she thought of Qi Yuchu's eyes that day these days, she felt a sense of fear. That was the fierceness she didn't see on his face before, as if she really wanted to kill. Because Qi Ying has a very important meeting to hold today, he only sent Liang Xiao to be a driver for Tiao Luoluo. He was thoughtful and down to earth, and he took Liu Jiamo into the banner in a few words. When he got on the bus, Liu Jiamo couldn't help whispering to Tiao Luoluo, people are divided into groups by kind. I think this Liang Tasuka is so powerful that it has nothing to do with my brother-in-law's teaching. In the past 2 days, his brother-in-law was long and his brother-in-law was short. At first, Kololo felt embarrassed, and he began to get used to it after listening to it. When she was about to say something, Qi Yang called. His voice is always particularly low and beautiful on the phone, too close to the ear, giving people a crisp feeling. Did you get on the bus? Well, I'm on the bus. Cho Lolo answered in a low voice. Qi Yang said, I have a lot of things to do here, and I can't take away. Liang Xiao is over there. If you have anything, you have to tell him, okay? Cho Lolo agreed in a low voice. A very low sound came from the other end, good boy. Cho Lolo even felt that it was right to follow the sentence of the baby. When Chi Yo hung up the phone, she was shocked by what she had just thought. What was she thinking about? Liu Jiamo noticed her strangeness and laughed. What did my brother-in-law say? Are you blushing like this? Kololo hurriedly turned around and turned out of the window. He said to let you have a good rest. Liu Jiamo sneered and didn't think that Chi Ye would take him to heart. On the way to the community, Liu Jiamo was still talking to Liang Xiao about his plans after graduation. Suddenly, a sudden ringing interrupted their conversation. Kololo said embarrassedly, "It's my phone." She picked it up and saw that it was from her aunt Qian Xia. She suddenly felt a little nervous. Qian Xia didn't know about Liu Jiamo's hospitalization. It's 8:30 a.m. now. Qian Xia should have arrived at the villa to start doing housework. Why did she suddenly call her? After hesitating for a moment, she still picked it up. "Auntie, I went out early today, so I didn't wait for you." The other end was silent for a while, and the sound that came from it was a little abnormal. "Lolo, I want to ask you for 2 days off. I'm not feeling well and want to rest at home for 2 days." Seeing that what she was talking about was not Liu Jiamo, Cho Lolo was relieved and a little worried at the same time. "What's wrong? Would you like to go to the hospital?" Chen Xia said, "No, it's just a little cold. I'll be fine after 2 days off." Xiao Luoluo was puzzled and wanted to ask questions, but Chen Xia had hung up the phone. She turned her head to look at Liu Jiamo. Liu Jiamo noticed that her expression was not right and asked, "Who called you?" "It's my aunt." She said she was not feeling well. Before Liu Jiamo opened her mouth, Liang Xiao said, "Don't worry, we'll be there soon. If it's serious, we'll take her to the hospital." After a while, the car was parked at the gate of the community. Xiao Luoluo was anxious and quickened her pace. Liang Xiao was scared and pulled her. "Madam, slow down. You are pregnant now." If Qi Yan knew that she was running like this, his annual leave this year would probably be in the water. After being reminded by him, Cho Lolo remembered that she had a child. Because the month was too small and she would always forget. She glanced at Liang Xiao embarrassedly and slowed down. The three of them went upstairs. Liu Jiamo did not knock on the door, but directly took out the key to open the door. As a result, as soon as he saw the situation in the room, he was stunned. Xiao Luoluo and Liang Xiao also stared wide-eyed. How could it be like this? Chapter 43. Do you think I should kill this beast? You say it. The whole house was in a mess, as if it had been hit by a thief. But everything that can be moved is lying on the floor in pieces at this moment. The ground is full of messy things, and there is not even a place to put your feet on. Liu Jiamo's face changed greatly. He rushed into the bedroom eagerly and shouted, "Mom, are you there?" Cho Lolo was about to follow into the door when the figure curled up in the corner of the sofa suddenly groaned. She was shocked by the sudden sound and almost sat on the ground. Fortunately, Liang Xiao, who was behind her, held her up and her heart jumped to her throat. "Madam, don't go in here. I'll go and have a look." Liang Xiao helped her to the door, asked her to stand against the door, and went to the sofa to check it himself. The shadow curled up on the ground is none other than Kololo's uncle Liu Xiaoming. He was full of strong alcohol, his mouth was snoring, and he scratched his body with his hands from time to time. Obviously, he was sleeping soundly after drinking. Cho Lolo asked in a low voice at the door, "Is it your uncle?" Liang Xiao nodded. "Don't come here." He didn't want to care about Liu Xiaoming. He was about to turn around, but Liu Xiaoming behind him suddenly heard a voice and opened his eyes. He vaguely saw a tall man standing in front of him. He thought it was Qi Yan, so he got up from the ground on the spot. "Qi Yan, stop for me." He held the armrest of the sofa, his body was still shaking a little, and his whole face was red and distorted because of the alcohol. Liang Xiao turned around and said, "Mr. Liu, you are mistaken. I'm not Mr. Qi." Liu Xiaoming was stunned for a moment and cursed. Suddenly, he saw a small figure standing at the door. He fixed his eyes and saw his niece flying on the branch. He sneered on the spot, "Carolo, are you still willing to come back to see me? I thought you would never step into this family in your life." "That's right. You are now the young grandmother of a rich family. My uncle has achieved nothing. You must be anxious to leave the relationship with me." He also regretted that Liang Xiao had brought someone to steal the household registration book before. Cho Lolo let him be weird and didn't say anything. She knows that she can't argue with alcoholics. But Liu Xiaoming saw that she didn't say anything, so he had to stand up inch by inch. "They are all white-eyed wolves. I think Qi Yan and Ziyu Chuo are both virtuous. You look high all day long. How much do you think he likes you? I just treat you as a fertility machine. He doesn't even bother to come to see me in person for such a big thing as marriage, and doesn't pay attention to your late parents at all." The more he said, the more he was too much, and Liang Xiao couldn't listen any longer. He was about to refute, but Kololo took the lead. "You are not allowed to say that to him. He is different from Qi Yuchul. Hearing the words, Liang Xiao looked at Qiao Luoluo in surprise and sighed in his heart, Mr. Qi, it's a pity that you didn't come for you. There was no expression on Qiao Luoluo's porcelain white little face, and his dark pupils stared straight at Liu Xiaoming. She is really completely turned to Yi Yang. Liu Xiaoming's heart was hairy when she saw it, and he cursed and wanted to rush to her. Liang Xiao stretched out his foot to stop him. He fell like a dog eating shit and screamed on the ground. Seeing this, before Liang Xiao smiled, Liu Jiamu's roar suddenly came from the bedroom. I'm going to kill that beast. Mom, don't stop me, get out of the way. Qiao Luoluo and Liang Xiao's faces changed, and they saw Liu Jiamu rushing out of the bedroom like a cannonball. He first glanced at Liu Xiaoming, who was lying on the ground, and then rushed straight into the kitchen. Liang Xiao felt something was wrong and walked towards Qiao Luoluo as soon as possible, protecting her behind him. The two only saw Liu Jiamu rushing into the kitchen and turning out a kitchen knife in the messy things. When he rushed out, his eyes were extremely gloomy, and his face was distorted and ferocious because of anger. He was no longer the refreshing teenager who had just talked and laughed. Liu Xiaoming, you beast. I'm going to kill you today. He rushed to Liu Xiaoming with a kitchen knife. Seeing that he was about to cut Liu Xiaoming's back with a knife, Qian Xia, who suddenly ran out, hugged him from behind and cried loudly, Jiamo. Jiamo. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Everything happened so fast that Kololo was shocked by the kitchen knife and didn't react at all. Liang Xiao reacted, but he didn't dare to put Zhou Lolo aside like this. At this time, Qian Xia appeared, and Liang Xiao came forward to block Liu Jiamu and shouted, Liu Jiamu, calm down. If you go down, you will destroy not only him, but also you and your mother. Liu Jiamu was panting, and Qian Xia's cry behind him was deafening. His high raised hand could not be cut off. At this time, Zhou Lolo finally came to her senses from the shock. She held the door frame and her hands were shaking. Liu Jiamu. She choked and called him. Liu Jiamu looked back at her, a tear slipped from the corners of his eyes, and he lowered his hand weakly. Seeing this, Liang Xiao quickly took the kitchen knife from his hand and threw it aside. No matter how impulsive you are, you can't do it. Liang Xiao was scared when he thought of the scene just now and couldn't help saying something. But Liu Jiamu took a step aside and pulled Qian Xia, who was holding him, in front of him. When Liang Xiao and Qiao Luoluo saw Qian Xia's face, they both took a breath of cold air. Just by her face, I can't recognize her at all. Her face is so swollen that there is no good skin, and her right eyelid is so high that even the eyeballs can't be seen. Liu Jiamu cried and roared, you say it. Do you think I should kill this beast? You say it. Liang Xiao was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He knew that Liu Xiaoming was not a good person, gambling and domestic violence, but he witnessed his atrocities with his own eyes. This impact made him, a person who thought he was stable enough, unable to restrain his anger. He looked down at Liu Xiaoming's position and wanted to kick him, but the scene in front of him made his heart move his throat. Because Liu Xiaoming didn't know when he got up from the ground and was bending down to pick up the kitchen knife that fell not far away. And Kololo stood not far away, holding the door frame and took half a step back. Liu Xiaoming. Liang Xiao roared. But Liu Xiaoming not only did not stop when he heard his roar, but also picked up the kitchen knife and rushed towards Kololo. Chapter 44. Call the police. Everything happened so fast that everyone except Liang Xia didn't react, including Kololo himself, who had been targeted. She watched her uncle pick up the kitchen knife from the ground, and the cold light flashed by. She took a step back instinctively. When her uncle rushed towards her, her whole face was twisted and ferocious with anger, like a demon running out of hell. He roared, then I'll kill you too. But when he rushed to the door, he kicked a dropped vase under his feet and staggered. It was at this moment that everyone came back to their senses. Liu Jiamu shouted as he rushed this way, run, Korolo. Seeing her uncle rushing towards her again, this time Kololo did not stand still, but suddenly turned around. A large shadow flashed in front of her eyes, and she slammed into a warm embrace. Shi Yang hugged her and wanted to turn around and dodge, but Liu Xiaoming, who had lost his mind, rushed forward, raised a kitchen knife and cut it down hard. Shi Yan raised his right foot and kicked him hard at his knee. With a scream, Liu Xiaoming fell to the ground, but the kitchen knife in his hand still cut down at Kololo's back. Qi Ye instinctively raised his hand and protected Qiao Luoluo. A sharp pain burst out from the right arm. Liu Xiaoming fell to the ground. In a light of light, Liang Xiao and Liu Jiamu behind him had also rushed forward, and the two of them pressed Liu Xiaoming to death. Liu Xiaoming was crushed to death and was still struggling fiercely. Damn it! Damn it, all of you! Damn! Liang Xiao looked up at Qi Yang, and his pupils shrank. Mr. Qi, your hand. Qi Yang couldn't pay attention to his hand, but looked down at the person in his arms. Did I hurt you? At this time, Zhou Luoluo finally raised his head. He was already scared to death and his face turned pale. But she still heard Liang Xiao's words. I wasn't hurt. She turned around and saw Qi Ye's hand behind her. The fabric of exquisite materials has been split by a sharp kitchen knife. The white shirt inside has long been dyed red by blood, and the deep bone wound is shocking. Kololo was stunned. The intense emotion brought tears to her eyes. It was Shi Yun who blocked the knife for her. Your hand. The word she said again had long been choked, with a strong cry. Seeing that she was just frightened, Chi Yun was relieved. He took his hand back. It doesn't matter. It's good that you didn't get hurt. Kololo didn't feel anything good. She would rather be cut by herself. I'll call you an ambulance. She took out her mobile phone, and tears had already blurred her eyes. She couldn't see anything at all. Her hands trembled violently. Chi Yun looked down at her with a heartache. He held her hand and put her in his arms in a soothing manner. He said, I'm fine. You calm down first. Cho Lolo leaned in his arms and wanted to cry even more. She bit her lip desperately to prevent tears from falling. Chi Yun hugged her and looked at Liu Xiaoming on the ground. His eyes suddenly changed, and the intention of killing spread around. If he hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just when everyone thought that Qi Ying was going to cut back with a knife, he said in a low voice, Liang Xiao, call the police. When Qian Xia, who was standing not far away, heard this, she muttered, don't call the police. She didn't want to see Liu Xiaoming being arrested and imprisoned. At this time, Liu Jiamu couldn't help it anymore. He turned around and shouted at Qian Xia, Mom, do you really have to be beaten to death by him to wake up? Qian Xia's lips trembled and she looked at Liu Xiaoming, who was unable to move by the two, and tears flowed down. She didn't hate him and didn't want to kill him, but when she first came to this big city and had no relatives, it was Liu Xiaoming who found her a stable job and told her that the future would always be better and better. She didn't know when Liu Xiaoming changed. It turns out that people will change and become so strange and unbearable. Liang Xiao, call the police. Qi Ye's voice sounded again, firm and calm. Liang Xiao handed Liu Xiaoming to Liu Jiamu and pressed him. He took out his mobile phone and dialed the police. Qi Yun felt a sudden burst of warmth in his chest. He looked down and saw that it was Korolo's tears that wet the shirt on his chest. His heart began to hurt again. Liang Xiao, you stay here and wait for the police to solve the rest of the matter. He looked at Liu Jiamu again. Liu Jiamu, take your mother and go to the hospital with me. His calmness infected Liu Jiamu. Liu Jiamu's mood gradually calmed down. He got up to help Qian Xia behind him and walked this way. Qi Yun pressed Xiao Luoluo hard on his chest, and the uninjured hand gently stroked the back of her head. He said, Lolo, it's all right. Kololo withdrew from his arms, raised the back of his hand to wipe his tears, and made childish movements. Her eyelashes are black and long, and they stick together after being wet. She looked up at Qi Yan. Can I help you? Qi Yan wanted to say no, but looking at her eyes, he couldn't say no. Okay. The four of them went downstairs together. After arriving in the car, the driver first poisoned Qi Yan with alcohol. When the alcohol spread through the wound, his muscles jumped. Qi Yun just frowned and didn't say a word. After it was done, the driver drove 4 people to the hospital. Qi Yun and Qian Xia were treated separately. Qi Yun didn't let Xiao Luoluo go in and let Liu Xiaomo sit in the corridor to accompany her. She sat on the bench, a small person, with her head down, tears in her eyes, and she didn't dare to be seen. Liu Jiamu was silent for a long time, and finally said sorry. Her tears came down in a burst of tears. She knew that it was not Liu Jiamu's fault, and she also knew it was not her fault. But she didn't know what to say and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. After a while, Xi Ying came out first. His arm was sewn, his sleeves were cut off with scissors, and he was wrapped in thick white gauze. When he saw Cho Lolo sitting on the bench, he always felt that the knife was like cutting his heart. Liu Jiamu, go and see how your mother is doing. He turned away Liu Jiamu and sat next to Kololo. The familiar smell filled his nose, and Kololo's mood finally calmed down a little. She asked him in a low voice, does it still hurt? Qi Yun said, I took the anesthetic, and it doesn't hurt. He stared at her for a while, and then suddenly raised his hand and touched her head. Don't cry anymore. Kololo lowered his head and said nothing. In fact, she really wanted to say that you really didn't need to do that just now, but she felt that it was too bad to say such a thing. Suddenly, Qi Ye's mobile phone rang. Chapter 45. Do you really love him until you lose your mind? It's a call from Liang Xiao. He has sent Liu Xiaoming to the police station and explained the cause and effect of the incident. He said on the phone, Mr. Qi, do you want to sue him? Liu Xiaoming held a kitchen knife, which was a deliberate murder. Qi Yan was silent for a moment. It is easy for him to pinch Liu Xiaoming to death, but I'm afraid it will make the second half of Liu Jiamu and Qian Xia's lives shrouded in a cloud. He said, let's detain first. After hanging up the phone, he asked Kololo if he wanted to visit your aunt. Cho Lolo nodded, okay. The two got up and walked towards the ward. Qian Xia has completed the examination. Not only did she have soft tissue bruises all over her body, but the 2 ribs on her chest also had a certain degree of bone fissure due to foot kicks. Now, she has been treated and is lying in bed to rest. Liu Jiamo saw Qi Yan and Qiao Luoluo coming in and gently woke her up. Chen Xia opened her eyes and saw the 2 people coming in, and her eyes were full of apology. Qi Yan looked at Liu Jiamu and said, "You can go to school with peace of mind these days, and I will arrange someone to take care of your mother. He is about to graduate, and he can't be ruined by his bastard father at the critical moment." After listening to Qi Ye's advice, Liu Jiamo, like Qiao Luoluo, had no idea what to say. He felt that if it were him, he would definitely not want to care about the life or death of the family. But Qi Yan didn't ignore it. Although it was rumored that he was cold-hearted and quarreled with his eldest brother Qi Ling for the power of the Qi family, Liu Jiamu found that he was not that kind of person. On the contrary, he is strong and calm. He knows what he wants and doesn't want. He treats outsiders without mercy, but he treats the people he cares about with gentleness. He is the kind of man that all men yearn to be. "Thank you, brother-in-law." This brother-in-law came from the heart. Qi Yan nodded. Qiao Luoluo walked to the bedside and took Chen Xia's hand. "Auntie, have a good rest first, don't think about anything, and take care of yourself." Chen Xia burst into tears. "Lolo, it's good that you're not injured. If something happens to you, I'm really auntie." Cho Lolo interrupted her, and her eyes turned red when she cried. Suddenly, she felt that one shoulder was grabbed by someone, and she looked back and saw Xiyo. He fished her back. "Let your aunt have a good rest, and you also have to go for a checkup." Sometimes he wonders whether she remembers that she was a pregnant woman. Hearing the words, Kololo held back his tears. "Okay." The 2 were about to leave when Chen Xia suddenly shouted, "Mr. Qi." Xiyo stopped and turned around. Chen Xia cried and asked, "I know that thousands of mistakes are all my husband's fault. He deserves to die, and death is not worth it. But can you not sue him and let him go to jail? I beg you." She said that she was so emotional that she wanted to get up from the bed and kowtow to Xiyo. Seeing this, Xiyo's vision darkened. "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Liu Jiamo held Chen Xia down and roared with hatred. "If we hadn't gone today, maybe he would have cut people with a knife. You have condoned him for so many years. Haven't you come to your senses?" He really didn't understand why his mother was unwilling to divorce, why he was so stubborn and had to risk his own life. Chen Xia looked at him with pain in her voice. "Jiamo, I know you hate me. It's Mom who is sorry to you. It's Mom's fault." "Mom." Liu Jiamo interrupted her directly and said his emotions for many years. "I don't understand, I really don't understand. Why are you reluctant to divorce him? He smokes, drinks and gambles, and beats you if he has nothing to do. He doesn't look like a husband and father at all, so you can't bear to divorce him. Are you stupid? Or do you really love him to the so time of losing your mind?" The more he said, the more emotional he became. Hearing this, Qi Yung frowned. When he was about to interrupt him, Chen Xia suddenly opened his mouth. She choked up and said, "I'm afraid you don't have a complete home." Everyone was stunned. There was no sound in the ward, only the sound of Chen Xia sobbing. "I know that you have always envied Lolo when you were a child. I envy her parents' pain, delicious and fun. So later, you didn't like to go to her house. Others said you were jealous, but Mom knew that you were not jealous, you were just envious, you were a very sensitive and kind child, and you just wanted to have a harmony. Family, loving parents, that's all." Liu Jiamo was completely stunned. He almost couldn't remember those things when he was a child. He muttered, "Mom, I didn't." Chen Xia said, "I don't have the ability to give you a good family environment, but I thought, as long as I be more patient, your father will spread all the anger on me, our family will still be complete, and you will not be bullied and laughed at outside." Liu Jiamo turned around, and tears could no longer burst out of his eyes. He was angry for so many years and questioned his mother countless times, but he didn't expect that his mother was not the love brain he thought. All she thought of was his son. Chen Xia turned her head and looked at Qi Yin. "Mr. Qi, I don't want you to let Liu Xiaoming go. I just hope you don't sue him and don't let him leave the case. We, Jiamo, are about to graduate and we have to look for a job. If he has a father with a case, his life will be ruined. Please." She is not generous because she is more labored all year round than her peers. She looks a little older and is a very thin, middle-aged woman. But Qi Yun felt that she was very tall. He looked at Liu Jiamo. "Liu Jiamo, if you have any ideas, you can come to Qi's after graduation. I won't give you extra care. It's all up to your own ability." He paused for a moment. "No one or anything can stop you from becoming a better you. Only when you are strong enough can you reassure your mother." When he said this, his eyes were a little deep. Kololo looked up at him. Maybe others said this sentence in empty words, but she knew that what he said was absolutely convincing. Because he was not as smooth sailing as everyone thought. When he was a child, he was almost dropped into the hospital by So Won. He and Qi Ling didn't get along, not because he competed for power, but because Qi Ling hated So Won for occupying Mrs. Chi's position, taking away his father's attention, and even bullying and suppressing him from a small child. His life seems to be a light, but in fact it is full of traps. Cho Lolo's heart suddenly pulled, and it hurt faintly. The atmosphere in the ward was dull. Chi Yan was worried about the shock that Xiao Luoluo had just received. After instructing Liu Jiamo, he took her for a detailed examination. Fortunately, she was just a little scared, and nothing happened to the child. In the afternoon, Xi Yan had no way to go to the company again, let alone leave Xiao Luoluo in the hospital, so he took her home. Not long after the two of them got home, the doorbell rang eagerly. Chapter 46. If you blow it to me, it won't hurt. Chi Yan was about to get up and was robbed in front of Xiao Luoluo. She said, "I'll drive." She walked over quickly and opened the door. When she saw the two people standing at the door, she was stunned. Su Wan and Qi Qingchuan stood outside the door. The two of them obviously came here after receiving the news of Qi Ye's injury, and their faces were a little ugly. As soon as Su Wan saw Xiao Luoluo, she first asked her if there was anything, and then asked, "Where is Qi Ya?" Cho Lolo blamed himself so that he didn't dare to look directly at the two of them. He stepped a step away and invited them into the door. When Qi Yan saw them coming in, his face was light. He looked at Kololo. "You go to the first room to rest." Cho Lolo knew that they were going to talk alone, and it was inconvenient for him to listen here, so he clicked into the room. Who knew that, as soon as she closed the door, she heard Mr. Chi's angry reproach. "How did it look like this?" Su Wan quickly said, "Speak up your voice." "Mr. She looked at the gauze in his son's hand and was naturally anxious. He sat on the sofa and asked, "Where is Liu Xiaoming now?" Chi Yun looked light and sent him to the police station, and the police would deal with it. Mr. Chi asked, "Sue him. Let Chi's lawyers go, and let him have a good memory." Chi Yun didn't reply. Mr. Chi suddenly became anxious. "Looking at what you mean, are you not going to sue him? He is deliberately killing." Chi Yun said, "I will deal with this matter by myself. You go back." "I'm fine." He is about to see off the guests. Mr. Chi was so angry that he stood up. "I didn't agree with your marriage with Kololuo from the beginning. You had to marry her. How long have you been married? I almost risked my life. If you don't want me to take care of it, then I don't care. I'll wait for the day when you regret it." After he said that, he walked towards the gate with anger. Su Wan didn't have time to speak. She looked at Qi Yan with tears in her eyes and said, "Take a good rest at home and don't worry about the company's affairs. Also, take care of Lolo's mood more. If such a thing happens, she must feel bad." After saying that, Su Wan also chased Mr. Qi and left. The sound of closing the door sounded, and it was a dead silence. Kololo leaned against the door panel, his forehead against the door, and his heart thudded. What Mr. Qi said was not wrong, but her fault. From the beginning, Qi Yan should not have married her. She turned around and walked into the cloakroom and sat in the corner full of clothes. The dark environment brought her a sense of security. She sat blankly, thinking about how to divorce Qi Yan. At this time, there was a movement at the door, followed by a calm sound of footsteps. She looked up. Qi Yun didn't know when she came to the door of the cloakroom. He carried the light on his back and couldn't see the expression on his face, but his broad shoulders gave people a very reliable feeling. He stretched out his hand to Kololo and said, "Kololo, come here." Kololo stood up and walked to him with difficulty. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him all the time. Her voice is small, with a little hoarseness after crying. "I'm sorry, I hurt you, or we'd better Kololo." Qi Yun interrupted her, but did not continue. The surrounding air became tense because of the silence. Kololo was tortured by this atmosphere, and his heart began to contract violently. She still couldn't help looking up at him. The moment the four eyes exchanged, Qi Yun's thin lips opened slightly. "Can I hug you?" Kololo was stunned. Why did you suddenly make such a request? But she saw his eyes clearly in the dim light, a little sad. It seems that she can't refuse his request. She whispered, "Yes." Qi Yun opened his hand and hugged her into his arms. A strong hug almost suffocated her. Qi Yun leaned his head between her black hair, sucking the smell of her like an addict. His voice is hoarse. "The important thing is that you are okay, and nothing else is important, you know? If he doesn't catch up, I'm afraid he will have to collect the body for Kololo." At the thought of this result, his spine felt cold, which was full of fear. Kololo lay in his arms and couldn't help muttering in a low voice, "I'm not that important." Qi Yun suddenly tightened her strength, and she exclaimed in his arms in pain, as if punishing her for what she had just said indiscriminately. She wanted to struggle, but Qi Yun hissed and frowned. Cho Lolo quickly asked, "Is it because the anesthetic has passed and it starts to hurt?" Qi Yun actually said very seriously, "It seems so." "Then let's go out. I'll find you some painkillers to take." She was about to suffocate in his arms. Hearing the words, Qi Yun was finally willing to let her go. He watched her run out of the cloakroom in a hurry and followed her. When he was sitting on the sofa, Korolo brought painkillers and warm water and served him patiently. "Are you hungry?" Do you want to eat first and then take medicine? I'm afraid your stomach will feel uncomfortable. The injured Qi Yan didn't look so tough, and she was relatively close. She unconsciously dared to talk more. It doesn't matter. I'm not hungry yet. Qi Ye picked up the medicine and drank it without hesitation. Kololo asked again, does it still hurt? Qi Yan was silent. This is not a magic elixir. It works in a second. But he didn't intend to say it directly, but suddenly tilted his head and looked at her. If you blow it to me, it won't hurt. Xiao Luoluo was stunned. Qi Ying in front of him seemed to have been taken away. He would not have said such words before, let alone show weakness. But the next second, Qi Yan turned into that serious look, as if he didn't say anything just now. She sat beside him, at a loss. She got up and wanted to leave, but was stopped by him. Where are you going? Are you hungry? Do you want me to cook some dumplings for you? She can't sit here with him all the time. Qi Yun didn't dare to let her into the kitchen. He waved her to sit back. I'll call you when I'm hungry. I'm not hungry now. Just sit here, don't do anything, and don't go anywhere. She couldn't help whispering, then what are you doing here? Qi Yan was silent for a moment and turned his head to look at her. His dark pupils were deep and bottomless. He whispered a word, and Kololo's ears turned red in an instant. Chapter 47. Do you want to see me take off my pants? You just sit next to me and don't have to do anything. Obviously, Qi Ye's expression did not have any sweetness, but Xiao Luoluo was short of breath because of the ambiguity of the words itself. She sat beside him obediently and did not move. Qi Yan turned on the projector in front of him and casually clicked the first movie. As soon as Xiao Luoluo saw the hero and heroine holding him on the cover, his scalp was numb. Why is it a romantic movie again? She rushed. He whispered, why don't I bring the computer here and do the graduation project here? You can call me if you need anything. She needs to divert her attention. Qi Yan agreed. She got up and went to the room, took out her notebook, and sat on the single sofa next to him. Qi Yan was watching a movie on the surface, but the afterglow always fell on her little face. Seeing that she was gradually concentrating, he turned off the movie and was about to get up. What are you going to do? Kololo stood up faster than him. Qi Yan said, I'm going to the study to get a book. Kololo immediately said, I'll get it for you. The corners of Qi Ye's mouth hooked slightly. Okay. After he said the title of the book, Cho Lolo turned around and walked quickly to the study, and helped him get it back in a short time. After that, whether Qi Yan wanted to drink water or eat fruit, Xiao Luoluo served him without any complaints. Qi Yan narrowed his eyes. Can this hand be wrapped all the time? Wen Yi called and asked, I heard that you were cut. Is it serious? Half a disabled. How did Wen Yi hear a little pleasure from the other party's tone? He felt that the knife might be a brain. I'll come to see you in 2 days. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Qi Yan didn't say it's better not to come. Dinner was delivered by Liang Xiao. He asked Qi Yan if he wanted to invite a nanny to cook. Qi Yan looked back at Xiao Luoluo, who was sitting at the dining table, and whispered, no, wait until her aunt is discharged from the hospital. Liang Xiao was a little surprised. After this incident, I thought he would not let Qian Xia come again. Qi Yan saw his doubt and explained, she needs the care of her relatives now. As for Liu Xiangming, she should be detained for a month but don't leave the case. Liang Xiao said in his heart, real TM is a love brain. Young friends, don't learn it. He whispered, Mr. Shi, don't worry, I will ask people to take good care of Mr. Liu this month. I promise not to kill people, and make him unforgettable for the rest of his life. Qi Ye took a deep look at him. When I was in the wedding, you took 5 days of paid leave. Liang Xiao, who hasn't had a long vacation for hundreds of years, can't wait to kowtow to him. Thank you, Mr. Qi Liang Xiao, take back what you just said. Long live the love brain. After dinner, Qi Yan read for a while, and Xiao Luoluo sat beside him and yawned a few times. He said, how was the design completed? It's almost the end. It has to be sent to the tutor the day after tomorrow, and then it will be a certificate to graduate. Thinking of this, Kololo was still a little sad. The student days are over so soon. Qi Yan said, you take a shower first, and then go to bed. Kololo nodded, got up, and went to the bathroom. When she came out after washing, she didn't look at it in the living room. When the person came to Qi Yan, when she was about to go back to the bedroom, he heard Qi Ye's voice from the bathroom behind her. Karolo, come here for a moment. She was stunned, but she still walked over quickly. When he arrived at the door of the bathroom, he found that the door was not open. Qi Yan stood in it, wearing a white shirt and black trousers. Even if he was wrapped in gauze on his arms, it still did not affect his handsomeness. He looked down at Xiao Luoluo at the door, and his dark pupils were deep. Take off your clothes for me. He can take off his coat by himself, but the shirt has too many buttons and is close-fitting. It is difficult for him to operate with one hand. He stood there with a calm face. Kololo's heart tightened again and again, and finally he raised his feet and walked towards him. Standing in front of him and feeling his eyes falling on him, Kololo became even more nervous. She stretched out her hand to unbutton him and couldn't stop shaking. Qi Yeon raised his hand and held her hand. Her whole body stiffened. Qi Ye's breathing is close at hand. He said, shaking what? His aura is too strong, and his eyes are too encroaching. Kololo always unconsciously remembers the night when he was drunk. She felt that the roots of her ears had begun to get hot. She couldn't speak. Fortunately, Qi Yeon did not continue to ask, but just let go of his hand. The sleeves can't be taken off. Bring the scissors and cut them open. Cho Lolo left as if he was running for his life. When she returned to the bathroom, Qi Ying had unbuttoned all the buttons by herself, revealing her strong chest. The abdominal muscles with clear blocks, and the thin waist are tied between the black trousers. Even if she had no thoughts about Qiyu, she couldn't help but feel short of breath and her heart beat faster. She was holding scissors and didn't even know where to put her eyes. Qi Ying glanced at her. The little guy seems to be cooked. The body is indeed the best hook. He stretched out his injured arm in front of her and said deceivingly, cut open your sleeves. Kololo stretched out her hand tremblingly, afraid of hurting him, so she forced herself to calm down. But it can't be controlled at all, because the eyes he looked at were so straightforward that people panicked. It seems that she is the one who took off her clothes now. The atmosphere in the bathroom suddenly became hot, and the air around began to warm up, and the desire in Chi Ye's eyes became heavier and heavier. It was so heavy that Kololo just looked up, and the scissors in his hand almost cut his flesh. He held her hand again with a little force. He guided her hand and cut off the cloth on her arm, little by little. After everything was cut open, he took off his clothes with one hand, took off his black trousers, and wore only a pair of black underwear, revealing his strong body more thoroughly in front of her eyes. Kololo stood still and was stunned. The heart is pounding. He narrowed his eyes. Kololo turned around and looked at him. Qi Ye's hand gently put it on the edge of his underwear, which was obvious. Do you want to see me take off my pants? Cho Lolo almost stopped breathing, picked up the clothes on the ground, and ran out in a hurry. The sound of water in the bathroom sounded. Xiao Luoluo stood in the living room, holding Qi Ye's clothes in a daze. There is a heavy bloody smell on her clothes, but why can't her mood calm down? Half an hour later, Qi Ye came out of the bathroom. He was about to walk to the guest bedroom, but the door of the master bedroom opened. Cho Lolo opened the door panel and showed a clever little face, not looking at him very directly. Do you want to sleep in the master bedroom tonight? Cho Lolo didn't think too much. Because he is the owner of this house, and he often sleeps in this bed. Now, he is injured again. At night, he must need someone to take care of him, pour water and turn off the light or something. But this kind of invitation made Qi Ye lost his mind. He took a deep look at Kololo and did not refuse. He walked into the guest bedroom and took out the pillow. When he crossed Kololo, his chest pressed against her body, and the aroma of shower gel made him full of temptation. He went to the bedside, put down the pillow, then lay down and looked at the motionless Kololo standing at the door. What are you doing standing up? Don't you sleep? He acquiesced that he would sleep together. He has slept in the second bedroom these days, and he has had enough sleep. Xiao Lolo's eyes dodged for a moment and whispered, I'll sleep on the sofa. Call me if you have something to do at night. She walked to the edge of the sofa, where a pillow and a blanket were already placed. Just as she was about to sit down, Qi Ye's voice came. Chapter 48. Call me brother. Come here. Strong and unnegotiable tone. She stood up again, bit her lip, and walked towards the bed. I'm afraid of touching your wound. She is still trying to find a reason. Qi Ye's eyes were no longer concealed and invaded her bluntly. If you sleep on the right side, won't you be able to touch it? The reason to perfectly block her. Kololo really had no excuse. He carefully went to bed from his right and turned off the light. The 2-meter bed was almost attached to the edge of the bed. Qi Ye looked at the ceiling and regretted buying too big a bed. After a long time, there was no movement around, not even the sound of breathing. Qi Ye looked back. The little figure was obviously on the same bed, but it seemed to be very far away from him. He called her. Kololo. No response. He moved gently and tried to get up. The small figure moved in an instant, reaching out and opening the bedside lamp one step faster than him. Would you like some water? I don't drink. Then what are you going to do? Before Xiao Luoluo finished speaking, Qi Yin had already bullied himself. He stretched out his long arm, pinched her thin shoulder, and pressed her directly. He put one hand on her pillow, and the tip of his nose almost touched the tip of her nose. As long as he is a little lower, he can kiss her. Cho Lolo was almost stopped breathing by this sudden press, and her eyes widened in the dark. Every inch of Qi Ye's body made her at a loss. She felt more and more that Qi Ye had crossed the original line. The marriage she thought was not like that in his eyes. He doesn't just want this marriage, but also her. But she can't give it. As his breath got closer and closer, she couldn't help but put her hand against his chest. Don't you drink water? In the dark, he pressed her silently. I have thought of countless postures to possess her in my mind. There was a silence for a minute. He asked, why did you agree to marry me? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Kololo's mind, and she chose a safe answer. Because you said you need a marriage. Give it to me if I want it. What if I need something else? He tightened step by step. Kololo's heart was pounding, and he began to feel scared. She never thought that she would have a skin sex with him. She also thought that he would not think about that kind of thing when he had a child. But she obviously doesn't know men. No man can face the woman he likes to lie next to him day and night. She didn't know how many times Ye had taken a cold shower behind her back these days, warning herself to calm down. If she had known, she would not have taken the initiative to invite him into the room tonight and slept beside him without any preparation. At this moment, she was lying weakly under him with long hair. The white nightgown is loose, and because of the disorderly movement, it slides down from the shoulder, revealing the white dazzling skin. The dimmer the light, the stronger the ambiguous atmosphere. Her watery eyes stared at him again, looking like she didn't know the world. Chi-Yeon is going crazy. He leaned above her and asked again, do you know what it means to invite a man into the room to sleep with him in the middle of the night? Kololo was in a mess. She understood Chi-Ye's voice of stone, but she really didn't mean that. I just want you to help me if you need it in the middle of the night. Chi-Yeon suddenly smiled. He has a pair of beautiful eyes, and the curve of the corners of his mouth when he smiles neutralizes the usual meaning of killing, which makes people unable to take their eyes off. He said, I just hurt one hand, and it's not enough to need you to be close to me all the time. I can understand that you invited me into the room. Kololo is dumbfounded. She never thought that a simple invitation could be equated with such a deep meaning. She was about to cry instinctively. Chi. His hand has reached down. Kololo was so scared that a large tear rolled into his temples without warning. She tried to stop him, but she didn't have much strength. Her random little hands groped on his chest, but it was more like flirting. She could clearly feel that Chi-Ye's hand had pressed her waist, pressed against her soft skin, and was burning to death through the thin cloth. Another tear rolled from the corners of her eyes. At this time, Chi-Yeon did not take any further action, but lowered his head to her ear and kissed her soft earlobe with a burning breath. He said, what do you call me? Kololo cried and shook her head. But he was very strong and asked again, huh? His hand slid down a little more. Xiaoluoluo was completely panicked and blurted out, Chi-Yo. This was the first time she shouted his name since she grew up. After listening, Chi-Yeon frowned, obviously not satisfied. Just when Xiaoluoluo felt that he was going to suffocate to death, he whispered, call me brother. Kololo was completely dumbfounded. What is this requirement? The next second, Chi-Yeon said again, when you were a child, you would be called brother. When he was a child, he was very happy. When he grew up, he became Chi Yuchu's little follower and no longer called him brother. Even when I met him at Chi's house, he just nodded and said hello. A little brat who is not big or small. Jololo cried even more fiercely. She doesn't know what Chi-Yan is going to do. Is it just to threaten her like this? What about what else will he do after calling his brother? She couldn't stand it anymore. She let the tears fall wildly, just biting her lip and saying nothing. Chi-Yeon bowed his head to kiss her. But she turned her head and dodged. Chi-Ye's sight darkened in an instant. He is still a stubborn brat. Don't cry. She has been crying all day, and he is going to die of heartache. Kololo still stubbornly shed tears. You bully people. He has bullied her like this and married him with his children. What else can he do? The more Xiaoluoluo thinks about it, the more aggrieved he is, and the more he thinks about it, the sadder he is. She couldn't continue to cry, and her whole body began to burp. Chi-Ye completely calmed down. He let go of his hand and got off her. Don't cry again. Although it is an order-like word, it has a hint of helplessness and distress. Xiaoluoluo finally got his freedom. He cried and got up and left with the pillow in his arms. When she closed the door, she also said, you sleep in the master bedroom, and I sleep in the guest room. The door slammed shut. Chi-Yeon raised his hand and pressed the center of his eyebrows, with a headache. Both of them didn't sleep well that night. The next day, Chi-Yeon got up relatively late, thinking that Xiaoluoluo would hide from him. But she entered the door carefully again, stood beside him, and looked at him timidly. You chapter 49 call her husband, will she? Do you want to have breakfast? Chi-Yeon stared at her and speculated about the thoughts in her little head. Kololo acquiesced that he wanted to eat and turned around and went out. After a while, she knocked on the door again. Assistant Leung brought breakfast. Get up and eat it. She was polite and alienated. Obviously, she wanted to make a small thing about last night. Seeing her like this, Chi-Ye can only compromise. After all, it was him who scared her last night. He got up and got out of bed. Okay. Because of the injury, he chose to work from home for 3 days and did not go to the company in the afternoon. Xiaoluoluo submitted her graduation project, and the school didn't need to go to class anymore, so she had to stay at home. But she still followed him like in the morning, asked about his needs, and kept a certain safe distance. Chi-Yeon didn't expose it and enjoyed her close care. For 3 days in a row, Carolo turned around behind his buttocks. On the afternoon of the third day, he led Cho Lolo to the hospital to see Qianxia. With a special person to take care of her, Qianxia's injury has recovered well, and she will be discharged from the hospital in 2 days. She looked at Qi Yan apologetically. Thank you, Mr. Qi. She already knew that Qi Yu did not sue Liu Xiaoming, but just let the police detain him for a month. What she didn't know was that Liu Xiaoming would spend an unforgettable vacation in his life. Qi Yang ignored her apologetic look and said, "Come back to work when you get better. Lolo needs your care." Kololo listened behind him and was stunned with Qianxia. They didn't expect him to be so generous. Qianxia was a little excited. You take care of your health first." Qi Yu interrupted her thanks and looked back at Qiao Luoluo. "You said a few words to your aunt." He gave the space to Kololo and Qianxia at the right time. After he left, Qianxia's eyes turned red again. She grabbed Cho Lolo's hand. "Lolo, how are you these days? Mr. Qi didn't lose his temper with you, did he?" Cho Lolo thought to herself that if she had to call her brother to lose her temper that night, it must have been sent. She shook her head gently. "No, he rarely loses his temper." Qianxia cried and laughed. "He is really a good man. We misunderstood him before." They all blame the outside world. It seems that he is so terrible that he is actually a rare good man. Cho Lolo ignored the topic and asked her softly, "Auntie, would you want to divorce your uncle?" After all, everyone thought so after what happened this time. Qianxia suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, she said, "I'll think about it again." This decision is too big for her to make up her mind yet. Cho Lolo also understood that it needed to give her some time, so she didn't ask any more questions. "Then have a good rest. I'll go back first." When she was about to leave, Qianxia pulled her. "Luoluo, Mr. Qi is a good person. Since you have married him, don't think about it anymore and live a good life with him." She was worried about Qiao Luoluo and Qi Yuchu being together before. After all, she was just a child. He can't protect her. Qiao Luoluo wanted to say that he didn't have the ability to tie up Qi Ying, but looking at Qianxia's worried look, he still agreed. "Okay, I got it." When she went out, there were still tears in the corners of her eyes. Qi Yan glanced at her and reached out to hand over the Hermes square scarf in his pocket. She wanted to refuse, and he asked, "Do you want me to wipe it for you?" He is always like this, so that she has no room to refuse. She reached out and took the handkerchief and whispered, "Thank you." Qi Yung strode away and took 2 steps to see her walking slowly. He couldn't help slowing down and walking side by side with her. After the two went home, Wen Yi came to see Qi Yan with something. Qi Yan sat on the sofa and read a book. When he came to put down the book, "You can wait for me to get better." Qiao Luoluo looked at Qi Yun in surprise. She now believes Liang Xiao's words. Mr. Qi is very humorous in private. He has the potential to be a cold-faced laughing craftsman. Wen Yi smiled, and the European-style large double eyelids have their own deep affection. "Am I afraid of disturbing your two-person world? I heard that you have to go to the company tomorrow. Shouldn't you praise me?" A sentence about the world of two people made Kololo a little restless again. She always thinks of Qi Ye's 2 words in her mind before going to bed at night these days. "Call me brother. When you were a child, you would be called brother." It was all a childhood. At that time, Qi Ying was still a handsome little man, and he didn't look so strong. "Of course," she shouted out. And at that time, she still had her parents, and she was not so bold. While she was in a daze, Qi Yan suddenly turned around and asked her, "Is it time to get a diploma?" She came to her senses. Have you thought about which company to go to after graduation?" She studied design and should have considered a well-known design institute in China. But Cho Lolo was silent for a moment and looked down at her abdomen. "I'm going to give birth to my child. Now, no company wants me." Hearing the words, Qi Ye's eyes darkened again. Wen Yi was still laughing. "Then don't go to work. Are you still afraid that such a big company as Qi Yan can't support you?" Kololo language plug. She never thought of staying with Qi Yan after giving birth to a child. Qi Yan opened his mouth to relieve her. "You think everyone likes soft rice just like you. Mr. Wen is strong, and Wen Yi can only be a registered president in the company now. He is quite idle all day long." Wen Yi was choked and wanted to smoke. Qi Yun said, "Go to the balcony to smoke." He glanced at Kololo with the afterglow. There was a pregnant woman here. Wen Yi didn't care. "Then you come with me. I just have something to ask you." He got up and walked towards the balcony, and Qi Yan followed him. The 2 figures stood on the balcony. Wen Yi lit a cigarette for Qi Yan and asked, "She doesn't know yet." In the living room, Kololo sat on the sofa, with a small round face and apricot eyes, like a doll. Qi Yan understood what he was asking and couldn't say it. Wen Yi was shocked. "Do you still have times when you can't say it?" In his memory, Qi Yan has always been straightforward, and he has never been so timid. It seems that no matter how high-ranking people are, they have to suffer from love. He felt inexplicably happy. Qi Yan looked back at him. There was nothing urgent about this kind of thing. Wen Yi sneered. Didn't you say that you were afraid that she would run away? Don't be afraid now. His voice was a little loud. Kololo in the living room was shocked and thought the two were quarreling. Chi Yeon lowered his eyebrows, and Wen Yi immediately lowered the volume. Do you want me to give you some chance? Even if you have a baby, you have to let her know that you married her not because of this child. Chi Yeon was speechless. Of course, he is not for this child. But let her call her brother and refuse. Call her husband, will she? At this time, Cho Lolo in the living room heard the sound of his mobile phone, picked it up and took a look, and was stunned. Chapter 50. She said she liked me, but it made me so sad. The class director issued a notice in the class group asking all senior graduates to attend the graduation ceremony in the school gymnasium the day after tomorrow. And the monitor also chatted with her privately, saying that the whole class would have a meal together after the graduation ceremony. Cho Lolo has little to do with the class and doesn't want to go there. The monitor sent another message. Lolo, it may be the last time we meet. You must come. Just say goodbye. Farewell. Made Xiao Luoluo suddenly feel a sad feeling of parting in her heart. Obviously, there was not much intersection, but she was still a little sad when she thought that she might not see each other again in her life. Okay. She still agreed. At this time, Wen Yi and Shi Yin also came back after talking. Wen Yi wanted to stay a little longer, but he answered the phone and left in a hurry. At the same time, on the other side, Chi Yu Chul also received a notice from the class group. He held his mobile phone and was stunned for a moment, and there was a faint excitement. He has been busy pleasing Zhuang Mengfei these days. He has not gone to see Kololo again, and she seems to have completely evaporated from his life and disappeared again. But it is impossible for her not to attend the graduation ceremony. Then she will have a chance to see her again and say a few more words to her. Even if he is cheated, he has to ask for a clear question. Just as he made up his mind, he received a call from Zhuang Mengfei. The sound was so loud that it sounded like it was in the bar. Chi Yuchu, haven't you been wanting to see me these days? Come here now, and I'll see you. The high-ranking tone of the other party made Chi Yu uncomfortable in his heart, but he hesitated and replied, give me the address, and I'll come right away. After receiving the address, he quickly drove to the clubhouse he often went to. I didn't find out until I was in the private room that today was a banquet. The private room was full of young boys, dressed in a stream of air, and Zhuang Mengfei sat in the crowd, looking at him with complicated eyes. She pointed to the bottle of wine on the table with her chin. If you drink the wine, I will forgive you. Her behavior is to treat him as a drinking model like the boys next to her. He had never been treated like this, and his face turned black on the spot. Feifei, I want to talk to you alone. But Zhuang Mengfei said, if you don't drink, don't see me again. The atmosphere became stalemate in an instant. Chi Yuchu looked at the optimistic eyes around him. His father's advice was a big stone on his chest. If he wants to gain a foothold in the Chi family in the future, he may still need the help of the dealer. He was silent for a few seconds, came forward to pick up the wine, opened the lid, and poured it into his mouth without saying a word. The way he stood there and drank made Zhuang Mengfei's heart ache. He has always been the white moonlight that is not stained with dust in her eyes. He is gentle and considerate, and always smiles at people, and no one can find anything wrong. But his biggest mistake was that he actually had a heart for Kololo, but he kept lying to her. She really can't wait to kill him now. Shi Yuchul drank very quickly and was choked twice in the middle, but he still insisted on drinking a whole bottle of red wine. Zhuang Mengfei was not soft-handed and took out another bottle of foreign wine for him to drink. Mixing and drinking is the most harmful. Chi Yuchul didn't even blink his eyes, and he drank a whole bottle of foreign wine. By the time the bottle hit the ground, his figure had begun to shake. He held the table and stood firmly. When he looked at Zhuang Mengfei, he had no emotion. Is it all right? Zhuang Mengfei was stunned. She dismissed the others and walked to him. Are you doing this for me or for Kololo? Chi Yuchu's pupils have begun to be loose, of course, for you. As soon as the words fell, he fell down. Zhuang Mengfei held him up so that he didn't let him fall to the ground. She helped him to the sofa, looked at his handsome face, and couldn't help asking that question. Chi Yuchu, have you ever liked me? Chi Yuchu's whole consciousness fell into chaos. His eyes were closed, and his mind was full of the back of Jiao Luoluo leaving him. He stretched out his hand to her and called her out to beg her not to leave. But she took Chi Ya's hand and didn't look back. The two figures are gradually moving away. Chi Yuchu also shed tears from the corners of his eyes. He's so regretful. If he had known that it would have become like this, he should have admitted that he had moved his heart. He should not deceive Zhuang Mengfei, nor should he deceive himself. Cho Lolo must have been very sad on the day he overheard him, right? 10 years, she followed him for 10 years. Did she cry that day? Just like he is now, is there no image of breaking down and crying? Chi Yuchu raised his hand to cover his eyes and cried for the first time since he could remember. He seems to have completely lost his little tail. Chi Yuchu. Zhuang Mengfei's voice was crying. She held his face, and her heart also hurt. It turned out to be so humble to love a person. She was so humble that she knew that his tears were not for her, and she also felt distressed. Chi Yu-chul opened his eyes and his eyes were red. He whispered, "She is pregnant." "What?" "She is pregnant with my uncle's child." Chi Yu-chul laughed while talking, laughed and cried again. He said, "She lied to me. She is a little liar. She said she liked me, but she made me so sad." Zhuang Mengfei looked at him with red eyes. "Can you promise me something?" "What?" "I will help you get rid of the child in her belly, and I will punish her for you, but from now on, you are not allowed to like her anymore, don't miss her anymore, and I want you to be the only one in your eyes and heart, okay?" She pressed against his ear and exhaled like an orchid, like a sea monster singing. Chi Yu-chul's consciousness fell into a violent drowsiness again. He said in a daze, "Okay. Qiao Lolo, can I dislike you?" Chi Yun still wrapped gauze around his arm and chose to go to the company to continue working. Cho Lolo followed him nervously for several days, and he decided to give her some rest. "You have a good rest at home today. If you are really bored, let Liu Jiamo go out with you. Liu Jiamo has also graduated, and I guess he is quite idle." Cho Lolo nodded and was always afraid of his thoughtfulness. She doesn't know that he has so much. What on earth is it for? Is it just because she is his wife now? If it were another person, would he be as gentle and considerate? After sending Chi Young away, she asked Liu Jiamo to drink milk tea. The two of them wandered outside for a day and spent the day, but they became much closer to each other. Another day passed, and the day of the graduation ceremony came as scheduled. Everyone gathered in the school gymnasium, sitting full of people. Cho Lolo, in bachelor's uniform, followed his classmates to the stage one by one to receive the headmaster's spikes. When she abdicated the stage, she couldn't help blushing. Finally, the graduation ceremony ended perfectly in the group chorus of the students. After the end, everyone welcomed their relatives and family members. Everyone hugged each other to take photos and ended the last campus time. Kololo stood in the crowd, a little lonely. Until a figure in the crowd strode towards her, holding an extremely exaggerated sunflower balloon in her hand, she was stunned. How could he?